Chapter 901, Transplanting Immortal Aperture, Relocating Blessed Land. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. In accordance with locations indicated on the Gu formation chart, he found the 8 formation cores in Starform Blessed Land through Starform Land Spirit's guidance. He placed the corresponding immortal Gu there one by one. Starform Blessed Land had few space path downmarks. The land spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were very varied in distance. They were either close by or far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time due to this. By the time he finished, he had already spent half a day. After this step, Fang Yuan, who was vigilant and cautious, inspected these 8 formation cores carefully again. After confirming that there were no issues, Fang Yuan returned to his original spot and placed the chosen spinefin star dragonfish into his own immortal aperture. Under his orders, Starform Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out into Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land doors were shining with light, but it could only radiate over a small range of land. The inside of Earth Abyss was very dark and silent. This was a deep part of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this deeply yet. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless hidden desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. There was no time to waste. Fang Yuan let out the spinefin star dragonfish. The spinefin star dragonfish had the size of an ordinary whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in bluefish scales. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Fang Yuan placed the 4 immortal Gu on the body of the spinefin star dragonfish in accordance with the smaller Gu formation chart. One was in its mouth, one was in a particular bone on its back, one was in a left eye, and the last one was in its stomach. Even though the spinefin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to Starform Blessed Land. Fang Yuan only took a short while before his arrangements were completed. He inspected it carefully again. Before Fang Yuan confirmed it, the 12 immortal Gu had been put in place properly. He started to scatter countless mortal Gu around the area. There were even 1 or 2 immortal Gu that he tossed out, creating a powerful Gu formation. Next, he was finally at the most crucial moment of relocating the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan followed the method closely. He activated the remaining 4 immortal Gu. Starform Blessed Land's doors slowly closed, vanishing into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body started to glow in a bright yellow light. Even though the yellow light was bright, it was not painful to look at. It was a very warm color. After 17 breaths of time, the light started to fade. They gathered into Fang Yuan's 2 eyes. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He willed. At the next moment, a faint yellow light beam shot out of his right eye, hitting the whale-sized spinefin star dragonfish. The spinefin star dragonfish's body shook. The small Gu formation that was on its body activated. It shined with a red light. Under this red light, the spinefin star dragonfish seemed to be wearing red armor. The entire spinefin star dragonfish was tough like a rock, and did not move, as if it was a statue. Fang Yuan breathed roughly for some time. Next, a yellow light beam shot out of his left eye, directly piercing Starform Blessed Land's hidden location. Under the influence of the light pillar, Starform Blessed Land was drawn out, turning into a blue light lump. The blue light lump was only the size of a large bean, a sharp contrast to the enormous, whale-like spinefin star dragonfish. The moment that Starform Blessed Land was absorbed by this, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to be consumed at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye turned with difficulty, moving the yellow light pillar with it. The yellow light pillar began to slowly move while pulling the blue light lump, and that spinefin star dragonfish that was now like a stone statue, also moved along with Fang Yuan's right eye, slowly approaching the Blessed Land. Rumble, the ground trembled and earth shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless ferocious beasts in the darkness roared in panic and fury. A Blessed Land's relocation naturally caused intense turbulence in heaven and earth chi. A powerful earthquake was already forming in the depths of the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these trifling details. and poured all his concentration into the spine-fin star dragonfish and star-form blessed land. An enormous boulder crashed down on his head, but was blocked by his prearranged methods. Fang Yuan was confident he could hold on for some time even if desolate beasts attacked. He had created an environment that would not allow any disturbance to him for a while, as if he was moving two large mountains. The two pupils in Fang Yuan's eyes moved slowly. At this moment, both his body and soul were exerting all their strength. Not much time had passed from when the two lights touched each other. However, to Fang Yuan, it was like a year had gone by. The moment when star-formed blessed land and the spine-fin star dragonfish touched, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if he had unloaded an extremely heavy burden. Fang Yuan's carefully arranged immortal goo formations played a crucial role at this moment. Star-formed blessed land was like a wanderer returning home, or a swallow returning to its nest, settling down in the spine-fin star dragonfish's body, turning into an immortal aperture inside it. This was the method Langyaland spirit used to relocate blessed lands. There must be a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast in which the blessed land would be transplanted as an aperture within it. Afterwards, the desolate beast or ancient desolate beast could bring the immortal aperture wherever they were moved. However, time was very limited in this transferal process. The desolate beast or ancient desolate beast that held the immortal aperture could not take in any other immortal aperture, and also could not use any immortal goo, otherwise it would influence the workings of the immortal goo formation on their body. The specific circumstances were, Fang Yuan could not store this spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture to quickly move it. At the same time, he also could not use any other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star dragonfish's own physical strength to float and move to another place. After all, although an immortal aperture was residing inside the spine-fin star dragonfish, it was only barely done with the help of the larger and smaller immortal goo formations. Even a slight outside influence could cause the goo formation to collapse. And not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail instantly, the immortal goo used could also be destroyed. But even such a large disadvantage could not conceal the enormous value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Long-Hair Ancestor, but was equally famous as Long-Hair Ancestor in history. His name was Old Immortal Kongju. In the long history of Goo Immortals, he was one of the three Refinement Path Supreme Grandmasters. A legend of the remote antiquity era. His research and understanding of apertures and immortal apertures surpassed his time. It was his efforts that allowed those of the 10 extreme physiques to advance and become Goo Immortals, forming supergrade blessed lands. Old Immortal Kongju named the immortal killer move of relocating blessed lands as the immortal aperture transplantation method. Up to this point, this was the immortal killer move with the highest number of core immortal goo that Fang Yuan had seen. Nevertheless, this immortal killer move with up to 16 core immortal goo was only an incomplete immortal killer move. Old Immortal Kongju's initial thoughts had been to perfectly transplant a Goo Immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or ancient desolate beast's body. Unlike the current situation, where they could only rely on the two goo formations and consume a lot of immortal essence to join the two together with difficulty, and just for a while on top of that. After Long-Hair Ancestor obtained this inheritance of Old Immortal Kongju, he also made many attempts to complete it with Old Immortal Kongju's research results, but they all ended up in failure. Under the inspection of the Inkman Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Yi Yan, Long-Hair Ancestor discovered this incomplete immortal killer move already had shocking value. Goo Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of dead Goo Immortals. Time passed by, bringing great changes to the world. Now, countless years later, Fang Yuan was benefiting from this. Move, go there. Fang Yuan commanded the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantages of the immortal aperture transplantation method, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half the original speed, and the pressure on the body was huge, as if it was moving with a mountain on its back. This made the distance the blessed land could be relocated every time limited. Langya Land's spirit had moved Langya blessed land, but it should not be far away from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons Feng Yuan did not move to Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, Earth Abyss is an extremely good hidden area. It will be a long while in the future before this layer gets exposed and developed. I can use Starform Blessed Land as a reliable camp to replenish and recuperate. Moreover, I know the disadvantages of the Immortal Aperture transplantation method, but others don't know. When Hailu Land does not see Starform Blessed Land, she might think the Blessed Land was destroyed. After all, the concept of relocating blessed lands has already surpassed the common knowledge of Gu immortals. Like this, Feng Yuan led the Spinefin Star Dragonfish to move in Earth Abyss. The path he moved on was naturally according to a elaborately drawn map, which had already gone through large numbers of tests and probing. He continued to move deep into Earth Abyss, while avoiding many desolate beasts. In the gaps between the territories of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Feng Yuan slowly moved with the Spinefin Star Dragonfish. Feng Yuan's destination was 3 layers down from the original location of Starform Blessed Land. However, after going down 2 layers, Feng Yuan's luck was used up as he ran into a desolate beast, one-eyed giant ape. The one-eyed ape was extremely vigorous and would often wander around in Earth Abyss. When it discovered the Spinefin Star Dragonfish, it excitedly started a chase. Feng Yuan began a fierce fight with this one-eyed giant ape, strenuously maintaining the safety of the Spinefin Star Dragonfish. But in the end, Feng Yuan suffered from having no battlefield killer move, and was unable to effectively restrict the one-eyed giant ape's movement. Eventually, part away to their location, the one-eyed giant ape heavily injured the Spinefin Star Dragonfish. The Spinefin Star Dragonfish was extremely weak while carrying the Immortal Aperture. It was already using all its strength to move and thus did not have any spare energy to strike back. Feng Yuan finally drove away this damned one-eyed giant ape, but the Spinefin Star Dragonfish had already been injured heavily and could no longer move. Fortunately, the Immortal Gu are unharmed. If anything happened to them, wouldn't I have to compensate Lenya until I'm bankrupt? After Feng Yuan inspected the condition, his heavy mood eased up. This was good fortune within misfortune. Since the situation had already turned this way, Feng Yuan could only choose the second best option, and place Starform Blessed Land nearby. The moment the Immortal Aperture was removed, the Spinefin Star Dragonfish completely crumbled, turning into a pool of meat and blood. Even its beast soul had dispersed. This was the necessary sacrifice of the Immortal Aperture transplantation method, and Feng Yuan had already known this. Even if the Spinefin Star Dragonfish was not injured, when it reached the destination, it would still die from exhaustion. Starform Blessed Land was successfully relocated, hidden in a completely new area. Everything was worth it. Chapter 902, Heavily Developing Starform Blessed Land. Feng Yuan entered Starform Blessed Land. Starform Blessed Land's heaven and earth chi were greatly affected by the relocation. Intense earthquakes occurred in Starform Blessed Land. Only until Starform Blessed Land was placed down and started to absorb the endless amount of earth chi did it stabilize, as the earthquakes ceased. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked over it. The vast landscape was filled with cracks and crevices. Dark smoke rose up from burning flames. Feng Yuan's heart sank slightly. He sighed deeply. This was something he had no other way to deal with, because to transplant the Immortal Aperture, he could not interrupt the activation of the 2 Immortal Gu formations. Thus, even if Feng Yuan had methods involving Immortal Gu, he could not use defensive or protection methods on Starform Blessed Land. Langya Land's spirit had once told Feng Yuan about this. Langya Blessed Land's losses were far greater than Feng Yuan's Starform Blessed Land. Thus, ordinarily, the Blessed Land would not be relocated. Where is the land spirit? Feng Yuan called out. Starform Land Spirit's eyes were red. He did not understand why his master wanted to move. Under Starform Land Spirit's guidance, Feng Yuan started inspecting Starform Blessed Land. He first had to inspect Starform Blessed Land's 4 sources of revenue: the Arrow Bamboo Forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and the Star Fragment Grass Fields. Broken Star Lake's water was flowing along a huge crack. There were piles of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left inside. It had not dried up completely yet. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan took out the immortal goo and poured his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before. Immortal goo gave off a white light, sweeping over the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground below Broken Star Lake mended. The lake water filled up and returned to its original state. But the loss of seaweed was still going to affect the production of Star River goo for a period of time in the future. There was nothing inside the water, only seaweed and aquatic plants were floating around. The original palace below the lake was completely destroyed. Landscape as before could not restore things like man-made buildings. But the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups that were inside this lake did not die from the earthquakes. Fang Yuan had moved them into Hu Immortal Blessed Land long ago. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was a dead land. Living beings could not live inside for long. Afterwards, Fang Yuan went to Arrow Bamboo Forest, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Fields to inspect them. Out of his expectations, Arrow Bamboo Forest was unharmed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were two long cracks. They narrowly grazed the edge of the forest. It was truly a close call. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was the biggest plantation in Starform Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and kept them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To think that Arrow Bamboo Forest dodged this crisis, it was truly a stroke of good luck. But the Meteorite Pit and the Star Fragment Grass Fields were not so lucky. The Meteorite Pit suffered huge damage. It was nearly unrecognizable. As for the Star Fragment Grass Fields, because of the fire, some had been burned into ashes. At first glance, it was a barren land. Under the effect of landscape as before, the Meteorite Pit was restored to normal, and even the terrain of the Star Fragment Grass Field had been restored. Landscape as before. Immortal goo is truly useful. With it, my losses shrunk by at least 80%. And since I already moved out most of my resources beforehand, Starform Blessed Land only suffered a minor loss in the end, even though there was huge destruction that occurred. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He used landscape as before to restore the landscape of Starform Blessed Land, but that expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. He did not repair everything. He left some cracks in the ground as they had been. He had a stroke of inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance and turn the cracks in the ground into river channels, creating a network that can spread throughout the entirety of Starform Blessed Land. But Starform Blessed Land has a unique terrain. As for how I can make this a reality, I will need to use the light of wisdom and think over it. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and went to Langya Land Spirit, returning the immortal goo back to Langya Land Spirit. Langya Land Spirit returned the immortal goo that had been held as collateral to Fang Yuan as he said, "If you need to relocate anything else, you can find me again." After all, he had earned a huge sum just now. In a short time, he earned more than 2,000 immortal essence stones. Langya Land Spirit continued, "If you join my Langya sect, and become a supreme elder, in the future when you relocate your blessed land, I can give you a huge discount when borrowing immortal goo. I will think about it." Fang Yuan replied half-heartedly. He had only wanted to obtain benefits from Langya Land Spirit. He did not want to be tied together with these hairy men. Once he joined, he would be unable to go away. He would lose his freedom. He would not make such a stupid decision. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and entered Taibei Yunsheng's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before to him. In the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan asked about Eastern Sea's information from Taibei Yunsheng. Taibei Yunsheng told him that Song Yishi and the others were searching for him all over the place. Some people had approached Taibei Yunsheng as a result. Looking at the situation, our relationship would be exposed in a short while. Fang Yuan muttered, "I suggest that you contact Shark Daemon and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Relying on Zombie Alliance, you will be able to resolve this," Taibei Yunsheng said. Fang Yuan was not anxious. His plan was unaffected by external pressure. He shook his head. "It is still not time yet. There are still more than 10 days from the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. Let's wait and see. Who Immortal Blessed Land, tens of days later. Underground cave. Bathed in the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. I still failed after all, he muttered, standing up slowly. He was sitting down on a small mushroom stump. He used it as a stool, but such short stumps were very rare now. Right now, the underground cave was a huge Zi forest. These Lingzi were very different from before. Not only were they tall and thick, they were red in color. This was because of Who Immortal Blessed Land's seventh earthly calamity, the blood poison carrier flowers. Because of that opportunity, the ordinary Zi forest became a blood Zi forest. Who Immortal Blessed Land's soil was originally not suited for the growth of Zi forests, but now it has become a blood Zi forest. It could grow very well. But this Zi forest would need 100 or 200 years to expand and growing into a true forest, by creating more space and pushing aside the soil and rocks. Feng Yuan did not have much expectations towards this blood Zi forest. He was not going to invest into it. These last days, Feng Yuan had neither slept nor rested. He was putting in all his effort into developing Starform Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Yang Building. Who Immortal Blessed Land would have to be given up. Starform Blessed Land would become his only base by then. By that point, if Feng Yuan was still an immortal zombie and had not revived, Starform Blessed Land would have an even more important role to Feng Yuan, having immense value and use. Thus, Feng Yuan's focus had already shifted from Who Immortal Blessed Land to Starform Blessed Land. As for the plan of developing Starform Blessed Land, Feng Yuan had already thought about it dozens of days ago using the light of wisdom. According to his earlier inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Starform Blessed Land. The actual plan after deducing it properly was grander. The entire water river system would not only be on the ground, he would even encompass the sky into it. He was going to create a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of Starform Blessed Land's unique terrain. Starform Blessed Land had a depression at the center, while having high altitude around the sides. It resembled the shape of a bowl. If he only built a river system on the ground, all of the water would flow towards the center. But if this was three-dimensional, the water from the center would be drawn into the sky. It would flow towards the edges of the blessed land, and form a grand system for water to flow. As for the way to create rivers in the sky, Feng Yuan had deduced the cheapest and easiest method. That was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by Lenya Land Spirit to forcefully create a cloud continent in the sky of Lenya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan intended to use the cloud soil to create many river channels. Along these rivers, the fertile cloud soil would have countless star fragment grass growing on them. The soil that the star fragment grass grew in was the cloud soil. Star Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in black soil, as he did not have enough financial ability to bulk purchase cloud soil. But Starform Blessed Land's environment was very suited for star fragment grass to grow. This caused the growth rates of star fragment grass to be higher in Starform Blessed Land than Who Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan's plan was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Feng Yuan lacked a huge amount of funds. He had just accumulated 2,000 immortal essence stones, but he had passed them to Lenya Land Spirit. Thus, these days, he could only repair the 4 sources of revenue in Starform Blessed Land. Arrow bamboo forest had grown to its best condition, emitting a light fog under the use of large amounts of moon well water. Meteorite pit and broken star lake had been fully restored. The star fragment grass fields were more troublesome. But after Feng Yuan used the killer move Spring Star Rain several times, they were growing quickly as well. Ever since he obtained the Star Path inheritance and gained Star Shoot Immortal Goo, Spring Star Rain had turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the Dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Danghun Mountain inside Who Immortal Blessed Land, they were not moved over yet. Firstly, he needed to develop the place for now, and finalize a proper water flow system before relocating the Dragonfish. Secondly, Star-form Blessed Land was facing its heavenly tribulation soon. Why was Star Lord Wanqiang so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal with one heavenly tribulation past. He was facing the second one soon. Because he battled with Song Zixing and was gravely injured, he lost confidence in surviving the tribulation. He had to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag Xiao in to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. Fang Yuan was still hesitating over if he should move all these resources away before the heavenly tribulation struck. Leaving the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. Gu Yufangxing, who was held captive all along, seemed to have resigned himself to fate. His eyes were hollow as he sat in the prison cell without moving. Evidently, the truth of Immortal Crane sect attempting to kill him, and his master Lord Sky Crane trying to possess him were very impactful news towards him. According to his usual habits, Fang Yuan stood before him and said some words. Gu Yufangxing did not move at all, his expression was numb, as if he did not hear a word. Chapter 903, Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan was not anxious. As long as Gu Yufangxing was eating food, it meant that he had the will to live. As for how to change his mindset, and alter his perspective, so that Fangxing would view Fang Yuan more favorably, it was a long process. There was no need to rush. Afterwards, Fang Yuan came to another secret room and inspected Dongfang Changfan's soul. He had many souls of immortals now. There was Dongfang Changfan, Featherman Gu Immortal Xingling, Snowy Mountains Zhu Songzi, as well as the Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Zhipai. These last days, other than developing Star-form Blessed Land, he had been searching these souls. Currently, he had searched all of their souls already. He gained a lot of benefits. But what truly made Fang Yuan crave for more was Dongfang Changfan's soul. Once in a while, Fang Yuan would search his soul. It was no exception this time. After the soul search, Dongfang Changfan's soul suddenly spoke. My memories have been read by you countless times, but recently, when you conduct soul searches, you will always check the memories regarding the dismantling of battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance, or have faced a strong foe that requires you to unravel a battlefield killer move. Towards Dongfang Changfan's words, Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He replied frankly, "That's right. These last days, I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, especially the details about resolving battlefield killer moves. Combined with my experiences and your memories, I will gain a lot of insight each time." Soul searching was like reading a book, but one was reading the memories in the soul instead. But like reading a book, there was no way to memorize every single small detail accurately. One thorough soul search was like reading a book from start to finish. You would learn about the contents of the book only. With constant revision, one would learn in depth about the information, and would obtain more knowledge from it. Dongfang Changfan's soul smiled. Have you thought about it? I can actually help you. You're just a wisdom path newbie. No matter how much you revise and read through, the gains that you can have are limited. Meanwhile, my wisdom path attainment is much higher. As long as you give me a body, I will be able to make deductions for you and help you think of solutions. Isn't this a good idea? You can use information path methods to restrict me. I will be your most capable assistant. That is a good idea indeed. Fang Yuan nodded. He smiled faintly. But I will not do that. Forget about it. Even after being left with a soul, you are still not giving up. It seems that I have not given you a thorough lesson yet. Fang Yuan's smile turned into a sinister sneer. Dozens of goo worms moved with his will, activating. Dongfang Changfan's soul shook intensely. The cell was full of his anguished cries. This punishment lasted for 2 hours. The pain in the soul was much more intense than in the body. Dongfang Changfan was definitely taught a good lesson. Fang Yuan obviously did not waste time there. He left long ago and went to 2 other secret rooms. In one room, There was the rank 7 Featherman Gu Immortal Xingling's soul. In the other room, there was Zhu Songzi's soul. Even though these two Gu Immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu Immortals during their lives, they had memories regarding battlefield killer moves as well. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path techniques, one was Wind Path and the other was Snow Path, they had their own unique methods to deal with battlefield killer moves. These memories were useful as references for Feng Yuan. What was worth noting was, both their souls had been searched multiple times by Feng Yuan already. From Zhu Songzi's soul, Feng Yuan learned that he had kept a fortune in snowy mountain blessed land. In his mountain peak, there were a number of snowmen, as well as plants related to snow pines there. But Feng Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Zhu, whose capabilities were unfathomable, Feng Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Zhu Songzi's death either. Why? Because Fairy Li Shan and Zhu Songzi were both members of Snowy Mountain. They were allies. After learning that Feng Yuan killed Zhu Songzi, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Feng Yuan, she would have to inform old ancestor Zhu who due to the alliance agreement. Meanwhile, from Xingling's soul, Feng Yuan also made some gains. He obtained a complete Wind Path inheritance from Xingling, as well as the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, along with precious information regarding the immortal Gu House, Sacred Feather City, and the Green Heaven fragment world that the Featherman lived in. This world was huge, there was a lot of resources inside. After Feng Yuan learned about it, he almost drooled. Even though he knew about the scenery in the Green Heaven fragment world, such that Feng Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to get there, but since that place was currently occupied by White Sea Shachio and other Gu Immortals, it was like a lion's den. Feng Yuan would not take the risk easily. After coming out from the secret room, Feng Yuan received Taipei Yunxing's transmission. He said, "I have already met up with Shark Daemon and the others." Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel and teleported into Taipei Yunxing's immortal aperture before coming out of it. At the next moment, Xing Xiangzi appeared before Shark Daemon and the others. "Come, let me introduce you. This is the world-famous Xing Xiangzi." Shark Demon laughed as he introduced enthusiastically. Feng Yuan showed a bitter smile. "Lord Shark Demon, please don't make fun of me." Sigh. Saying so, tiny explosions occurred over Feng Yuan's body. It was as if firecrackers had been ignited on his body. Feng Yuan's expression did not change. His body shook as hundreds of mortal goo on his body fell out. None of these mortal goo survived. Some were torn to shreds from this explosion. He, Xing Xiangzi, you offended Song clan, this Wisdom Path mortal killer move cannot conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly Gu Immortal spoke. Another skinny middle-aged female Gu Immortal had an arrogant expression as she said with disdain, "That's right. Right now, among the three most capable Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan's Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, you will be exposed soon." The last person was unfamiliar. He wore a golden robe and had a fat body. He looked like a rich person as he smiled and expressed goodwill towards Feng Yuan. Jiadan sits in Twin Pillar, Hua and Hines in Nangong. There is also Dragonhead Tortoise, living inside Adversity Sea. This refers to the three best Wisdom Path experts in Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan ranks the highest. He sacrificed himself for his clan and fused himself into the world of Eastern Sea itself. As long as it is within Eastern Sea, he can deduce it accurately. This is very scary. Even if Sir hides in someone's immortal aperture, you will only delay the timing. You will be found eventually. Xing Xiangzi nodded. He cupped his fists towards the three Gu Immortals. "I have been enlightened. Thank you for the information." The mortal Gu that died were his defensive Wisdom Path methods, to protect him against others' deductions. But the moment Feng Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive measures self-detonated. One could see how skilled Song Jiadan was from this. "Alright, brother Xing Xiang, let me introduce you." Shark Demon referred to the elderly Gu Immortal with his hand. "This is the demonic path Gu Immortal 9th Ghost Finger. He cultivates Soul Path mainly and Wisdom Path on the side. Shark Daemon shifted to the arrogant middle-aged female Gu Immortal. This is the Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Zi Shufang, Master Z. Finally, he talked about the smiling fat Gu Immortal. This is Big Bag Lutan Zin. He mainly cultivates Space Path, but he has Wisdom Path attainment as well. It is my honor to meet all three of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, having a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu Immortal Zi Shufang said coldly, "Meeting you is my misfortune. You offended San Clan. Don't think you can escape. Right now, you are still scot-free. That is because San Clan did not go all out to find you, as they are busy fighting for ascending Heaven Plane and have no time for you. I would advise you to surrender to San Clan. Burdening me is one thing, but if you burden everyone and cause our Yulu blessed land invasion to be obstructed, you will be doing everyone a disservice." Her words were very rude. Many Gu Immortals heard it and had a change of expression. They were not worried about Zi Shufang's words. Instead, they were worried that Xing Xiangzi might feel insulted and create a conflict among themselves, creating internal strife. Tai Baiyun Sheng's expression turned grim, while Bo Dan felt secretly joyful seeing that Fang Yuan was insulted. Fang Yuan gave Zi Shufang a look. He thought that this Gu Immortal was probably in the righteous path, resulting in such a poor attitude towards himself. Fang Yuan was joyful instead of angry. He continued from her words, "Master Z is right, San Clan is a super force. They have such great influence. How could I defend against them? Thus, I have decided, Lord Shark Demon, I would like your help in joining Zombie Alliance. Do you think I can avoid this trouble if I join?" Zi Shufang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains Gu Immortals were very rash and arrogant. Why was he being so mild? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed loudly. "Of course you can. Brother Xing Xiang is a great talent. Joining Zombie Alliance is a good idea. I can assure you, you will join Zombie Alliance smoothly. As long as you did not defile Song Yishi, we can back you up in this matter, and support you as we negotiate with San Clan. Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon first." Fang Yuan's face was full of helplessness and bitterness. "Don't worry, Lord Shark Demon. I had accidentally entered the bottom of the volcano and saw that Fairy Yishi bathing. That was the cause of this crisis." Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He showed a look of feeling upset over a great misfortune that he did not intend for. Bodan's expression became very dark. Shark Demon laughed loudly. "I believe Brother Xing Xiangzi. Come, let's go and break that Fighting Soul battlefield." After entering Yulu Blessed Land, everyone entered Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and gloomy area, dark clouds were looming as a thunderstorm approached. Intense winds blew and a sandstorm was blowing. Soul beasts formed in the sandstorm. They grew in numbers and charged towards Fang Yuan and the others without stopping. Fang Yuan, Bo Dan, and the others had started deducing the battlefield the moment they entered. They displayed all their methods and techniques. Because of their earlier probing, they had found out, the key to this round was not traps or difficulty, it was the immense time needed to find all the goo worms. 7 minutes later, ancient soul beasts would start to form. It would be best if they dismantled this Fighting Soul battlefield before 7 minutes. Chapter 904, Star Thought Immortal Goo. This was a race against time. If Shark Daemon and the others could not hold off the soul beasts, then this invasion would end in failure again. If the Gu Immortals could unravel the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom! Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A Wisdom Path Mortal Killer move was used. He destroyed 7 to 8 hidden goo worms. Earlier, when he targeted this Fighting Soul battlefield killer move, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden goo worms at once. But now, he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this time, he had been hiding in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, practicing and learning to improve his Wisdom Path techniques. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. This kind of self-directed learning is too limited in terms of improvement. To increase my rate of deducing this battlefield killer move, I need Immortal Goo. It is a pity, even though I have a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, unravel mystery, I cannot use it to deal with battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu's effect was to help a Gu Immortal think and solve puzzles and mysteries. If the battlefield killer move was treated as a puzzle, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu would be very helpful in unraveling battlefield killer moves. But simply Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu alone could not do anything to battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used a light of wisdom and intended to use Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core to deduce a simple immortal killer move that could unravel battlefield killer moves. But unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had been trying hard, up until the point when he had to come to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. Deducing an immortal killer move was very difficult. Normally speaking, even if rank 8 Gu Immortals wanted to deduce a brand new immortal killer move, they would need to spend years, and every so often, their foundations would be insufficient. Until their deaths, they would not be able to complete the immortal killer move. Thus, Fang Yuan also had many incomplete immortal killer moves in the inheritances that he had obtained. Even though Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was ordinary, relying on Wisdom Gu, he could completely deduce some incomplete immortal killer moves that resulted in Starfire Escape and projected Star Thought. But now, he wanted to deduce a brand new Wisdom Path killer move without any foundation. This was out of Fang Yuan's abilities. Even with the light of wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was ordinary. This was his greatest drawback, it was holding him back. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and the unraveling of battlefield killer moves are very closely related. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment level reaches Master level, I will be able to design a new Wisdom Path immortal killer move specially used to unravel battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan had estimated this inwardly long ago. But now, even though he felt some regret, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Daemon had promised him publicly to recommend him to Zombie Alliance, there was little chance that he would go back on his words. Even if this attempt to unravel Fighting Soul Battlefield fails, Fang Yuan would not be implicated. Fang Yuan would had achieved his goal, that was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. In fact, from another perspective, to express my value to Shark Demon, so that it would benefit me, battlefield killer moves like Fighting Soul Battlefield should take as long to deduce as possible. If he completely deduced these battlefield killer moves, and Yulu Blessed Land was taken down, Fang Yuan would receive little benefits from it. He might as well drag the time out and wait for himself to get stronger. He might get a bigger share of the profits then. Fang Yuan continued to move his hands. He was calm as he observed the situation secretly with his peripheral vision. He did not need to observe Bodan, he was doing the same, trying his best to deduce, but he could only destroy one hidden Gu worm at once. He made barely any progress towards this situation. Fang Yuan's focus was on the 3 new Gu Immortals. They had Wisdom Path techniques in one way or another. They were invited by Shark Demon for this purpose. The one closest to Fang Yuan was the elderly Gu Immortal, Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9th Ghost Finger. Right now, he was lowering his head and looking at his hands. His 10 fingers were intact, but when he moved his fingers rapidly, only 9 fingers could be seen in the silhouettes. His Wisdom Path inheritance was very unique. The missing finger represented the one in the Great Tao that fled. It was the most profound heavenly secret. 9th Ghost Finger moved his fingers, they danced in the air like phantom spirits. He chanted in an unknown language that no one could understand. At the same time, all sorts of mortal Gu flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal Gu flew into the air and self-detonated, revealing the hidden locations of Gu around the area. Some mortal Gu only destroyed one spot, while some mortal Gu destroyed 7 to 8 hidden Gu worms. On average, his speed was slightly slower than Fang Yuan, but his Wisdom Path attainment level was definitely higher. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lutanxian. The title of Big Bag was very interesting. Fang Yuan guessed that since he was a Space Path Gu Immortal, did Big Bag mean that he had incredibly skilled storage techniques? But normally speaking, Gu Immortals who mainly cultivate Space Path have a lot of Space Path Tao marks. Their immortal aperture would also be much larger than ordinary Gu Immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lu Tanzin's eyes had turned into vertical pupils. They were like cat's eyes as he investigated continuously. His fat hands turned golden and oily. The aura that leaked from it displayed to others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lu Tanzin first observed for a few breaths of time before striking. He stretched out a golden hand and aimed at one point, pointing a finger. This movement seemed to have expended a lot of his energy. Soon, he was breathing roughly and panting. But after each time he pointed, at the corresponding direction, large numbers of hidden goo worms would be destroyed, turning into golden dust that scattered. Every strike of Lu Tanzin's destroyed 8 hidden goo worms. But his speed was very slow, his attacks needed investigation beforehand, and he had to take several breaths of time to prepare it. It was very exhausting. The more tired he got, the slower his attacks became. Thus, in conclusion, Lu Tanzin was slower than Ninth Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lu Tanzin, he said that he had Wisdom Path attainment. When he introduced Ninth Ghost Finger, he said that he cultivated Wisdom Path on the side. Meanwhile, Shark Demon also placed much focus on Goo Immortal's Zi Shufang. As a person mainly cultivating Wisdom Path, she was undoubtedly the most capable among the three. Fang Yuan looked at Zi Shufang next. As expected, Zi Shufang stood in the air arrogantly. 2 streams of yellow and white vapor were blowing out of her nose continuously. The yellow and white streams of vapor moved extremely quickly. They moved around in the air, destroying up to 100 hidden mortal goo. After destroying these goo worms, the yellow and white streams became thinner. But when they returned to Zi Shufang's nostrils and were breathed out again, they regained their power and become unstoppable again. Heaviness flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes secretly. These 2 streams of yellow and white vapor had incredible power. This was surely an immortal killer move. The power of an immortal killer move was much greater than the mortal killer moves that Fang Yuan had. Fang Yuan sighed to himself internally, "My wisdom path attainment level is insufficient. I cannot use Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo properly, so be it. Attainment levels can only normally be accumulated through long periods of time. But if I have Star Thought Immortal Goo, according to Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path inheritance, I will be able to use at least 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Killer moves to destroy battlefield killer moves. Among them, 2 are even stronger than this yellow and white vapor, by at least 5 to 6 times. The Wisdom Path inheritance from Dongfang Changfan was more refined than the one Zi Shufang had. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Star Thought Immortal Goo the most now. On one hand, he had a huge need for star thoughts. One Fang Yuan stone nest in Ho Immortal Blessed Land was refining Star Thought Goo all the time now. If he had Star Thought Immortal Goo, he would be able to use this stone nest for the production of Air's Goo, increasing its scale and earning more Immortal Essence stones for Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Star Thought Immortal Goo was one of the 2 cores of the Immortal Killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to Dark Limit Immortal Goo. It could defend against other people's deductions, making their deductions unclear and inaccurate regarding the truth. Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path inheritance had many top-tier Immortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan had used them, but facing people like Song Jiadan, there was no way to defend against his deductions using them. Once Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, the mortal goo that he had used instantly self-detonated. The defensive mortal killer moves collapsed in no time. Evidently, if Fang Yuan really became a fugitive in the future and was hunted down by everyone, countless people would be deducing his whereabouts. Then, he would need an immortal killer move to protect himself against others' deductions. It could be seen that mortal killer moves, even if they were top tier, would have no use no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortal and mortal. But to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo, there are many difficulties. Firstly, the issue of funding. I have just spent 2,000 Immortal Essence stones. The money I have on hand currently is limited. Even if I have enough to purchase all of the immortal materials, I will need enough time and luck. Also, My success Dao mark was used up already to refine change form immortal goo. Even if I prepare adequately, if I am unlucky, and encounter the failure rate, I would fail to refine star thought immortal goo. As for other people refining star thought immortal goo, the possibility is very small. After all, Dongfang Changfan only self-detonated star thought immortal goo not too long ago. Time passed. 7 minutes had gone by already. In Fighting Soul Battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. A continuous stream of soul beasts encircled Fang Yuan and the others from all directions. Compared to the dark swamp of soul beasts, Fang Yuan and the others were like sesame seeds on a pancake. However, Shark Demon and the others were not desperate. They had intent to fight and anticipation. That was because Fang Yuan and the others were close to succeeding in dismantling the battlefield killer move, all or nothing. Shark Demon gritted his teeth. He knew that he had to stake it all now. He activated the incomplete profound ice house without hesitation. The incomplete profound ice house took in everyone as it rushed out of the soul beast army by charging forward. It charged unhindered, tearing countless soul beasts to shreds. Even the desolate beast-level soul beasts could not stop the rampaging profound ice house. Bam bam bam. Ancient soul beasts had enough strength. They surrounded profound ice house and attacked ruthlessly. Immortal essence was expended intensely. Shark Demon, Subeiman and the others' expressions turned pale. Chapter 905, Pitiful Victory. Endure it. Success depends on this. We will win if we endure for just a bit more. In the incomplete profound ice house, everyone was screaming loudly. They lost their composure. Outside the incomplete profound ice house, there were an uncountable number of soul beasts. They were like swamps of ants encircling profound ice house in the middle. How many hidden spots left? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Bodan immediately reported. Even though he could not destroy the mortal goo efficiently, at this point, Fighting Soul Battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts were no longer being produced. Bodan's investigative methods could cover the entire battlefield. 178. Subeiman muttered. Her expression was ugly, but the light of hope in her eyes shined brightly. This number of hidden locations seemed easy to deal with, but in fact, it was very difficult. Firstly, the core immortal goo left were the hardest to deduce and take down. Secondly, the immortals were now inside profound ice house. Their methods were restricted. They could not use their methods as freely as before. The immortal goo house had both offense and defense, as well as movement. It was a war fortress with capabilities in all areas, without any apparent weaknesses. The more goo immortals inside the immortal goo house, and the higher their cultivation levels, the more immortal essence they could provide to the immortal goo house, and the more power the immortal goo house could unleash. But there was a flaw in this. That was that the goo immortals could only provide fuel for the immortal goo house. The immortal goo house's offense, defense, movement, healing, investigation, and others, were decided based on the immortal goo house's own immortal goo and mortal goo. Thus, Fang Yuan, Zishu Fang, and the others' methods were obstructed by the immortal goo house. They could not be used. From this perspective, ancient battle formations were much better than immortal goo houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been deemed outdated in history after the emergence of countless immortal goo houses, facts showed that ancient battle formations still had many advantages. For example, the fighting methods of ancient battle formations were much more flexible than immortal goo houses. An immortal goo house's offense, defense, movement, healing, and investigation abilities were all decided by the immortal goo. They could not be changed. Their power only depended on how much immortal essence was used. They were inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different. Even though ancient battle formations were also made of goo formations, the core was the goo immortals inside. The goo immortals could use their personal immortal killer moves inside the ancient battle formation, just like during the defensive battle of Lenya Blessed Land when Fang Yuan and the hairy man goo immortals used the second best ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its form depending on what killer moves the goo immortal used. and the killer move's power would be amplified greatly as well. In all, if it was an ancient battle formation, the immortals might have already destroyed all of the hidden goo worms and obtained victory. But because this was an immortal goo house, they were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. They only had a small flight of stairs in front before they could reach the mountain peak. But just this small distance was an incredible obstacle to them. In the immortals' perception, time seemed to have slowed down. Every second felt like years. "Are we going to fail again?" Subayman muttered in disappointment. She showed a dark and defeated expression. But at this time, Zishu Feng stood up. She said heavily to Shark Demon, "I can settle all of the remaining hidden goo worms, but I would need to pay a huge price for my method. If you can give the immortal goo inside to me as compensation, I will help." Shark Demon's expression was ugly. He snorted coldly. Subayman also showed a ruthless and unfriendly gaze. Zishu Feng's actions were likely to be extortion, but at this moment, they had no other ways left. To complete this difficult task, they could only rely on Zishu Feng. But Zishu Feng asked for an immortal goo as compensation. Immortal goo were extremely valuable. She was really asking for an exorbitant price. But after Shark Demon thought about it for a while, he agreed without waiting for too long. "You can only take one immortal goo, that is my limit." He had undergone an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to seize the mission for attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that had to be given to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would go to Shark Demon and Subayman. This immortal zombie couple had already invested a huge sum. Their foundations were shaken. The immortal goo inside Yulu Blessed Land were their property. Right now, Zishu Feng's request was simply digging away at their fortune. But one had to say, Shark Demon really had a grand disposition. He knew how to assess the situation and give up some benefits when necessary. He could actually hold in his anger and agree to Zishu Feng's request. This made Feng Yuan praise him secretly. Zishu Feng saw Shark Demon giving in and did not hesitate. She nodded, smiling. "Sir Shark Demon, I am not a greedy person, but one of the immortal goo in the battlefield killer move suits me a lot. I will not dare to ask for more immortal goo. I owe you a favor this time." "Go ahead, Master Zishu Feng." Subayman crossed her arms, saying in a cold tone. This immortal goo was not easy to obtain. Everyone watched with anticipation as Zishu Feng's expression turned serious. Her aura was growing. At the same time, black and white lights appeared on her body. The black and white light swirled around, forming into a big ball. The ball was made of black, white, and gray. It resembled a map and was showing a lifelike scene of the battlefield. In the map, the incomplete profound ice house was a white dot in the center, surrounded by darkness. They were all soul beasts. The hidden goo worms were around the countless soul beasts. They were shining like stars, having very clear locations. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Distinct Map. Zishu Feng breathed in deeply. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the map. She used her index finger and thumb to grab onto a hidden spot. By exerting some strength, she squeezed. The immortals only heard a soft cracking sound, like something had shattered. Immediately after, Zishu Feng's fingers grinded. When she took out her hand, the goo worms at the hidden spot were destroyed. At once, the immortals gasped. Zishu Feng's Wisdom Path Killer Move could bypass profound ice house and attack the outside world, with such precision. The soul beasts outside could do nothing to stop it. It was incredible. Even Feng Yuan found it eye-opening. This female immortal, Zishu Feng, might have a terrible attitude towards Feng Yuan, but she was called Master Z by Shark Demon. She truly had some abilities. Even though Feng Yuan had the advantage in terms of a good wisdom path inheritance and could surpass Bo Dan, Lu Tanzin and Ninth Ghost Finger, against a wisdom path goo immortal like Zishu Feng, he was lacking by a lot. Eventually, Zishu Feng used this distinct map killer move and destroyed most of the hidden goo worms, capturing an immortal goo in the process. When she took out this immortal goo from distinct map, the other goo immortals were all shocked. After losing one immortal goo, fighting soul battlefield broke down rapidly. The remaining immortal goo and mortal goo disappeared quickly, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts growled. As they growled, they attacked relentlessly for the final time. Profound Ice House was after all an immortal goo house. It resisted the soul beast's frenzied attacks until the end. Eventually, the soul beast army disintegrated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Daemon and the others finally obtained victory. But soon, they fell into another battlefield killer move. Heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Bodan held his head in desperation. After the fighting soul battlefield, the immortals went into another new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors a Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange, other than 8 huge doors around them. There was nothing else. But even the best wisdom path goo immortal, Zishu Feng, showed a difficult expression. She reminded them, be careful. This 8 Doors a Labyrinth is used specially to trap enemies. Even though it does not have the killing nature of fighting soul battlefield, it is harder to deal with. Nobody had any rebuttal. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. When goo immortals were trapped inside, they would lose their sense of direction to a huge extent. Furthermore, each of these 8 doors would only allow one life form inside. After entering, the door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors before Shark Daemon and gang meant that they only had 8 chances to explore it. After entering the door, the goo immortals would need to fight alone with any help. There were no other goo immortals to help them. Rumors says that after entering the door, goo immortals will end up in a second area, and make another choice out of 8 doors. In the 8 Doors Labyrinth, there are 8 areas. Each area has 8 doors. There is only one correct path, however. Choosing the wrong path would just be going in circles. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful at trapping people. Without a wisdom path goo immortal skilled at deductions, there is no way to unravel it. Goo immortals skilled at fighting cannot progress through this. They might even be trapped inside until they die. Zishu Feng sighed. Even though she was a wisdom path goo immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The immortal killer move distinct map earlier had already exposed her foundation. She was a wisdom path goo immortal skilled at investigation and long-ranged attacks. She was more of a battle type. Fang Yuan's wisdom path inheritance was good at deductions, but he did not even have the most basic star thought immortal goo. One couldn't cook a meal without the ingredients. This was a very awkward state. This is only the first area. We can still retreat. Zishu Feng reminded. In the earlier battlefield killer move, they could probe it. But against 8 Doors Labyrinth, goo immortals would be risking their lives to investigate it. They could not even probe it from outside. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder to deal with. We should be close to completely taking it down? Shark Daemon sighed. He wisely chose to retreat. Using Profound Ice House, the immortals charged out and left Yulu Blessed Land. This time, even though Shark Demon and the others unraveled fighting soul battlefield, they paid a huge price. It was a pitiful victory. The one that benefited the most was Zishu Feng. She obtained an immortal goo as compensation. She was overjoyed. Chapter 906, Yellow Spring Sea Area, Undying Kingdom. They had unraveled fighting soul battlefield, but because of the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, Shark Demon and the group had no choice but to temporarily retreat from Yulu Blessed Land. After parting with the other wisdom path goo immortals, Feng Yuan and Tai Yuansheng followed Shark Demon and Su Beiman to Shark Sea where they were hosted to a banquet. Brother Xing Xiang, I wonder how much assurance you have in deciphering 8 Doors a Labyrinth? In the banquet, Shark Daemon asked. Feng Yuan's expression slightly changed as he heavily shook his head. I am ashamed. I don't have the least bit of assurance. Even you don't have any assurance? Su Beiman said with disappointment. Feng Yuan mumbled. If I could refine a certain wisdom path immortal goo, I would have 30% assurance. Unfortunately, although I have been trying with all my efforts to gather the immortal materials, I am still far away from the standard to refine immortal goo. Refining immortal goo is really hard. Shark Demon's eyes slightly brightened at Feng Yuan's words. but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xing Xiangzi not only once, and knew ins and outs of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan indeed lacked wisdom path immortal killer moves. While unraveling the battlefield killer move this time, Shark Daemon also learned several things. Big Bag Lutanzin and the demonic path Gu immortal ninth ghost finger could not match Fang Yuan in wisdom path methods. There was no need to even mention Bodan. Zishu Fang, on the contrary, was truly skilled, far surpassing Fang Yuan, but she was a righteous path Gu immortal, and not to mention that she could not fit in with Shark Demon's group. Her appetite was too big. In this trip, Shark Demon and the group did not even get anything, but Zishu Fang obtained an immortal Gu, gaining the biggest profit. No matter how open-minded Shark Daemon was, he felt extreme loss from losing an immortal Gu. Although they unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, they held a poor impression of Zishu Fang. It was only that they suppressed it and did not mention it. With Shark Demon's personality, he would get back at her for this, sooner or later. Fang Yuan was observing Shark Demon's expression. Seeing the latter's eyes brighten before dimming, he sighed and said gently, "I won't hide it from the two of you. My wisdom path inheritance is complete. If I have that wisdom path immortal Gu, I can use several powerful immortal killer moves and my strength will definitely rise greatly. Even if I can't match Zishu Fang, the gap won't be too big." Shark Demon nodded and talked about other things, not continuing this topic. Fang Yuan had not fully expressed himself before he was interrupted. But how could Shark Demon not understand Fang Yuan's meaning? The hidden implication of Xing Xiangzi's words is to make me sponsor him in refining that wisdom path immortal Gu. But I will suffer greatly in this transaction. It is okay if the refinement succeeds, but if it fails, all the investment would be gone to waste. That will just be adding to my misfortunes. Shark Demon pondered, and denied the thought of helping Fang Yuan refine immortal Gu. In fact, the pressure on him recently was huge. To invade Yulu Blessed Land, he and Su Beiman had invested large amounts of energy and wealth, but up to this point, there were few results. On this attempt too, they had paid quite a lot to invite 3 wisdom path assistants. Even if Shark Demon and Su Beiman were veteran experts with deep foundations, their accumulation was showing signs of being exhausted right now. Refining immortal Gu might just be sending themselves into a bottomless pit. Unless it was the only choice left, Shark Demon absolutely would not choose this option. Fang Yuan felt slight regret about Shark Demon's stance, but he had already predicted it and did not feel any disappointment. He had used up most of his immortal essence stones to relocate the Blessed Land. With his current financial ability, he required a long time before he could gather enough immortal materials for refining Star Thought immortal Gu. It doesn't matter that Shark Demon did not take the bait, the main thing is still to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not forget his current main goal. Shark Demon also wanted Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. The reason? Because once Fang Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on Shark Demon and Su Beiman's side. Like this, with Zombie Alliance's alliance restrictions, Shark Demon could more conveniently and more assuredly use Fang Yuan the next time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land. This would be of great help to Shark Demon's present development plan. Helping Xing Xiangzi was helping himself, so after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later, Shark Demon and Fang Yuan were flying quickly. "This is Yellow Spring Sea area." Shark Demon pointed at the sea below, and introduced. In fact, there was no need for his indication, as Fang Yuan was already looking at the special sea below him. The seawater of the Yellow Spring Sea area was yellow in color, like the sea was mixed with dirt and sand. Waves billowed, moving up and down the sea. But in fact, there was no sand floating on the Yellow Spring Sea area. The seawater by itself had a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea area is an extremely special sea area. As you get closer to the center of the sea area, you will find there are no living creatures. This is the largest zombie farming area in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fang Yuan nodded and used investigative methods, His vision increased sharply, penetrating the sea surface towards the depths. He saw countless skeletons floating inside the sea, large numbers of zombie fish groups, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles, and so on, moving in the sea, and constantly fighting each other. In the seabed lived grayish-white decomposed corals which gave off intense stenches that pervaded the surrounding seawater. Strands of seaweed, drifting with the water flow, were deathly pale, like nooses used to hang people. Over these 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents, and flew for a day and a half, going past 10 sea areas before we reached this Yellow Spring Sea area where Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters lies. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions. To be able to grasp such a large territory in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan sincerely exclaimed. Shark Demon laughed heartily. The zombie alliance branches in the other 4 regions are weaker. But this here in Eastern Sea is the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It is powerful and prosperous, and can surpass other super forces. Brother Xiang, joining this powerful force is a sensible decision. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance possessed a public blessed land which they used as their headquarters. This public blessed land, located in the center of the Yellow Spring Sea area, was known as the Undying Kingdom in the world of Eastern Sea Goo Immortals. Under Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan smoothly entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Unlike Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was a scene full of life, filled with the twittering of birds and fragrance of flowers. This formed a stark contrast with the death energy and putrefaction of immortal zombies. Since immortal zombies are already among the living dead, their immortal apertures turns into dead lands. How could you raise such a large public blessed land? Could it be from the blessed lands of living Goo Immortals, members of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon laughed. Xiang, you can be at ease. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forcibly demanded any living Goo Immortal that wants to join Zombie Alliance to offer a part of their immortal aperture. Naturally, Zombie Alliance encourages you to offer part of your blessed land by providing large amounts of rewards. You will see this once you look at the assignments in the inner hall. Most of the Undying Kingdom blessed land still came from immortal zombies. Or to put it more accurately, it came from those old Goo Immortals whose lifespan is ending and are planning to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lives, or for various other reasons. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has unique methods to merge pieces of blessed lands to preserve and maintain their vitality. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, showing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon was observing his expression, and laughed. Xiang, are you also interested in this method? He. That's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has already gained some success from countless predecessor studies and accumulations on how to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while not causing any change to the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan's heart thumped loudly. He had always been thinking of how to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. Why? It was because an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead land and had no potential to progress in cultivation. However, now, as Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words, his thoughts towards reviving had another change. The reason I am trying to be free of an immortal zombie body and revive is for my immortal aperture to be full of life and to progress in cultivation. But if I could truly maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture as an immortal zombie, and have the possibility to improve, then wouldn't it be making the best of both worlds? To be an immortal zombie was to be among the living dead with no limit to lifespan, and could be considered as another form of longevity. Fang Yuan was using this advantage to continuously step into the wisdom light halo, greatly improving his capabilities. But if Fang Yuan revived into a living person, his lifespan would sharply reduce under the light of wisdom and he would only be able to use wisdom goo for a number of times. The immortal zombie body had advantages and disadvantages, but even if Feng Yuan had wisdom goo, the disadvantages still outweighed the advantages. Thus, Feng Yuan had been looking for a way to revive all along. If I can truly maintain my immortal zombie body and still revive my immortal aperture to advance my cultivation, this would be the best option for me. But right now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has made remarkable achievements in this aspect, they are still a great distance from perfecting it. If they truly had this method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would already have been dominating Eastern Sea. The 5 regions would also not have the current structure. After Feng Yuan calmed down, he speculated the truths of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. All humans are mortal. They will have a day where their lifespan ends. Brother Xingxiang, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can contribute to the alliance and use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon smiled as he patted Feng Yuan's shoulder. Feng Yuan nodded with a fervent expression on his face, but his mind was calm and knew Shark Demon was simply trying to entice him. Feng Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and already understood that to exchange for such a level of research results, the contribution to the alliance must be extremely big. Shark Demon brought Feng Yuan to the center of the Undying Kingdom. Over there existed a mountain range carved from skeletons, and on the tens of mountains lay tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Feng Yuan to a hall. After a long while, Feng Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the hall. Feng Yuan now had an identity token and also information path mortal goo used to transmit all sorts of information to and from Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Feng Yuan smoothly became a member of Zombie Alliance. Chapter 907, Interacting with Song Clan. Compared to the first time when Feng Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, it was much easier this time to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Originally, Feng Yuan was afraid that his identity would get exposed. After all, there were several rank 8 immortal zombies guarding Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Because of this, Feng Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large number of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Goo into the killer move vaguely familiar face. With each strength, change form, and Star Mark, 3 Immortal Goo as the cores, it was much more realistic when Feng Yuan transformed into a Star Path Goo Immortal or a Star Path Desolate Beast. But this time, when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Feng Yuan did not see a single rank 8 Goo Immortal. Even the inspection towards his Xingxiangzi identity was only a formality. The reason for this, other than the busy schedule of rank 8 Goo Immortals, should be that Shark Demon has a high status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Living Goo Immortals cannot become higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The reason should be because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a huge force, it has enough confidence and foundation. Feng Yuan analyzed secretly. 7 days later, BC, countless bee groups emerged from the water, landing on the boat flowers floating on the sea. During May in Eastern Sea, the surface of BC would have ripples that carried countless boat flowers that floated over. These flowers were in vibrant colors, they were as large as small boats. They were like scrolls that spread out in the sea of flowers. BC was a sea area that was connected to Flower Sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in BC. This special type of bee could only fly temporarily. They were more skilled at swimming in the sea freely. During May each year, countless boat flowers would flow along with the waves, arriving at BC area. It was the only opportunity for the water bees to collect nectar. In the air of this sea, Feng Yuan, Shark Demon and the others got into a formation, as they underwent an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Goo Immortals. Eventually, after 30 minutes, the two sides came to an agreement. After coming to terms, Song Yishi and the others no longer pursued Xingxiangzi's wrongdoings. Even though Xingxiangzi did not do it on purpose, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to apologize, he even had to compensate Song Yishi 600 Immortal Essence Stones. Xingxiangzi could not pay everything in one go, so he could have 6 installments for it. He could pay 100 Immortal Essence Stones first, followed by 120 on the second installment, and 140 Immortal Essence Stones on the third. According to the agreement, if he were to pay in batches, Feng Yuan would definitely make greater losses. Thus, after they came to an agreement, Feng Yuan borrowed a sum of Immortal Essence Stones from Tai Wei Wushang and Shark Demon, getting a total of 600 and passing it to Song Yishi. Song Yishi's expression was dark. She received these Immortal Essence Stones as she stared at Feng Yuan angrily. She said coldly, "Apologize." Feng Yuan was a person who could give in if needed to. He smiled bitterly and apologized earnestly. "I did not intend to offend Fairy Yishi, to have angered a beauty. I truly deserve death, please forgive me." "Then why don't you go and die?" Song Yishi interjected. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. "If I had seen Fairy Yishi's body fully, I would deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But Fairy should know, the mist in the hot spring is thick. You also used an isolation immortal killer move. How could I see anything?" Song Yishi snorted. She was extremely clear of the situation then. She had no defenses set up at the bottom of the volcano. How could she have any immortal killer move? Even if there was mist, Song Yishi had gotten rid of them in advance. She did not like to have her vision obstructed. But Song Yishi did not argue against Feng Yuan's bullshit. Even if this lecherous and shameless old man had seen her entire body, Song Yishi had to deny it and refuse to acknowledge it. The two Gu immortals from Song Clan had a dazed expression. They even secretly pitied this Xing Xiangzi. Feng Yuan had explained it clearly. The truth was, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had inspected Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only been formed in the last few years, and because Song Yishi did not inspect the bottom of her volcano clearly, such a loophole was formed. Xing Xiangzi only took a look, and because of the thick mist, he could not see anything, but he had to compensate 600 Immortal Essence Stones. This was simply too much of a price to pay. In the end, it was all because Song Clan was a superforce with a large foundation. If Xing Xiangzi offended anyone else, it would have been fine, but he actually looked at Song Yishi. Even though she herself was not an issue, she was backed by the first supreme elder of Song Clan, Song Qiyuan. If not for Shark Demon negotiating in this matter on behalf of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being stronger than Song Clan, Feng Yuan would not have been able to pay merely 600 Immortal Essence Stones to settle this matter. Xing Xiangzi, even though this matter is over, I don't want to see you appear in front of me ever again. Song Yishi said harshly before flying away. The other two Gu immortals from Song Clan had a milder attitude. They cupped their fists politely. "Lord Shark Demon, Lady Su Bei Man, farewell. Take care." Shark Demon replied. At this point, the incident was resolved. Shark Demon invited Feng Yuan and Tai Wei Wushang to Shark Sea again as guests. But Feng Yuan rejected him. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any lucrative missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could make use of his expertise, in order to earn Immortal Essence Stones and settle his debt. Shark Demon sensed Feng Yuan's dejection and consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance had a loose structure and would not restrict his freedom. Feng Yuan's acting was on point. He made Shark Demon believe that he was really a lone cultivator that was very bent on having freedom. Since Feng Yuan rejected them, Shark Demon and Su Bei Man did not force him. This couple also needed time to prepare for the next invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. After parting with Shark Demon, Feng Yuan actually took some deduction missions from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was a vigilant person. He had to finish the act. He would not leave flaws in such details. Feng Yuan had a mission token, and an information path Mortal Gu for communication. It was easy to accept missions. He did not need to head to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Feng Yuan did not intend to enter Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally ever again. After all, there were rank 8 immortal zombies staying on guard there, against such great experts. Even though Feng Yuan had the killer move vaguely familiar face, he was not confident in it. Even though I spent 600 Immortal Essence Stones, As long as I can get into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance successfully, it will be worth it. Now, I have to wait for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to release some missions regarding Northern Plains. For example, information collecting in Northern Plains, or a mission to inspect the Northern Plains branch of Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan planned. Fang Yuan's plan was going very smoothly. At this point, he just needed to wait. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He and Tai Bei Yunsheng parted ways. He used landscape as before to pave the way and make friends in Eastern Sea's Hu Immortal World. Using the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan spent a short amount of time to finish all of the deduction missions that he had taken from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. If it was in the past, these deduction missions would have taken him much of the month, but now Fang Yuan only used several days. Fang Yuan was gradually feeling his wisdom path attainment increasing. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had undergone turmoil, torture, glory, falling from grace. All of these had turned him into a strategist. He was adept at plotting against people. This made Fang Yuan very compatible with the cultivation of wisdom path. Furthermore, with a high-quality wisdom path inheritance, and the rank 9 wisdom gu, could Fang Yuan's wisdom path not improve drastically? After completing these missions, Fang Yuan did not turn them in. This speed was too shocking. It was not on the level of attainment that he had revealed to them. As for the immortal essence stones that Fang Yuan owed Tai Bei Yunsheng and Shark Demon, he was not worried. Fang Yuan could choose not to pay back the debt to Tai Bei Yunsheng. As for Shark Demon, he could return it in a few days' time. Gutsku had greater demand than supply. It was still selling like hotcakes. His other businesses were also progressing smoothly. Even though he had caused the 4 sources of revenue in Starform Blessed Land to be damaged when he relocated it, Fang Yuan's monthly profits still reached 1,000 immortal essence stones. But in spite of this, Fang Yuan still lacked money, be it the reform in Starform Blessed Land, or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu. They needed funds, huge amounts of funds. Other than that, there was also the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan needed to feed the large number of Immortal Gu that he had. If they died from hunger, his loss would be too great. Finding lifespan Gu, reducating Fang Zheng, interrogating the captives, building the 4th Fang Yuan stone nest, improving his immortal killer moves, learning new wisdom path techniques for the next invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, buying Gu worms, buying strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, buying the experience and knowledge of nurturing hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree. All of these matters were complicated. Fang Yuan needed to settle them. Even though the immortal zombie body did not require the rest ordinary humans needed, Fang Yuan still felt that he had insufficient time. Fang Yuan understood his own predicament clearly. One day, the fact that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88 True Yang building would be exposed. He had to use this period of time to grow as much as he could, to get rid of the weaknesses that he had. Fang Yuan would love to split up his time, or even split himself into 2 and work. While he was busy with his tasks, Fang Yuan also observed the situation in the outside world. He put less focus on Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still being affected by the Refinement Path Convention's lingering effect. As for Northern Plains, after old ancestor Zhu Hu defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Beizhou, there appeared to be peace and quiet. But Fang Yuan had joined the battle to defend Lenya. He knew that old Lord Kenyang and the other Central Continent investigators were here. Thus, even though Northern Plains seemed calm, Fang Yuan could feel the intense undercurrents stirring in the dark. As for Eastern Sea, the current most popular news was about Song Clan and other super forces fighting for the control of Ascending Heaven Plain. A few days later, Western Desert, Fang Yuan changed his appearance and did a transaction with Zhao Clan's Gu Immortal. These are the goods this time, check them. Fang Yuan took out the regretful spiders. This time, the Zhao Clan Gu Immortal was Zhao Shirang. He had a stable personality and was quite wise. He was known as Zhao Clan's brains and brawn duo along with Zhao Hukai. Zhao Shirang inspected it and nodded in satisfaction. There are no issues. Take this." He tossed a sum of immortal essence stones towards Feng Yuan, but now was different. Other than immortal essence stones, there was also a token, and an information path mortal goo. This was Zhao Clan's transaction token. Chapter 908. Opportunity after causing chaos. It has been a very good experience doing business with you. Our Zhao Clan hopes to continue the transactions of regretful spiders for as long as possible. The token in your hand is Zhao Clan's transaction token, sir. With this token, you are now Zhao Clan's trading partner and can enjoy a lot of preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path mortal goo. Naturally, you can refuse this token as well. Zhao Shirang said. Feng Yuan accepted this token rather happily. In fact, he was trading with Zhao Clan not only to earn immortal essence stones from selling regretful spiders to Zhao Clan, but also for this transaction token. Among the 5 regions, Western Desert was the most developed in commerce. Every superforce would issue their respective transaction token, but Zhao Clan's transaction token was the one with the most value. The reason was Zhao Clan and Tian Clan engaged in business the most among all the superforces in Western Desert, with the highest numbers of trading partners. Feng Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, and it could be easily done with Zhao Clan's transaction token, and he could also get along well with other trading partners of Zhao Clan. Naturally, this had its demerits as well. Zhao Clan and Tian Clan were the biggest competitors. Accepting Zhao Clan's transaction token meant being close to Zhao Clan. As such, it would be difficult for Feng Yuan to do business with Tian Clan and Gu Immortals who possessed Tian Clan's transaction token. With this transaction token, I can officially engage in the trade of Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. My profit every month will pass 1,000 immortal essence stones. When I restore other resources, my earnings every month will be close to 2,000. Feng Yuan did not conceal his joy, accepting this token with a smile. Zhao Shirang also smiled. As far as Zhao Shirang was concerned, Feng Yuan was extremely mysterious. Ever since Feng Yuan appeared, Zhao Clan had repeatedly undertaken investigations, but could not find out Feng Yuan's identity. However, Feng Yuan did not hesitate at all when accepting Zhao Clan's transaction token. This action meant being closer to Zhao Clan, and Zhao Shirang naturally expressed more goodwill. With the transaction token, Feng Yuan started roaming around Western Desert's Gu Immortal world for the next few days. The path was clear with the help of transaction token. Even if it was the first meeting, Feng Yuan was able to smoothly make several deals involving Dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. Most of these deals were short-term transactions, and only 1 or 2 were long-term deals. But Feng Yuan believed that as time went on and the number of transactions increased, these long-term deals would keep on increasing in number and become more stable. With a joyous mood, Feng Yuan left Western Desert. But when he stepped into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he received shocking information. What? Song Yishi actually flattened that island where Li Clan village lived, in a fit of anger? Originally, the competition for ascending Heaven Plane had gotten more intense. At first, it was only 3 clans fighting for dominance, but when the situation turned into a stalemate, many other forces and Gu Immortals joined in, looking to get some benefits. During this course of events, Song Yishi ran into a female demonic path Gu Immortal, 7 Seas Snake Woman, who ridiculed and slandered her, saying how her body was only worth 600 immortal essence stones. Song Yishi's mood sank to the depths, and after returning, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and massacred all the mortals and beasts on the island. She then caused a tsunami and submerged the whole island repeatedly 5 or 6 times. Naturally, no one on this nameless island survived. To others, this was not a matter worth mentioning, thus Feng Yuan's shock would be strange from most people's perspective. Now what happens to Li Xiao? Originally, Song Yishi and Li Xiao were a famous couple, but now because of me, Song Yishi massacred all of Li Xiao's ancestors. Isn't that like killing Li Xiao? The prominent and powerful Li Xiao from his previous life had no chance to take the limelight in history now. Such a pity. I had intended to connect luck with Li Xiao in the future. He was also a rather lucky person. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Eastern Sea's future structure had changed considerably because of him, and how far this change would spread to affect other matters, Fang Yuan also did not know. Several days later, an event occurred that shocked Fang Yuan even more. What? Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered and countless Grotto Heaven fragments are falling down like meteors, causing forces of all sizes and countless Gu immortals to fight for them. Fang Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the event of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattering and falling down was supposed to happen hundreds of years later. How could it have happened so early in this life? Is it because of me? I picked up benefits from Star Lord Wanqiang and Immortal Monkey King Shilei, and led to Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child to awaken from the dream realm, causing Shilei to be trapped in the Grotto Heaven and having no choice but to request support from Combat Immortal Sect. 7-Star Child had to fight against Combat Immortal Sect, but despite having the territorial advantage, Combat Immortal Sect is a colossal force which made 7-Star Child feel the situation was far from good, deciding to detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and drag them down with him. Fang Yuan's speculation was completely right. In fact, it had happened like that. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 7-Star Child was trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time without waking up. Although Star Lord Wanqiang died, Shilei inherited this fortune. He did not report to the sect and secretly sneaked in every time the crack opened, and plundered the resources wantonly. However, in this life, after Fang Yuan awakened 7-Star Child, Shilei was faced with disaster, having to run around miserably from 7-Star Child. He had no choice but to give up on maintaining his face, seeking help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect could not forcibly suppress 7-Star Child. Since I cannot have it, you can forget about obtaining it. With this thought in mind, 7-Star Child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and decisively stopped contesting with Combat Immortal Sect's immortals. Thus, the Grotto Heaven's fragments fell down early to Central Continent's land by 200 to 300 years. Fang Yuan was left lost for words after he heard this news. Northern Plains has already been turned into a mess by me, with the collapse of 88 Truyang Building and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Eastern Sea has also changed. Li Xiao is no more. Now, Central Continent is also experiencing a drastic change. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed before its time. According to this trend, Central Continent and Eastern Sea are going to change beyond all recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was shaken because of this event. Countless Gu immortals, Gu masters, super forces and other forces of all sizes were flocking towards the Grotto Heaven's fragment worlds. What Central Continent refinement path convention? It was all thrown to the back of their minds. Fang Yuan could not help but smile bitterly at this. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had broken up at a very bad time. If it had collapsed 200 or 300 years later, Fang Yuan could have gained considerable benefits. Because that time was when the 5 regions' chaotic war began and dream realms manifested externally. Champions and warriors emerged endlessly, the old super forces would be busy with their own affairs. It was most beneficial to lone cultivators like Fang Yuan. However, at present, the 5 regions' chaotic war was yet to start. Central Continent was dominated by Heavenly Court, and the 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fang Yuan could foresee that this initial chaos would only last for a short period of time before the 10 great ancient sects took control of the whole situation. The true beneficiaries would no doubt be them and Heavenly Court behind them. The development of the events went according to Fang Yuan's prediction. The change in the situation was even quicker than Fang Yuan's estimation. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation, quickly making an internal agreement and expelling all the other forces and Gu immortals. Fang Yuan got a deep impression of the colossal forces that were the 10 great ancient sects. It is quite the pity regarding Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, 7-Star Child, and that dream realm. Fang Yuan sighed with regret. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans, but now with this unforeseen event, this enormous benefit was missed by him. However, the next change in events was beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang came to Fang Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Fengyang, on behalf of Immortal Crane Sect, invited Fang Yuan to explore a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Could it be? Fang Yuan's gaze brightened sharply. The thought in his mind made him stand up in excitement, and laugh loudly. After laughing, Fang Yuan mumbled to himself, I cannot be careless, although the likelihood of it being a trap is rather small, it is better to first investigate before replying. 2 days later, Fang Yuan came to a mountain valley in central continent. This nameless valley was extremely lacking in supplies and in no way was remarkable, but because a large fragment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, this valley was already surrounded by the allied forces of the 10 great ancient sects, making 1,000 li around it a forbidden zone. If other Gu immortals stepped within this range, they would be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan also did not dare to move around recklessly. He Fengyang personally came out to welcome him and led him inside the valley. There were over 10 Gu immortals, from the 10 great ancient sects, guarding inside the valley. Kid, don't do anything stupid inside. Think about long-term consequences, young man. Seeing He Fengyang lead Fang Yuan in, other Gu immortals did not have nice expressions. They either threatened or advised. Sir, is Fang Yuan? A white-clothed female immortal came out of the group of immortals. You are Fairy Bei King. Fang Yuan's focused his gaze slightly, as he bowed without changing his expression. Fairy Bei King nodded at Fang Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are the person whom my daughter often mentioned. In this contest now over the ownership of the Grotto Heaven fragment, I hope you can be merciful. We will definitely repay you in the future. Fang Yuan had traded Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House many times, but had not seen Fairy Bei King once. But now, as it concerned the safety of her daughter, Fang Jinhuang, Fairy Bei King had no choice but to appear personally and request Fang Yuan to give her some face. Fang Yuan had his own plan, and accepted without any hesitation. Collaborating with your side has been a pleasant experience. Lady Bei King can be at ease. Fairy Bei King nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu immortals snorted coldly. A cold gaze flashed past He Fengyang's eyes. Go in. The others have already entered. Your cultivation is the highest, so you are the last one. He Fengyang said heavily. Fang Yuan nodded and moved forward. The scenery inside the valley was peculiar, like a mirage. What looked like bushes were waves blue like the sea. The scene did not have boundaries in common with each other, resembling a broken picture that was abruptly put together. This was naturally not a mirage, but a Grotto Heaven fragment world. The entrance was open, allowing it to be explored. Looking at Fang Yuan moving step by step inside, He Fengyang could not put his heart at ease and reminded again, don't forget that place I told you about, you must occupy it. No worries. Fang Yuan waved his hand without turning back. Under everyone's gazes, his body completely entered the Grotto Heaven fragment. Chapter 909, Advantage of having lower cultivation level. Fang Yuan looked over, seeing that the lake was shining in reflected light. The lake had a wide surface and was colored in many shades of blue. Once he entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had landed in this blue lake. The lake had a huge surface area. There were several small islands near the center of the lake, growing with vegetation. Looking even further, beyond the blue lake, there were layers of mountain ridges. They were colored in indigo, gently mixing with the sky. Fang Yuan stood on the surface of the water like he was standing on the ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this ability to stand on water was very impressive, but it was already as simple as breathing to Fang Yuan now. Before entering deep into the Grotto Heaven fragment, Fang Yuan gave a final look below him, only to see that below him, the blue lake cracked suddenly, like a cracked mirror. The surface of this lake was completely broken. Fang Yuan could see the outside world through this mirror. He saw that nameless valley in central continent, as well as the Gu immortals' figures. They were looking at Fang Yuan with complex gazes. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He turned around and leaped away from the lake, flying away. The Gu immortals from the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent did not know that this was not the first time Fang Yuan had been inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was very unique. It had 7 areas that were isolated. It was not like a normal grotto heaven. Evidently, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had many space path marks, and they were all very special as well. There were many desolate beasts in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, the zombie dragon guarding the 8th star hall, the walking meat tree. They left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But after such intense combat, coupled with combat immortal sex looting, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's shattering, there must be very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in the fragment worlds. Right now, there are 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant in this Grotto Heaven fragment world. Fang Yuan flew through the sky as he recalled the information that Feng Yang had told him. These 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant were a desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle and nether grass respectively. As long as one was a Gu immortal, they knew of dragonfish. They were very commonly used as food for immortal Gu. The overwhelming majority of mortal Gu could be fed with dragonfish meat if their specific food was of insufficient quantity, and a portion of the food for an immortal Gu could be substituted with it. Of course, immortal Gu were unique. Their feeding requirements could be very bizarre. The effect of dragonfish was much lower. Furthermore, only desolate beast-level dragonfish meat could be used for their food. Among desolate beasts, the one with the lowest battle strength has to be the desolate beast dragonfish. According to rumors, dragonfish is not a species that originated normally from the world. It was a species artificially created via food path. The hidden essence turtle was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. It had weird habits. When it matures, it would stay at one place and stop moving. As time passes, after countless years, moss would grow on its body. It would turn to stone and become a giant false hill. Because it could conceal its aura and could hide itself well, it was hard to find. Only when it senses a huge danger would it relocate. It would not stop until it finds a resting place in which it is satisfied. After that, it would stop and hide in its shell, enduring the weather, be it wind, rain, snow or so on. Once again, if he could capture this desolate beast, it was much better than killing it. Hidden Essence Turtle was a Wisdom Path desolate beast. It had an inborn connection to Wisdom Path. It was a spirit beast of Wisdom Path. It had the natural ability to find a safe place to live in. Many Wisdom Path Gu immortals would use the Hidden Essence Turtle to help them when they encounter difficulties in deductions. Fang Yuan inherited Dongfang Changfan's Wisdom Path inheritance. There was also a way to use a freshly killed Hidden Essence Turtle shell to help in deductions. Evidently, capturing this Hidden Essence Turtle was useful for Gu immortals. Since it did not move and had strong defenses, Combat Immortal Sect did not attack it hastily. The nether grass was similar. It was rooted to the ground and could not move. It had little threat as long as one did not get close to it. A stalk of nether grass was very useful to a soul path Gu immortal, and because nether grass contained large numbers of soul path marks, as time passed, it would influence the surroundings. A wide range surrounding the nether grass would become a breeding ground for soul path Gu worms. Nether grass had an immense effect to modify the environment of a blessed land or grotto heaven. So for the same reason, Combat Immortal Sect did not take this nether grass, keeping it until now. But they did not expect 7-star child to be so resolute. He would rather drag everyone down with him, causing Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to shatter and fall. This situation was already out of Combat Immortal Sect's control. The fragment worlds of this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven became the point of negotiation for the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They decided on certain timings and entered to harvest the resources within. Feng Yang represented Immortal Crane Sect, and before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he gave Feng Yuan several missions. 3 of them were regarding the Dragonfish, Nether Grass, and Hidden Essence Turtle. If you can capture all 3 of them alive, that would be best. According to the agreement, you can get 1/3 of the value of what you obtain. Feng Yang told Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan was a subordinate of Immortal Crane sect on paper, this was not the case. As a person directly involved, Feng Yang was very aware of this. Thus, he knew that in order to get him to work hard, he could only arouse Feng Yuan's interest through benefits. Even though Feng Yuan was only a rank 6 bottom-tier immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3 desolate beasts or plants. Because Feng Yuan not only had his own immortal goo, he also had the immortal goo that Immortal Crane sect had specially lent to him. Having immortal goo was a completely different level of battle strength compared to not having immortal goo. Even though the Dragonfish, Hidden Essence Turtle, and Nether Grass were very strong beings, they did not have immortal goo. If they did, they would be walking treasure troves. Goo immortals would have attacked already, be it 7-star child immortal zombie, or combat immortal sect. How could they not strike? Normally speaking, inside Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands, there were no wild immortal goo, because once a wild immortal goo was formed, the goo immortal would take them away for their own use. After all, leaving a wild immortal goo behind had no benefits to the Blessed Land. It would instead cause the goo immortals' control of the Blessed Land or Grotto Heaven to fall. If the desolate beast rampages, that would be problematic. Furthermore, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, had awoken long ago. As the owner, how could he not know if there were wild immortal goo? Even if 7-star child was kept busy and had no time, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was attacked by combat immortal sect. They had searched thoroughly. Unless it was a very special immortal goo and could conceal itself well, it would not be there up until this point. According to the map, the Dragonfish is here in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Feng Yuan flew in the sky, his gaze shined. His greatest interest among the 3 was in the desolate beast Dragonfish. Of course, Dragonfish lived together in large numbers. Around the desolate beast Dragonfish, there were many mortal dragonfish. These were all an enticing fortune to Feng Yuan. To think that I would have my second desolate beast dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take 1/3 of the gains, I will choose the dragonfish. Feng Yuan thought of this and felt a bit of joy internally. Meanwhile, on a small island on the Blue Lake, a group of goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were looking at the lake in front of them with much annoyance. There were 5 people in this group. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation, except one young goo master who was at rank 4 peak stage. This youngster was called Wei Wushang. He was the head of the elite disciples that represented Heaven's Envy Manor. He was infatuated with Fairy Baizai and had once fought with Feng Zheng, but lost. Feng Zheng gave him some face and admitted it was a draw. Since he kept his reputation, he had a sense of gratitude towards Feng Zheng, feeling like he owed the latter a favor. He was originally ranked 4 middle stage, but in this contest for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor took action to specially raise his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, they were training the next generation of disciples, they were the hopes of the future. On the other hand, they were lacking in manpower. Just now, to explore all the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had engaged in fierce competition. 7-star child was very ruthless. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, but he controlled the explosion very well. Almost no goo immortals could enter the fragment worlds, only their disciples could enter and explore it. As has been mentioned before, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse downmarks. They were torn and broken, like houses that were going to collapse. They could only exist for a period of time. Meanwhile, goo immortals had downmarks. They were like giants. Forcefully entering the fragment worlds was like giants entering a small house. The only result would be the house breaking and all the resources inside being destroyed. In his past life, Feng Yuan became a blood path goo immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was destroyed, he also directed mortal goo masters in the demonic sect to enter the fragment worlds in place of him and search for resources. But now, why could Feng Yuan enter it? Speaking of this, He somewhat did not know whether to laugh or cry at the reason. It was because Feng Yuan had bottom-tier cultivation level among Gu immortals. He had few strength path Dao marks in his body, and because of vaguely familiar face, he continued to lose strength path Dao marks. One of the core immortal Gu of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Gu. Changing the Gu immortal's regional aura involved using Eat Strength in reverse, to expend strength path Dao marks. Even though he had the giant horned sheep and other strength path desolate beasts to increase his number of strength path Dao marks, he had been disguising himself a lot recently. After summing up his gains and losses, there was a limit to how many strength path Dao marks he could gain. Thus, Feng Yuan could enter while other Gu immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limits of what the fragment world could stand. There were very few people who could be so pitiful in their cultivation level after becoming a Gu immortal. Most importantly, because of his identity, Immortal Crane sect could make use of him. This was a competition among the 10 great ancient sects. If Feng Yuan was not a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect, he would be an outsider Gu immortal. He would not be allowed to enter by the other sects. This was the righteous path. They paid close attention to rules. They were not like the demonic path, who looked at who had the bigger fist, by competing with force against force, or seeing who was more ruthless and despicable. The first rule of the demonic path was the absence of rules. Chapter 910, Grabbing the Dragonfish. Damn this ancient soul sect. They actually caused a commotion with the desolate beast Dragonfish to obstruct us. At this moment, on the small island at the center of the lake, the group from Heaven's Envy Manors was trapped. They could not advance. In front of them, waves were rumbling, tides were rising. The water was grand and treacherous. The 5 Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor frowned tightly. Looking at the lake, they felt anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could see vaguely that there was a huge monster swimming around in the depths of the lake. Each time the tail moved, currents would be created as huge tides surfaced. In fact, sometimes, its tough fish head would ram into the bottom of the small island. Boom, boom, boom. Each time the dragonfish attacked, there would be a loud sound, followed by tremors below everyone's feet. The people from Heaven's Envy Manor were trapped on this small island, looking at the waves in front of them. Their faces were pale, they were helpless, there was nothing they could do. Desolate beast dragonfish were usually peaceful and rarely went into a frenzy, but earlier, the Gu masters from Ancient Souls sect had used some method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go into madness. It was in a berserk and rampaging state. It had lost its mind and natural disposition. The Gu masters from Heaven's Envy Manor had the ability to climb mountains and move across bodies of water, but they were only mortals with limited primeval essence. Under the current situation, they could not move at all. It was too dangerous. Ancient Souls sect could actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish. They must have used an immortal technique from the sect. We of Heaven's Envy Manor are also from one of the 10 great ancient sects. We cannot lose to Ancient Souls sect. Elder Junying, let's use our immortal method as well. While they were helpless, a Gu master from Heaven's Envy Manor couldn't help but suggest this. Hearing that there was an immortal method, the other Gu masters showed inspired expressions, light shining in their eyes. Elder Junying, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly. If I could use it, I would have done so already. Why would I wait until now? He told everyone his difficulties. As it turned out, before this trip, Junying was called by a supreme elder and was entrusted with an immortal Gu and some immortal essence. But this immortal Gu was used for defense. It would not help in this situation to get rid of the dragonfish. The sect gave you an immortal Gu? What does the immortal Gu look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, let us see it and broaden our visions. Juning's frank admission made everyone intensely curious. At once, they forget about the problem in front of them. They wanted to see the brilliance of the immortal Gu. Juning smiled bitterly again. I will speak honestly. I only took a hurried glance at this immortal Gu before Lord Supreme Elder placed it in my body. Right now, I don't even know where the immortal Gu is in my body. Not to mention attempting to retrieve it. Everyone was very disappointed. They sighed in unison. Only Wei Wushang's eyes shined brightly. he said in admiration. It would be great if I could obtain an immortal goo that belongs to me one day. The other 4 old goo masters looked at Wei Wushang and either smiled bitterly or shook their heads. Wei Wushang was too young. Young people like to dream. This was natural, but only after many experiences would they understand that dreams and reality were different. Like these 4 old goo masters, who would not want to have their own immortal goo, who would not want to become a high and mighty immortal. But immortal and mortal were worlds apart. Reality was cruel. Countless people lost their youthfulness. Countless people's dreams were broken. How many people could really become immortals? The leader, Juning, sighed. For now, we have no better way. We can only wait. When the dragonfish comes down, we will set off. But this way, the other 9 sects will get all the good stuff. We will only have leftovers. A goo master asked worriedly, "What else can we do?" Juning sighed, but he did not forget to raise the morale. This is not entirely a bad thing. Let them go and compete first. We can take the chance for now to gather our strength. Even though immortal goo are incredibly powerful, they need corresponding immortal essence to activate. Their immortal essence will be limited. Let them exhaust their resources in competing with each other. During the later stages, we will have more strength than them. Once he said that, everyone's expressions changed. Their dejected moods recovered slightly. However, I have something very important to remind you of. Juning's had a serious expression. No matter how much strength we preserve, there are 2 people we cannot offend. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Jinhuang. The other is Immortal Crane Sect's Feng Yuan. Why? Feng Jinhuang and Feng Yuan are 2 geniuses of my generation, but each of them are only single individuals. Right now, us 10 sects all have 5 members each. We all have mysterious immortal methods. Why should we be afraid of those 2? Wei Wushang was unclear of the truth. He asked somewhat skeptically. That is because you do not know the hidden details. Juning's gaze was heavy. He looked at the surrounding goo masters and said, I learned about this shocking news from the sect before we came. Feng Jinhuang has a noble upbringing. Her parents are both goo immortals. Moreover, they are immensely powerful beings even among goo immortals. What shocking immortal methods do you think that such a person would have? So that's it. Wei Wushang was startled. The others also showed shocked expressions. Juning continued, but compared to Feng Jinhuang, that Feng Yuan is even scarier. Don't tell me his background is even greater than that of Feng Jinhuang? Someone asked in suspicion. Juning frowned. I am also not sure of the specific details, but the sect had specially told this to me, that Feng Yuan is far scarier than Feng Jinhuang. We should avoid him at all costs. We should not contest with him. Even though Feng Yuan is the #1 genius of my generation, he's not that scary, right? Wei Wushang was suspicious. Don't tell me the immortal method that Immortal Crane Sect gave to him is the strongest among the 10 sects? The other goo masters tried to analyze. Juning shook his head. I only know that Immortal Crane Sect sent Feng Yuan here alone. Think about it. What does this mean? It seems that Immortal Crane Sect is very confident in Feng Yuan. They believe that with his strength alone, he can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Immortal Crane Sect are not fools. The sect also told us to avoid Feng Yuan. There seems to be reasons behind this. We should act according to the sect's warnings. That is not necessarily the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot rival 4 palms. Even if Feng Yuan is the strongest, he would inevitably cause the other sects to collaborate in resistance. The result is still unknown. The goo masters discussed. They talked one after another. Some were stable and conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to collaborate with other sects. Right at this moment, a shrill sound came from the sky. Everyone frowned. Wei Wushang even covered his ears. The 5 goo masters looked over and saw that in the sky, there was a figure tearing across space. This person was extremely fast. Sonic booms could be heard as they traveled. In just a breath's time, he flew over from a distance away. When he was above the small island, he stopped. He went from quick movement to extreme stillness. The 5 goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor felt this was very abrupt and sudden. Who is it? He can fly at such a high altitude. So fast. Is this a human or a monster? Looking at the person, it seems to be Fang Yuan. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously had their mouths open. The gusts of wind blew and entered their mouths, even forcing them to shut their eyes. This wind was created when Fang Yuan flew over. It was very strong. Fang Yuan stood in the air as he looked around. Huge waves, a small island, dragonfish, goo masters. He understood everything that was happening in an instant. He placed his attention on the dragonfish. There were 5 goo masters on the small island. They were not worth his attention at all. The wind was only a gust. It came and left swiftly. The 5 goo masters quickly opened their eyes, looking at Fang Yuan who was in the air. They were very nervous. It seems that this dragonfish is rampaging due to the effects of a certain soul path or wisdom path technique. Fang Yuan guessed as he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand flew out and entered the water grandly. But the thing was, when the strength path giant hand entered the water, there were no waves that were created. Instead, the water split apart when the giant hand descended. It was as if the water in the lake was cooperating with Fang Yuan. This was the strength path immortal goo pulling water. It had taken effect after being fused into strength path giant hand. The water in the lake did not obstruct Fang Yuan in capturing the dragonfish. It became an aid instead. With the dragonfish rampaging and losing its senses, it did not try to escape. It made Fang Yuan's attempting at capturing it easier. Roar! The dragonfish opened its mouth, emitting a dragon's roar. On the 2 sides of the fish's mouth, there were 2 long dragon whiskers. They were lashing around like whips. The entire fish body struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was stable like Mount Tai. It did not budge at all, like an iron structure. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand grabbed and captured the dragonfish, pulling it out of the water. The 5 goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were all dumbfounded. They were shocked and in despair at seeing the process of Fang Yuan capturing the dragonfish and putting it into his own immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast dragonfish, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He turned towards the ordinary dragonfish. Dragonfish lived in groups. There were dragonfish all over this lake. This time, Fang Yuan activated pulling water immortal goo. Lumps of water was pulled up. Countless dragonfish that were inside the water were thrown into his immortal aperture. The group from Heaven's Envy Manor were staring, still as statues. They would surely never forget this scene in their lives. Only until Fang Yuan finished his collection and flew away did these goo masters jolt to awareness. They were all covered in sweat. Wei Wushang was sprawled on the ground, sitting with his body limp and in shock. They had finally understood what their sect meant, and the helplessness they were feeling. Dealing with such a person is beyond our abilities. Oh heavens, I was trying to collaborate with others to deal with Fang Yuan earlier. Such overwhelming might. Did he become an immortal already? Everyone was scared to pieces. The dragonfish was gone. They could continue on their journey now. But the scene earlier was simply too shocking for them. Even though they did not move at all and were only looking, the goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor were breathing roughly. They felt extremely fatigued in both body and mind. Chapter 911, Contest of Dream Realm. About 600,000 ordinary dragonfish, and a desolate beast dragonfish. Fang Yuan flew rapidly while calculating the profits in his immortal aperture. The first move he made after coming in this starry sky grotto heaven fragment world gave him a huge harvest. The only blemish was a lot of ordinary dragonfish had died. Because of the desolate beast dragonfish's rampage, many ordinary dragonfish that normally surrounded the desolate beast dragonfish died miserably. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would be even greater. Regardless, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back then at Dongfang tribe's headquarters, he only gained around 900,000 ordinary dragonfish and a desolate beast dragonfish. His current gains already were over half of this. If these were to be added to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, its size would not be enough to contain these dragonfish. When the truth of the collapse of 88 True Yang Building comes to light, I must abandon Hu immortal blessed land, so there is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake. It seems when I return after this, I must remodel star-form blessed land to raise these dragonfish. Fang Yuan was looking around his surroundings as he pondered. He had unlimited primeval essence and also had countless investigative mortal killer moves. There was even a recently obtained investigative immortal killer move, Star Premonition. Thus, he was not worried that he would miss any good things on his way. However, Fang Yuan did not find many opportunities to take action. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was intact, it was already looted repeatedly by Combat Immortal Sect. Now, among the remaining resources, those that could interest Fang Yuan were already very few. Moreover, he had to hand over 2/3 of all the gains he made in this trip to Immortal Crane Sect, while he himself could only obtain 1/3. This greatly impacted Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. The 10 ancient sects sent the disciples to compete for various resources inside within a limited time, 7 days and 7 nights. After this time passes, the resources occupied inside will be divided up. Next would be time for the 10 ancient sects to plunder and develop the resources by themselves. This has nothing to do with me. So now, I only need to get the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time should be used to search for that dream realm in the central region. When he thought of the dream realm, Fang Yuan's gaze shined and a fire burned inside him. Before leaving, Feng Yang had reminded Fang Yuan to occupy the central region as early as possible. In the center of this fragment world was an external manifestation of a dream realm. As it involved the prophecy of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, the 10 great ancient sects had already begun researching. Moreover, Feng Jinhuang possessed Dream Wings Immortal Gu, which allowed Spirit Affinity House to firmly occupy the leading position. More importantly, this dream realm had a huge origin. It was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Immortal Crane Sect's research of dream realms might be completely behind Spirit Affinity House, but as long as they were able to seize this dream realm, they could contain Spirit Affinity House's momentum, and could rely on this dream realm to make terms and exchange benefits with Spirit Affinity House. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resource was not desolate beasts or desolate plants, instead it was this small external manifestation of a dream realm. Thus, before they parted, Feng Yang specially reminded Fang Yuan of this matter. But how could he know the excitement inside Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan might not be like Feng Jinhuang with Dream Path Immortal Gu, but he had a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, and the Dream Path Killer move formed with it as the basis, Unravel Dream. Feng Yang inviting Fang Yuan to represent Immortal Crane Sect was simply like opening the door to a thief or bringing a weasel to a chicken coop. Immortal Crane Sect does not have enough strength. They had decided to send me now, but this was met with strong resistance from the other 9 sects. In the end, although Immortal Crane Sect got what they wished, my entry time was far later than the other 9 sects. I must hurry and occupy the central region. After all, undue delay may bring trouble. Capturing the dragonfish was only done casually on his way. The most important matter was still the external manifestation of the dream realm in the central region. However, when Fang Yuan reached his destination, someone was already there. Fang Yuan, I have been waiting for quite a while. Feng Jinhuang led 4 other Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House to protect the magnificent dream realm behind them. She looked at the strip's strongest competitor. Her skin was snow white, her appearance as pretty as a painting, her smile was beautiful and she looked extremely confident. Fang Yuan was not anxious, as he replied with a smile as well, according to the rules set by the 10 great sects, for your Spirit Affinity House to completely occupy this area, you need to face the challenges from other sects. Only after winning 2 out of 3 challenges can you strip away the opponent's right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were famous righteous sects of Central Continent, but they also had the same origin, Heavenly Court. Thus, although they were competing, it was not a cruel slaughter like that of the demonic path, and was much gentler. Feng Jinhuang shook her head, Although I have immortal goo and immortal essence that Mother placed on me, I cannot defeat you. I waited for you to do a transaction." "Oh?" Fang Yuan's brows raised as he said, coldly, "You want to do a transaction with me again? Last time, you scammed me quite heavily at the Refinement Path Convention. The method you gave me for getting rid of the immortal zombie status was actually an ascension of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to do another transaction?" Feng Jinhuang quickly replied, "This transaction will be mutually beneficial. Feng Yuan, you have also taken quite a lot of benefits from my spirit affinity house. You can rest assured that I won't let you suffer losses in this transaction." "Alright. Then speak." Fang Yuan nodded. Feng Jinhuang immediately gave a suggestion of what to trade. It was actually another method to get rid of the immortal zombie status. She had completely seen through Fang Yuan's weak point, and did not let go of it. After confirming that Feng Jinhuang's method was not what he already had, Fang Yuan agreed to this transaction. Like Feng Jinhuang said, this transaction was mutually beneficial, having benefits to both sides. And if there were benefits, Fang Yuan would naturally take it. Shortly afterwards, Fang Yuan obtained a completely new method of getting rid of the immortal zombie state and reviving. This was a transformation path method. According to Feng Jinhuang's words, Fang Yuan would have to cultivate transformation path and use a transformation path killer move to transform himself into a normal goo immortal. Then, he could use everlasting immortal goo to make this transformation fixed and unchangeable. Like this, he could get rid of the immortal zombie status. This was indeed a practical thought, because a lot of goo masters or goo immortals in their cultivation journeys would face an awkward and tragic situation of not being able to go back to their original shape after transforming too many times. And this method was the exact opposite. It thoroughly finalized the transformation. As for this dream realm, it would be occupied by Fang Yuan. But Feng Jinhuang had 3 days to explore this external manifestation of a dream realm. 3 days later, she had to leave this area. "This is a dream realm's external manifestation?" Fang Yuan mumbled as he looked ahead of him, as if this was the first time he had seen it. His expression was serious, curious, and his gaze revealing some greed and fervent passion. Every external manifestation of Dream Realm had a wonderfully beautiful appearance. This Dream Realm that was displayed in front of them was like a condensed star cloud, with dark purple light shining in the periphery and countless stars inside. The whole Dream Realm gave off a profound, mysterious aura, and also gave indications of danger. Feng Jinhuang looked on at Fang Yuan's eager expression, coldly snorting inwardly with satisfaction. She had seen this kind of expression many times. Dream realms are good, but it is a pity you don't have Dream Wings immortal goo. This enormous benefit is placed right beside your mouth, but you can't eat it. Maybe in your whole life, you won't understand that feeling of exploring a dream realm. There is also the huge advancement after a smooth exploration. Feng Jinhuang did not remind Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan died in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it would be much more beneficial for her. However, she knew that it was not likely to happen. Since Immortal Crane Sect sent Fang Yuan, they would have reminded him of the dangers of the dream realm. Sure enough, Feng Jinhuang waited for a while but only saw Fang Yuan standing on the spot without moving forward. Although he had a longing look on his face, he did not take a step beyond the limit. Feng Jinhuang snorted inwardly before turning towards the other 4 goo masters. 3 days is a limited span of time. I need to explore this dream realm immediately. All of you, protect my physical body. Don't make any mistakes. The goo masters quickly replied, we will use up all our strength, and even if we die, we will protect you to the end. Lady Feng Jinhuang, you can enter at ease. If the situation is urgent, we will immediately awaken you. Feng Jinhuang nodded, and stepped towards the dream realm. When she was still 20 or so steps away from the dream realm, she had reached her limit. With her current ability, she still could not completely throw herself into the dream realm. She gave a last look at the distant Fang Yuan, before slowly sitting down cross-legged on the ground. She closed her eyes and activated Dream Wings Immortal Goo, falling into a deep sleep. As far as Feng Jinhuang was concerned, The greatest threat to her was the immortal zombie Fang Yuan. Were Fang Yuan to act against her, those rank 5 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House would simply be incapable of resisting him. Thus, Fang Jinhuang did not completely rely on these 4 Gu Masters. What she placed confidence in was the immortal Gu and abundant immortal essence her mother, Fairy Bei King, had placed with her. Dream Wings Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan looked at Fang Jinhuang with envy. Dream Wings Immortal Gu could let the user fall into a deep sleep at any time, and attach dream wings to their soul, letting them roam freely in dream realms, allowing them to advance or retreat freely, guaranteeing their safety. Compared to Dream Travel Immortal Gu, Dream Wings Immortal Gu had an advantage. It did not require immortal essence to be activated, thus it was the most suitable for cultivators like Fang Jinhuang who had yet to become Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan already had thoughts of taking action, but killing Fang Jinhuang and seizing Dream Wings Immortal Gu was not a practical idea. Seizing Immortal Gu by itself was an extremely difficult matter, and killing Fang Jinhuang was also not easy. Even an idiot would know Fang Jinhuang certainly had large numbers of life protection methods on her. Most importantly, the current situation had yet to turn to a critical state. There was still space to scheme. Fang Yuan was not a retard. He would not make such a huge mistake. This Fang Jinhuang is maturing rapidly. First was the transaction. She handed over all the control of this dream realm to me of her own accord, turning me into a shield, to block other competitors in her place, while she uses Dream Wings Immortal Gu to wantonly explore the dream realm and plunder benefits. Next, when she saw me have a desire to explore, she did not give me any reminders, waiting to see me make a fool of myself. However, regardless of how talented you are, you would not think that I possess the killer move Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan sneered as he let out the desolate beast shark fin wolf from his immortal aperture. This desolate beast wolf had been violently subdued by him through flicking its penis. For this exploration of the fragment world, Fang Yuan had already taken it out from Hu Immortal Blessed Land and brought it with him. The moment they saw the desolate beast, Spirit Affinity House's 4 Gu Masters were tongue-tied with shock. They were even about to awaken Fang Jinhuang. It was Fang Yuan who reminded them, no need to be anxious, this desolate beast will look after this place. 3 days later, if all of you have not left, it will eat you alive. With this warning, Fang Yuan flew to the sky, quickly leaving the vision of the Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House. Chapter 912, Beastman. Fang Yuan landed after flying far away. He took out a large batch of rockman from his immortal aperture, be it in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Starform Blessed Land. He raised batches of rockman. Fang Yuan took half of them and brought them along. Right now, he let them out to be used as helpers. We greet Lord Immortal. The rockman saw Fang Yuan and paid respects. Fang Yuan responded with a grunt. His expression was cold and he appeared high and mighty, above the masses. He gave these rockmen instructions to collect resources before leaving, concealing his figure and returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. There were many goo worms on their bodies. These were all specially arranged by Fang Yuan. These rockmen were all armed by Fang Yuan. Their battle strength were greatly raised, because they moved in groups of 10. Even if they encountered groups from other sects, Fang Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would lose. Or rather, even if the rockmen lost, Fang Yuan would not feel loss. This was only a facade. The manifested dream realm was like a small hill's size. Fang Yuan concealed his figure and carefully went to the back, entering the dream realm. Last time, Fang Yuan was inside the 8-star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He was at the border of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and almost died. After detonating his bat wings, he managed to struggle his way out. This time, he went in purposely, because he had the killer move Unravel Dream. His power was much higher, times were different now. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was night. Fire was burning, rising to the sky. Countless brawny beastmen were surrounding a huge fire, dancing around it. Growl, growl, growl. Roar, roar, roar. Among these beastmen, some had faces of tigers and human bodies, They opened their mouths and growled angrily. Some had eagle beaks. They shrieked loudly. Some had a leopard's tail growing from their backs. They danced around and moved alongside the lingering shadows. This is the beastman race that got wiped out from existence during the Olden Antiquity era? Fang Yuan came back to awareness. He understood the origins of these beastmen. Beastmen were a type of variant human. During the remote Antiquity era, as well as the immemorial Antiquity era, they were one of the strongest variant human races in the world. Beastmen had incredible battle strength. They worshipped fierce beasts, and adopted their ferocity and ruthlessness, especially when they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live in them, allowing them to transform into a half-man half-beast state. They would gain a part of the fierce beast's abilities and strength. As time passed, humans began to rise up. During the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared, leading humans to resist the rule of variant humans, establishing the authority of humans. By the Olden Antiquity era, 3 human demon venerables appeared, creating wars and exterminating the beastman race, stabilizing the status of humans as the rulers. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal from the remote Antiquity era. At that time, humans were fighting with various variant humans, and were fighting to control the world. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was slightly excited. He looked around, and found that he was a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a rope. The other end of the rope was tightly tied to a tree trunk. There were over a dozen humans who were tied up like Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no, beastmen are bloodthirsty by nature. They were also known as the man-eating race. History states that the favorite food of beastmen are the flesh and blood of human children. Beastmen tribes all treat surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt occasionally. When they succeed in their hunts, they would hold a huge celebration by a bonfire. Fang Yuan sensed the dangerous situation. He struggled intensely, but the rope was getting tighter. His body had blood stains because of the friction with the ropes. Intense pain was assaulting his body. It is no use. The more you struggle, the more painful it gets. We are doomed. We are dead meat. Woo woo woo. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw that Fang Yuan was struggling. Some advised him indifferently, while others cried in despair. Just as the bonfire celebration reached its climax, the beastman leader shouted, "Come, bring up our most delectable food." Growl growl growl. The beastmen raised their heads, shouting. An elephantman who was 6 meters tall stood up from his sitting position. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk as he pulled up the entire tree that held the ropes that tied the children. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children who were tied up resembled tiny pearls as they screamed in fear, hanging in the air. The beastman shouted again. The elephantman who had shown off his might laughed loudly. His trunk loosened and the tree trunk was slammed onto the ground. The children could not free themselves. They fell as well. Some unlucky children were crushed to death by the tree. An intense smell of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not control their bloodthirsty desire. They jumped in and grabbed the children's corpses, putting them into their mouths. Delicious. Human children taste tender and delicious. Ha ha ha. As they spoke, the beastmen showed a sense of wildness and ruthlessness. The blazing bonfire crackled. The surrounding beastmen stared excitedly with red, wide-open eyes, towards these lucky children who survived. Some were growling, some had uneven fangs, some stretched out their bright red tongues. They licked their lips as they drooled. The amber light of the fire was reflecting in their eyes. The children screamed out in fright. Some had fainted on the spot. But Fang Yuan found that one girl was expressionless, even though her body was shivering, and her expression was pale as paper. She bit her lips. She did not make a sound. Is it possible that she... Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had a flash of inspiration. Before this inspiration was processed, the beastman leader walked towards Fang Yuan and the others with an intensely ferocious aura. He looked down arrogantly at these weak children. As the light flickered, lots of children watched with fearful gazes. The beastman leader had a black face and sharp fangs. He spoke slowly. According to the traditions of our tribe, those that can untie the wind-knot grass are people blessed by heaven. They can be spared from death. Those who fail to untie it, they can be honored to become the food of us noble beastmen." The moment he said that, the beastman leader waved his tail. From the flickering light, a bright flash occurred. The ropes were cut. The human children obtained temporary freedom in movement. Wind-knot grass. Seeing the pile of dried grass that the beastman brought over, Fang Yuan was curious. The wind-knot grass was like a lantern, a round ball-shaped grass lantern. It was very rare to see in modern times. There was no wind-knot grass in the 5 regions. This was a type of grass only found in green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Renzu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing fragments of immemorial green heaven to fall into the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens fell into different areas of the 5 regions. The beastmen worshipped the heavenly deities. Their tribal belief was that whoever could untie the wind-knot grass was blessed by the heavens. They were precious beings that could not be harmed. That means, as long as I can untie the wind-knot grass, I can be spared from death? Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. He had turned into a child after entering this dream realm. He was not even 13 years old yet. His aperture was not awakened yet. He had no power to free himself from this predicament. He could only follow the beastman rules and untie wind-knot grass alone. Even though he knew it was a dream realm, it was not favorable to die inside the dream. This meant he would be consumed by the dream realm. Each time he got consumed, even though he would not die, his soul would suffer huge injury. If his soul got injured too often, it would get weak. When he reached his limits, his soul would break down and dissipate. Even if his body was still around, he would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, each child received their wind-knot grass. Knowing that this was their only chance at survival, the children opened their eyes wide and used every second they had to try and untie the wind-knot grass. The surrounding beastmen were laughing coldly or grinding their teeth. Some were licking their lips or polishing their claws. They surrounded Fang Yuan's group and watched sinisterly. The human children were in the center, surrounded by countless savage beastmen. Using the light of the bonfire, the children gathered their concentration and placed their efforts on the grass lanterns. Fang Yuan observed carefully. This type of grass lantern was made from all sorts of roots, leaves, and stems. They were intertwined together and formed into a mysterious ball. Only in immemorial green heaven would there be winds blowing all year around, at strange directions and angles. Countless plants would be uprooted or shaved until they were bare. These twigs would intertwine in the wind and slowly form into this ball-shaped grass lantern. Because time was limited, the surrounding children were trying to untie their wind-knot grass. Only Fang Yuan did not start immediately. This was the first time he was seeing the wind-knot grass. He was assessing it. His unique demeanor attracted the attention of the beastmen. He even attracted the attention of Feng Jinhuang as well. Feng Jinhuang was also inside the dream realm. Similar to Fang Yuan, she was also a child. Fang Yuan looked very calm and radiated with confidence. His body was covered in dirt and dust. His gender could not be discerned. Feng Jinhuang had a misunderstanding. What's going on with this child? Is she star constellation immortal venerable? Roar. Right at this moment, a tiger-headed beastman roared loudly with excitement. He grabbed a human boy rapidly and threw him into his mouth. Crack, crack. He opened his mouth and chewed, eating half of the boy in an instant. What are you looking at? He ruined a wind-knot grass. He had already failed. It is only natural for me to eat him. Looking at the surrounding unfriendly gazes, the tiger-headed beastman growled. There was the blood and flesh of the boy stuck in the middle of his teeth. With this stimulation, the surrounding beastmen were stirred up. Their eyes shined with ruthlessness as they looked at the remaining children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Quickly come and save me. A girl broke down. She held the wind-knot grass as she cried loudly. Damn it, why is my wind-knot grass so hard to untie? No. I must succeed. I can do it. I have played with this wind-knot grass a lot in the past. The surrounding beastmen did not want the children to succeed. They got closer and closer. They had ill intentions. They purposely growled and threatened, or breathed roughly to interrupt the children. "Scoundrel, get away from me, you stink." Feng Jinhuang flew into a rage. She shouted at a crocodile-tailed beastman. The crocodile-tailed beastman growled angrily. It stared at Feng Jinhuang with its bloodshot eyes. It did not expect this food to be so arrogant. Feng Jinhuang had no fear. "What are you growling for? So annoying, you bastard!" Bam! The crocodile-tailed beastman erupted. Its tail, which was tough as iron, swept and directly destroyed Feng Jinhuang's skull. Chapter 913, Dream Wings, Unravel Dream. Once Feng Jinhuang died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling tenderly. On the back of her soul, a pair of rainbow-colored feather wings unfolded. It was the manifestation of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. "I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo. I can freely enter and exit the dream realm. Even if I failed this time, I can just wait for the next attempt at the dream realm, and try again." Feng Jinhuang snorted smugly internally. She had tried earlier. The wind knot grass in her hands had already been ruined by her. The knot was even worse than at the beginning. But when Feng Jinhuang was about to escape by flapping her wings, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Jinhuang shrieked in fear. She wanted to dodge, but the wings that could flap rapidly ordinarily were extremely slow when they tried to move in this dream realm. Feng Jinhuang had underestimated star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. It was much more hard to deal with. Her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman before she could escape. With just one hit, Feng Jinhuang's soul was heavily injured. At the next moment, Feng Jinhuang left the dream realm. Her soul returned to her body. Puff! She opened her eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Goo Masters from Spirit Affinity House were shocked. They quickly came over to assist her. "What a formidable dream realm! If I were to take another hit like that one earlier, I would definitely die inside the dream for real." Feng Jinhuang's eyes were flashing with lingering fear. Cold sweat was pouring down her back. "I was careless. Even though I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, against the dream realm of an immortal venerable, I am not safe at all." Thankfully, I had prepared a large number of Guts Goo and brought it with me. With Guts Goo, my soul will recover rapidly. In half a day, I will heal completely. Feng Jinhuang wiped the cold sweat off her forehead as she stopped wasting time. She quickly started healing herself. In the dream realm, Feng Yuan directed his gaze towards the wind-knot grass again. Feng Jinhuang's earlier performance gave Feng Yuan quite a bit of information. This dream realm is not large in scale. This current scene is only the outer layer of the dream realm. This is an immortal venerable's dream after all. Even with the rank 6 Dream Wings Immortal Goo, she could not escape immediately. Now it seems, the crux of this dream realm is the wind-knot grass in my hands. Feng Yuan had a realization. After he finished his observations, he started to untie the wind-knot grass. He first tried to untie it from the outermost layer. He felt like he was facing a complex and tangled ball of string. He needed to find the outer tip of the string and pull it out slowly, strand by strand. At the third layer, Feng Yuan could not continue further. It was a complete mess in front of him. The stalks were intertwined together. He could not untie it manually. To untie the wind-knot grass without using brute strength, not only would I need confidence and good perception, I need to deduce it with my brain. I also need patience and ample time, most importantly, along with some luck. Feng Yuan sighed to himself inwardly. He had opened a path in this wind-knot grass, but this path was stuck at the third layer. There was a way out for him now. That was to retreat by 2 layers and try to untie this from another end. Other people could only do this as well, but there was an exception. Feng Yuan looked around and noticed that the girl he suspected was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already untied the 7th layer. The wind-knot grass had shrunken in half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path goo worms, using purely her brain power, she reached this stage. Feng Yuan was shocked. Even though he had been late at starting to unite the wind-knot grass, the difference between them was still too great. Feng Yuan squinted. He concealed the brilliance shining in his eyes. In terms of untying ability, Feng Yuan was only at the middle to upper tier among the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to lower tier. More than half the time had passed already. Looking at the speed of the children, the only one with any hopes of escaping was the girl who he thought was star constellation immortal venerable. But Feng Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he succeed, he would even surpass everyone and become the first. What gave him confidence was none other than the Dream Path Immortal Killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The intertwined strands in front of him slowly melted. They untied themselves. The surrounding beastmen were watching this, especially a snake beastman behind Feng Yuan. It was observing the entire process. But they did not say anything, or take any action. This was the mystical power of Unravel Dream. It was not an offensive killer move purely, its effect varied according to the dream he was in. For example, if Feng Yuan was fighting inside a dream realm, Unravel Dream would be his strongest attacking method. If the dream realm was weak, he could directly disintegrate his enemies. Right now, the dream realm's rules were for Feng Yuan to untie the wind not grass. Then, Unravel Dream's current effect was to help Feng Yuan and untie the wind not grass. This untying was according to the set rules. It was not unraveled through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children and the observing beastmen, Feng Yuan was not cheating at all. He was using his brain and successfully untying the third layer of the wind not grass. Thus, they did not do anything. Even the snake person that wanted to eat Feng Yuan only watched with a slightly surprised expression. It felt that it was somewhat unexpected that Feng Yuan could untie 3 layers. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Feng Yuan continued his momentum and did not stop. The wind not grass in his hands was quickly untied. He reached the center. At the core of the wind not grass, there was a seed. This was the self-defense mechanism of the plants in immemorial green heaven, as well as a way to use the wind for dispersal. Feng Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it high. He succeeded. This speed is too fast. I am begging you, help me, okay? The surrounding people were stirred up. Even the girl who he suspected to be star constellation immortal venerable gave him a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing. I will give you 3 days to escape for your life. Scram now. The leader of the Beastmen tribe snorted, kicking Feng Yuan and sending him flying. Feng Yuan's tiny body flew in the air for a distance of more than 10 steps before crashing on the ground. What made Feng Yuan surprised was, even though he felt a little short of breath from getting kicked, he was uninjured. The Beastman leader was strong and powerful, but in terms of physical movements, it had reached the stage of perfect self-control. Since Feng Yuan had untied the wind not grass, the Beastman tribe had to let him go. Feng Yuan gave a glance at the little girl. The latter had already gathered her attention to the wind not grass in her hands. Feng Yuan hesitated slightly, before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire, walking towards the darkness in the forest. He only took a dozen steps before there was a bright light shining in the darkness. The more he walked forward, the brighter the light. Eventually, all of the darkness in front of him turned into light. The light faded slowly, and the scene of reality showed itself in front of him. Feng Yuan realized that not only did he open his eyes, his body had walked for over a dozen steps, away from the manifested dream realm. Looking back at the dream realm, Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He was very confused. What is going on? I left the dream realm just like that? He thought it over. This exploration of the dream realm did not fail. His wisdom path attainment level had risen slightly. This should not be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be 3 scenes. I got through the first round. Why did I not enter the second round successfully? Feng Yuan stood on the spot as he pondered. The light emitted by the manifested dream realm shined on his face. He left the dream realm and returned on the same route from which he entered. On the other side of the dream realm, Spirit Affinity House's group was still trying to heal Feng Jinhuang urgently. Thus, Feng Yuan was not exposed. But if he could not understand why he left the dream realm, there was a possibility that he might walk towards Spirit Affinity House's direction the next time he left it. If others found out that Feng Yuan could explore the dream realm, it would be somewhat troublesome. After a long time, Fang Yuan's tight frown gradually eased. He walked forwards and let the dream realm engulf him. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind not grass. The same scene was unfolding again. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated all the way, becoming the first to untie the wind not grass. But this time, he did not leave. He walked towards the girl who he thought was star constellation Immortal Venerable and tried to help her untie her wind not grass. The beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? Hee, you can help her, but if you fail, you will lose your life." It seems my guess is correct. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He untied the wind not grass within the time limit and successfully escaped with the girl. What, I still left? Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. His second attempt still failed. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene. He was thrown out of the dream realm like the first time. Dream realms were unpredictable and strange. Their rules varied. Because each dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring the dream realm. Even though Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment went up more than last time. Fang Yuan muttered. He went into deep contemplation. According to this situation, there were two possibilities. 1. The girl that he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. 2. He had to save more children. After he hit a certain number, he would enter the second scene. Before he entered the dream realm for a third time, Fang Yuan rested slightly first. He took out Gutsku and healed his weakened soul back to its prime. Even though he had successfully escaped the dream realm and did a successful exploration, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of it in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul was far less injured than Fang Jinhuang's. The former had succeeded, while the latter's exploration failed. This was incomparable. Third time. Fang Yuan spurring himself on inwardly, he entered the dream realm again. Everything restarted again in the dream. The moment the wind not grass was distributed, Fang Yuan used the killer move Unravel Dream several times and in a few breaths' time, he untied the wind not grass in his hand. Fang Yuan grabbed onto the seed as he raised up his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded!" At once, be it the beastmen or children, they stared with wide-open eyes as they looked at Fang Yuan in shock. The noisy scene turned into creepy silence. Chapter 914, Huge Growth in Attainment Level. I will help you. After Fang Yuan untied his wind not grass, he went to the child closest to him. Hee, rascal, you still want to help others? Sure, but you. The beastman leader snickered. Before he finished his words, he was interrupted by Fang Yuan. I know. If I can't save them, I will not leave. You can eat me. Fang Yuan waved his hand, speaking casually. The beastman leader choked up on his words. He could not say anything else. The surrounding children looked at Fang Yuan with hopeful and admiring gazes, as if they were looking at a hero. Lad, if you can save them all, I will step down as the leader. The beastman leader smiled sinisterly, but soon, he could not smile anymore. Fang Yuan did not follow the script. He used Unravel Dream continuously at an incredible pace. All of the captured children were saved one after another. If he were to untie the wind not grass through his own efforts, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell immensely. To make a comparison, this was like playing mahjong, where everyone else was drawing random tiles, while Fang Yuan was changing the tiles to whatever he wanted. From everyone else's perspective, this sort of cheating behavior looked like Fang Yuan moving his fingers rapidly. No matter which wind not grass he held, after turning it a few times over, it would be untied rapidly, until the seed was taken out from its centermost position. So simple, simply too easy. This was the power of the Dream Path killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes were shining with tears. They looked at Fang Yuan as their gazes was filled with unparalleled gratitude and adoration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide, they were dumbfounded. unable to believe this. I saved them all, I succeeded. Fang Yuan spoke calmly at the beastman leader. A moment later, the children understand the situation and erupted into a deafening cheer. Some were sobbing out of joy, some were jumping around excitedly. The beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beastmen were growling or baring their fangs. They were tempted to strike. Fang Yuan was not afraid that the beastmen would go back on their words. In most cases, these tribal beliefs were extremely strict. Due to the culture and traditions of the tribe, they had to obey it. Of course, nothing was certain. In reality, there was the possibility that the beastmen tribe would go back on their words. But here, it was special. It was a dream realm. This was not reality. Indeed, like Fang Yuan had expected, the beastmen were furious and discontent, but they could only watch the food that was in front of them leave. Passing through the dark forest, Fang Yuan led the group of children away from the beastmen tribe. They got far away from the bonfire. The children gathered around Fang Yuan. They walked together as they fell into silence. In the darkness, a speck of light expanded, until light filled his vision. Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes. Taking a look, Fang Yuan showed a surprised expression. He turned to the manifested dream realm behind him. He was filled with questions. How can this be? I have already saved all the children. I did this to the limits. How can I still be thrown out of the dream realm, and not enter the second scene? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Don't tell me, my guess was wrong. Untying the wind-knot grass and saving the children is not the correct method to pass the first scene? What clues did I neglect? Fang Yuan thought intensely. He worked his mind to its limits. Explorations of dream realms were difficult. Even if Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, and was at the forefront of this generation, but when exploring the dream realm, he had no confidence in succeeding. Every dream realm was unique. The method to explore dream realms varied each time. It was hard to accumulate helpful experiences. Fang Yuan could only guess right now and try every idea he had. He could only persevere and not get frustrated to have a chance of passing the dream realm. Of course, in Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many instances where people explored dream realms and failed to make any progress for decades. Fang Yuan felt his head hurting. He had little confidence in his new guesses. In that case, I should go elsewhere and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan had run into a barrier in this dream realm. He would not stubbornly stay in place. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm was his main objective, he still definitely was going to obtain the Dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and the desolate plant. Changing his train of thought, Fang Yuan left this place, heading to another location. 2 hours later, Fang Jinhuang's pale face regained a bit of her rosiness. She opened her eyes. In her clear eyes, brilliance radiated. Gutsuku is truly helpful towards the healing and recovery of souls. It takes effect so quickly. She was joyful. Seeing that she was safe, the other 4 Spirit Affinity House Gu Masters heaved sighs of relief. They were here as bodyguards. If anything happened to Fang Jinhuang, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Fang Jinhuang saw the desolate beast shark fin wolf that Fang Yuan left behind. Her gaze focused as she asked the Gu Masters around her. After hearing that during her healing period, no other Gu Masters had gotten close, she relaxed slightly. Finally, she inspected her body and confirmed that she had healed completely. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wings Immortal Goo and it displayed great capabilities while I was obtaining a boost in my refinement path attainment level. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is worlds apart. I cannot commit my earlier mistake again. Why does the dream realm look slightly smaller? Fang Jinhuang's gaze concentrated. She showed a suspicious look. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish. Even though Fang Yuan did not succeed, he had gained quite a harvest. His wisdom path attainment level rose. As the saying goes, where there are gains, there are losses. Fang Yuan gained something. The dream realm naturally lost something. It showed on the surface as the dream realm's size shrinking. It did shrink. How did this happen? Feng Jinhuang confirmed it repeatedly and felt more suspicious. Is this immortal venerable dream realm special? It will shrink as time passes. Feng Jinhuang did not suspect anything else. In this era, people's understanding towards dream realms was still at a primitive and ignorant level. Furthermore, in Feng Jinhuang's heart, she believed that her unique dream wing's immortal goo provided superiority and advantages to her in dream path. Although she was suspicious, she could not verify anything. Eventually, she shook her head, ignoring the sense of suspicion inside her. She entered the dream realm again. Just as Feng Jinhuang entered the dream realm, Feng Yuan went to the location of the hidden essence turtle in accordance with He Feng Ying's information. This wisdom path desolate beast was huge, it was like a mound. At this moment, the hidden essence turtle's forelimbs and head were hidden in its shell. Its body was covered and hidden under rocks. Feng Yuan laughed lightly. He swooped down like an eagle ferociously. Boom boom boom. Intense explosions occurred, causing thunderous sounds. Feng Yuan and the hidden essence turtle fought. At once, rocks flew. Smoke was rising up. The hidden essence turtle tried to resist at first, but it had no immortal goo and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Feng Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After several rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Feng Yuan attacked against the hidden essence turtle and felt a little surprised momentarily. He laughed in a helpless tone. He did not exert his full strength. In fact, he rarely used his immortal goo. He had used myriad self-giant hand in many situations already. It would be best if he did not expose it. Who knew if other sects had preparations involving some investigative immortal goo? Feng Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hid itself, Feng Yuan did not rush. He split his focus onto 2 tasks at once. He made the battle grand and loud while savoring his gains from the dream realm. As he thought over it, he had countless inspirations that emerged in him. It was like a door had been opened in front of him. He could see the view outside of the house. This feeling was incredible, amazing. Feng Yuan was drowning in euphoria. Earlier, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I only started my wisdom path cultivation recently. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master level. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm is simply incredible. Such progress, if it was according to normal cultivation, would take him decades of accumulation. Even though the dream realm was dangerous, each time he succeeded, he would have great gains. It was truly a great leap forward. Feng Yuan saved a lot of time. Why is there such thunderous noise? Feng Yuan was fighting intensely with the hidden essence turtle. Groups of goo masters were drawn over to investigate the situation. Feng Yuan? How can he be so strong? No wonder the elders in the sect told us to avoid this monster Feng Yuan. He is simply cheating. This is so unfair to us. How can we compete with this monster? Eventually, Feng Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle and send it into his immortal aperture. During this period, many goo masters were drawn over, but after doing some investigations, they retreated in fear. 36th failure. Feng Jinhuang opened her eyes in fatigue. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had become careful. Unfortunately, she did not have Unravel Dream, and had never interacted with Wind Knot Grass previously. She failed a total of 36 times, not even untying it correctly once. Being able to survive in the dream was the most basic requirement for successfully exploring a dream realm. Failing to untie the Wind Knot Grass meant she could not survive. The explorations failed. Thus, each time Feng Jinhuang explored the dream realm, the injuries to her soul after failing far surpassed that of Feng Yuan. She had to spend a lot of time to rest and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored it 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is so tough. I have Dream Wing's immortal goo, but it is still so difficult for me, not to mention others. Feng Jinhuang looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with dejection and frustration. Right now, As long as she thought about the appearance of the wind-knot grass, this proud young genius would feel like vomiting. At this moment, Feng Yuan secretly got close to the dream realm. He had already captured the hidden essence turtle and nether grass. He was going to put his remaining time into the immortal venerable's dream realm. After going through some intense deductions, Feng Yuan had a new idea. Just as Feng Jinhuang was anguished and dejected, Feng Yuan smiled confidently as he secretly entered the dream realm again. Chapter 915, The Biggest Winner. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm was displayed in front of Feng Yuan once again. It was night. A huge fire was burning. Dancing around the fire were beastmen making beastly shouts and growls one after another. This was a celebration, a bloody celebration after hunting. Feng Yuan calmly looked around him. He was once again a human child bound tightly. Around him were many other boys and girls in the same situation. We are doomed. We are dead meat. Woo woo woo. I don't want to be eaten, the kids cried. Desperate and pale, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he suddenly stood up and shouted, I want wind not grass. The Beastmen tribe's celebration had just entered a heated stage, and right at this time, Feng Yuan's voice suddenly pierced into this celebration. For a moment, the bestial calls paused and all the Beastmen looked at Feng Yuan with blood-red eyes. An enormous pressure was formed. The human children became as silent as cicadas during winter. Shivering, some even peed their pants. Feng Yuan was without any expression. As he shouted once more, the Beastman leader grunted furiously before instructing with surging killing intent, Give it to him, little rascal. I will be watching you. As long as you ruin even a small strand, I will use my trunk to roll your tender little body into meat paste. An elephant beastman walked over and handed a ball of wind-knot grass to Feng Yuan while threatening him. Feng Yuan chuckled and glanced at the wind-knot grass on his hand before raising his head. One? How is this enough? Give me one ball of wind-knot grass for every human captive there is here. I will untie all the wind-knot grass, and save all of them. Instantly, shocked sounds came from all around. Be it the beastmen or the children beside Feng Yuan, they all stared at Feng Yuan with different expressions. After the momentary shock, the beastmen started laughing loudly, and the children who had felt hopeful, felt dispirited again, worried and desperate. Soon, all the wind-knot grass were laid in front of Feng Yuan. The height of the whole wind-knot grass pile was several times Feng Yuan's current size. Were he to use his own strength, it would be impossible to untie all this wind-knot grass in the extremely limited time. Besides Feng Yuan, no one else believed he could succeed. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and began to disassemble the wind-knot grass. Unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream. This special immortal killer move was created with a wisdom path immortal goo, unravel mystery, as the core and several supplementary dream path mortal goo. Right now, it produced extremely great effects. However, although Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo could be used repeatedly, other Dream Path Mortal Goo would be expended after continuous use. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had never slacked off. He would take out some time every day to explore his own dream realm and refine Dream Path Mortal Goo. Little by little, these Dream Path Mortal Goo accumulated and were used at this moment. It was as the saying goes, opportunities favor those who are prepared. I have finally entered the second round of the dream realm. Feng Yuan felt satisfied inwardly. This time, he was not thrown out by the dream realm, and succeeded in his hopes of entering the second round of the dream realm. As it turned out, to pass through the first round of the dream realm, one had to save all the children. Feng Yuan had tried it before but was actually late by a step. In the original route of the dream realm, a portion of the children were already killed by the elephantman. The elephantman brought these children under the beastman leader's instruction, but he intentionally slipped up, smashing the tree trunk to the ground. The tree trunk easily crushed many bound children. Their flesh was fought over by the beastmen and devoured. Although this did conform to the beastman tribe's traditions, it could be considered to be skirting around them. The elephantman was a famous warrior of the beastman tribe. The beastman leader and others also put up with this action. When Fang Yuan was subduing the hidden essence turtle and nether grass, he realized this key point and saved all the human children, finally succeeding and entering the second round. After passing the first round, my wisdom path attainment has probably reached master level. A lot of dream path mortal goo have been expended by repeatedly using the killer move Unravel Dream. I will need to be more sparing. It is a pity that when I followed the information obtained from Mo Yao's will to look for that spring dream fruit tree, it was already cut down by some ignorant mortals half a year ago. Otherwise, with this tree, the amount of dream path mortal goo with me would be at least 10 times the number. The first round should be derived from the memory of star constellation Immortal Venerable's childhood. Maybe it was a regret of hers. I saved all the children which could be considered as making up for her regret, thus succeeding in passing the first round. Now, what will the second round be like? Fang Yuan suppressed his churning thoughts and observed his surroundings. It was a mountain. In the lonely night sky, few stars shone. Just like in summer, warm wind blew gently, bringing with it the fragrance of the lush mountain forest. The gurgling of the brook, the rustling of the leaves and the song of the nightingales mixed together to form sounds of nature that needed no words to adorn them. Compared the bloody, cruel and vicious first round, this second round was mild as a drizzle and gentle as a breeze. Move quickly. What are you being dazed for? As long as we can take 6 steps over the astrolabe chessboard, we can obtain the legacy of Lord Immortal Venerable. If we can become Lord Immortal Venerable's disciples, we can learn abilities and become experts. At that time, we will avenge our families and kill those damned beastmen. The surrounding children urged Fang Yuan to move. When they saw him stop, Fang Yuan immediately understood some conditions to pass the second round. There are records of this in history. The first rank 9 Gu Immortal in human history is known as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was very aware of the drawbacks of the clan system, and to initiate a sect system, he set an example himself, setting up astrolabes in many places. As long as someone was able to walk 6 steps on the astrolabe chessboard, they could become his personal disciple. Fang Yuan recalled as he followed the surrounding companions towards the peak. There, he saw the famous astrolabe chessboard. The astrolabe chessboard was carved on a giant rock with a flat surface. On the rock were lines that were either horizontal cuts, vertical cuts or diagonal cuts. Every time the breeze blew, these lines would flash with deep blue starry radiance. When Fang Yuan approached closer, these starry lines directly passed through his eyes and appeared in his mind. At the same time, his soul was suddenly being consumed at dozens of times the previous rate. Many of the children who came with him stopped, unable to go forward. Some even fainted on the spot. Fang Yuan concentrated and walked forward till he reached the giant rock. He then slowly put his palm on the rock surface. Boom! His ears buzzed as he hallucinated. Those thin starry lines suddenly expanded into paths he was walking on, and Fang Yuan's whole body blossomed with starry radiance, becoming a star chess piece, stopping in this web of these starry paths. Astrolabe chessboard, Fang Yuan observed, cold sweat filling his head. He thought for a long while before taking a step hesitatingly. The next moment, his soul was thrown out of the dream realm and returned to his physical body. His soul was heavily injured. One wrong step and everything failed. Fang Yuan's body swayed, almost falling down to the ground. The injury to his soul was much more severe than Feng Jinhuang's, almost costing him half his life. The second round of the dream realm is immensely more dangerous than the first round. Fang Yuan revealed a shocked expression before immediately calming down. But I have already passed the first round and received great gains. My wisdom path attainment has indeed already reached master level. There is still time, no need to hurry. I will use Gutsuku to recuperate first, then slowly explore. While Fang Yuan was healing his injuries, opposite him, obstructed by the external manifestation of the dream realm, Feng Jinhuang had just finished recovering. She opened her eyes and stood up, intending to try again. Why has the dream realm shrunk again? Moreover, it has shrunken much more this time, almost by a third. Fang Jinhuang stared with wide-open eyes. Fang Yuan had passed the first round and received huge gains. Thus the first round of the Dream Realm's external manifestation had disappeared. This portion of the Dream Realm had already turned into nourishment for Fang Yuan. Could it be that someone else has succeeded in exploring the Dream Realm? Fang Jinhuang thought of this before laughing lightly to herself. That is not possible. Mother used the sex help and already deduced that I possess the only dream path immortal goo in Central Continent. It seems this Dream Realm is truly special. It will gradually shrink with time. I need to hurry up. Fang Jinhuang squinted her eyes as she activated Dream Wings immortal goo. Her dream wings flapped, bringing her soul into the Dream Realm. The moment she entered, Fang Jinhuang felt great joy. This is clearly a deeper layer of the Dream Realm. This is great. I finally don't have to face that damned wind-not grass. Right now, Fang Jinhuang was jumping with joy in the Dream Realm. However, after a while, Fang Jinhuang returned, utterly defeated. Her injured soul returned to its body, her face extremely pale. There is no more wind-not grass. But now there is this even more complex astrolabe chessboard. She bitterly looked at this dream realm in front of her, the external manifestation releasing all kinds of colors, gorgeous and mysterious. Grievance and anger filled her, but she had nowhere to vent it. Fang Jinhuang had gained many benefits from dream realms before, and with the Dream Wings immortal goo in her hands, she had gotten the thought that dream realms are just so-so, having a low opinion of the obstacles inside. Over her life, she had never failed so miserably like this. She had already spent the last few days facing this dream realm. She had received all sorts of injuries dozens of times, but had not made even the smallest gain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I will remember you. Fang Jinhuang gritted her teeth, her eyes rolled backwards and she fainted. She finally could not endure the injuries. Time passed quickly. It was already the last day of the agreement. All the goo masters who had entered the fragment world came out and returned to the sides of their respective sex goo immortals, reporting on their findings. Soon, all the immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan and Feng Ying. In this contest, Immortal Crane Sect without doubt monopolized the lead, not only eating meat, they did not even leave behind soup for others. In such a situation, Fang Yuan naturally did not want to stay for long. He completed the handover to He Feng Ying on the spot, and left this valley while keeping his dragonfish. Fang Yuan remained silent about his gains. He was fully aware that he was the biggest winner in this contest. Chapter 916, Duo Grandmaster, Who Immortal Blessed Land. The underground cave was shining with blood-red light. The faint blood-red light originated from stalks of blood-colored lingzi in the cave. These blood-colored lingzi grew freely. They were mutated from ordinary lingzi. The original Ziforest was not suitable for Who Immortal Blessed Land. But after the blood poison Carria earthly calamity, Who Immortal Blessed Land gained some blood path marks. The environment of the entire area changed drastically. It was suitable for the growth of some blood path life forms. Thus, the originally dwindling Ziforest turned into a blood Ziforest. It grew rapidly and became extremely lush. And earlier, Who Immortal Blessed Land had chestnut flowers, poisonous blue degree grass, water chestnut grass, 6 divine grass, 7 colored 7 treasure flowers, and milk tea flowers and more growing all over it, but they were all wiped out. When comparing the two, one could see how merciless heaven was. There was a feeling of great changes over time. There was some profound meaning behind it. Fang Yuan sat on a giant blood lingzi. At this moment, he was slowly opening his eyes, letting out a breath of cloudy air. Earlier, when he moved about, he used the identity of Xing Xiangxi, as well as vaguely familiar face to disguise his appearance. Right now, in Who Immortal Blessed Land, he was in his base camp. He did not need to use immortal essence to maintain the transformation path killer move. Fang Yuan was in his original zombie form now. He had 8 arms, his face was green and his eyes were bright red. He was 6 meters tall with protruding fangs. He was shining with a cold glint among the blood-red light. But at this moment, His eyes were shining with a deep light of wisdom. This light was the accumulation of time, the crystallization of time and space. It was moving and formed a stark contrast to his evil and ruthless appearance. Recalling his earlier thoughts, Feng Yuan let out a breath of foggy air. He sighed softly. The gains this time are simply too much. He had to admit this point, because from this exploration of the dream realm, Feng Yuan's star path and wisdom path attainment reached Grandmaster level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm not only made Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment level increase, it also raised his star path attainment level. Feng Yuan was very shocked regarding this Grandmaster attainment level. What did this mean? After accumulating foundation in both his previous life and current life, Feng Yuan only became a Grandmaster in Blood Path and Strength Path. Among them, Blood Path Grandmaster was because Feng Yuan cultivated Blood Path mainly in his previous life. It was accumulated through time. As for Strength Path Grandmaster, he had cultivated it on the side in his previous life, while mainly cultivating it this time, because he had a foundation in his previous life. When he cultivated it this time, with the help of the Immortal Ascension Tribulation, he obtained a chance to learn from heaven and earth. Furthermore, there was Hai Lulan's dream realm. With all these reasons, he managed to accumulate sufficient foundation. After exerting so much effort in both lives, using more than 500 years, he only became a Grandmaster in 2 paths. But this time, he only explored a dream realm of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and spent less than half a month, yet he was already a Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster. It was impossible to see his Grandmaster attainment level physically, but Feng Yuan knew his gains were immeasurable. He could even say it was more valuable than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. My gains this time will allow me to grow immensely for this period of time. I can even break out of my predicament. Generally speaking, development was the result of accumulation and gradual progress. By growing slowly and steadily, one would achieve success in the end. But fortuitous encounters and windfalls would allow one to experience explosive growth, jumping out of a stale state and saving huge amounts of time, overturning the situation and obtaining an extraordinary achievement. Since rebirth, Feng Yuan had been resolving difficulties. He advanced bravely and had many gains. They were extremely helpful to him, allowing him to find solutions. Liquor Worm, Spring Autumn Cicada, Blood Skull Goo, Bone Flesh Unity Goo, All Out Effort Goo, Three Kings Blessed Land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Second Aperture Goo, Becoming a Strength Path Goo Immortal and gaining inspiration from nature, as well as Wisdom Goo. Other than these, there were other areas in which he grew and progressed, but they did not overturn his situations. However, after this trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan had gained a new shocking harvest, that was his dual Grandmaster attainment level. Among which, Wisdom Goo was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. It had reached an agreement with Feng Yuan, but it was not his. The degree to which he could make use of it was not high. However, attainment levels were something that belonged entirely to the Goo Immortal themselves. In Feng Yuan's opinion, dual Grandmaster attainment level was more valuable than Wisdom Goo itself. Since rebirth, this can be considered another situation where I made immense and shocking gains, yet this time the process was very easy. It was unthinkably simple. Feng Yuan could feel the mysteries of the twists and turns over life in opportunities from this. He naturally had some guesses. Perhaps this was related to Connect Luck. Speaking of which, ever since he used Connect Luck, Feng Yuan's cultivation journey had become much smoother. The rise of his attainment levels, especially when they rose to Grandmaster attainment level, gave an incredible feeling. He could not describe it. It was as if Feng Yuan had previously been looking out of the window and seeing a large rock formation, filled with crevices and weeds. Now, he took a few steps up and could see further and higher. He could now observe part of the rock formation by looking down. He felt that this part of the formation was as tiny as a pebble beneath his feet now. When he looked further ahead, he could see more, and understand deeper. Attainment level. This was something very hard to describe. What was attainment level? Even for the developed Goo Master cultivation world, Everyone had their own explanations for it. There was no unified description. Fang Yuan's soul came from Earth. This difference made him possess a different understanding regarding the phrase attainment level. So-called attainment levels are like mathematics problems. By answering many mathematics questions, one can accumulate experience. When they get the correct answer, they will eventually understand the crux of them, gaining enlightenment and raising their attainment level. With this level of understanding, they can solve other related mathematics questions easily, and get the right answer. When they encounter very unfamiliar questions, they can also use their existing knowledge to answer a portion of them. Thus, when Fang Yuan encounters questions in cultivation, because his attainment level rose, he could solve the question to varying degrees. For example, Fang Yuan's use of wisdom gu earlier was just superficial. It was a brutish and forced method. Now that he had Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he gained many inspirations and ideas. He could try to use some supplementary gu worms to make use of Wisdom gu more efficiently. Another example was modifying gu recipes. Back then, Fang Yuan had tried to modify recipes of memory thought gu, star thought gu and malicious thought gu, but because his Wisdom Path attainment level was low, he kept failing. He encountered impasses and could not advance. Afterwards, he successfully modified Star Thought Gu's recipe, but he was making use of Starlight Immortal Gu. It was not because of his own abilities. Now, Fang Yuan could feel that he could modify these Gu recipes, and they would be even better than before. Going beyond this, Fang Yuan was even confident that he could perfect incomplete inheritances. Like earlier, Fang Yuan had obtained an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, Memory Thought Gu, Reminiscence Immortal Gu, and multiple mortal killer moves were included. With his Grandmaster attainment level now, Fang Yuan could deduce this inheritance to a degree, and even restore it. Gu recipes could be modified. He could modify killer moves as well. The killer moves myriad self, vaguely familiar face. They were within the range of possible applications. Also battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan could not find one after so long, but now he had the foundation needed to create one himself. Or for example, the construction of star-form blessed land. Earlier, Fang Yuan's plans needed huge amounts of funds. Now, with his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels, he could improve this plan and save an immensely large number of Immortal Essence Stones in construction fees. Furthermore, this new plan would be even more ideal and useful than the previous one. The raising of hairy men, his 8 sources of revenue, the use of Gu Immortal Souls, the claiming of Jpai Blessed Land, there were many things he could do. The rise of attainment levels was quite special. In conclusion, when attainment levels rise, the person experiences growth in all aspects. The Gu Master's cultivation journey would be refreshed, there would be great prospects, their strength would rise up as well. Time passed quickly. In terms of the 5 regions' time, half a month passed. 2 wills were intertwined, battling intensely. Fang Yuan's will had the complete advantage. He was suppressing Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan's will's advantage continued to grow. He could almost toy with Mo Yao's will easily now. How can this be? How can your capabilities rise by so much? Mo Yao's will screamed in shocked anger. Before this, Fang Yuan had been using a similar amount of will to fight with Mo Yao's will. They were at best evenly matched. He was even at a disadvantage. But now, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level had reached Grandmaster level. He only used 1/3 of the will to defeat Mo Yao's will till she screamed in fear. From the start of the battle, Fang Yuan was implacably in the lead, suppressing Mo Yao's will and preventing her from doing anything. Earlier, I used Mo Yao's will as a training dummy. I learned many techniques by fighting with her will. Now, I am far beyond Mo Yao's will. I can use many techniques naturally and smoothly. Mo Yao's will has lost her value as a training dummy. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan drew back his will. He placed all his attention on the battlefield killer move in front of him. 8 doors a labyrinth. 10 days ago, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He came to Eastern Sea and joined up with Shark Demon and the rest, exploring Yulu Blessed Land. The tough barrier back then, 8 doors labyrinth, was now resolvable by Feng Yuan, who was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Back then, Feng Yuan had thought that he would need the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Star Thought, to have a chance of dismantling 8 Doors Labyrinth. But now, he could multitask, deducing the battlefield killer move while secretly sparring with Mo Yao's will. Most importantly, after tens of days had passed in the Blessed Land's time, under Feng Yuan's lead, Shark Daemon and the others were finally close to unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth. We are about to pass 8 Doors Labyrinth. To think that this Xing Xiangzi would suddenly become so fierce. 8 Doors Labyrinth. Is this battlefield killer move the final obstacle in Yulu Blessed Land? The immortals were secretly excited. Boom! With a thunderous sound, 8 Doors Labyrinth was thoroughly unraveled by Feng Yuan. Yulu Blessed Land's true appearance appeared before all the immortals. Chapter 917. Unmoving Troops. After dismantling the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, everyone's field of vision widened, seeing Yulu Blessed Land's true appearance. Only to see that there were flashing lights in the sky. They were like traces of silk or streams of water. Some were moving slowly, while others were creating dazzling ripples. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple. Each light had a bright color. Dazzling light shined on everyone's faces. Feng Yuan, Shark Demon, and the others did not speak. They looked at this amazing sight as they showed some excitement and amazement. This Yulu Blessed Land was very different from normal Blessed Lands. Ordinary Blessed Lands had the sky, ground, vegetation, flowers, birds, worms, and fish. But here, there was nothing. Yulu Blessed Land was very unique. It was merely a broad space without any concept of sky or ground. There was no living beings, and there were also no resources that Goo immortals usually accumulated. Maybe this uniqueness is the reason why Yulu Blessed Land can set up battlefield killer moves of countless paths. Feng Yuan had a realization. Normally speaking, there were huge conflicts between battlefield killer moves and Blessed Lands or Grotto Heavens. Few Goo immortals were capable of setting up battlefield killer moves in their Blessed Lands or Grotto Heavens, because battlefield killer moves used Goo worms to engrave Dao marks and temporarily create a battlefield. Meanwhile, Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands were made of Dao marks. Because the Dao marks varied, they conflicted. When Langya Blessed Land was attacked by Ken Beisheng and the others, Langya Land's spirit did not use a battlefield killer move to resist them. That was because within the Blessed Land, establishing a battlefield killer move was detrimental to oneself. But Yulu Blessed Land went against this common sense of the cultivation world. In Feng Yuan's case, when he attacked Yulu Blessed Land, he had encountered 3 battlefield killer moves. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. These 3 were evidently immortal killer moves from different paths. They would not normally gather in the hands of a single Goo immortal and become used in their immortal aperture. But within Yulu Blessed Land, not only were these 3 used, they did not clash with the Blessed Land at all. In fact, they seemed to complement each other in a way. Fairy Yulu is a disciple of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It is not strange that her immortal aperture Blessed Land is like this. Subayman looked as she let out a deep breath, saying this. Even though there are fewer resources here, if we can learn Fairy Yulu's methods and use it in our own immortal apertures, we would be able to use battlefield killer moves in it. That would be a huge gain. Tai Baiyunsheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. At this time, a Goo immortal who went with them pointed at a direction as he shouted, "Quickly look, Immortal Goo." Everyone quickly looked towards the direction the Goo immortal was pointing. As expected, they saw a Goo worm that had a special appearance. It was long and slim, like a twig. It had numerous thin golden-colored wings, fluttering in the sky. The entire Goo worm looked like a branch of a long golden willow. This Goo worm quickly drilled into a nearby flashing light and vanished. But during this moment it was seen, its immortal Goo aura was undeniably exposed. Everyone's gazes became heated, their breathing became rough, but they were not surprised. There were naturally immortal Goo in Yulu Blessed Land. If there were no immortal Goo, How could those battlefield killer moves earlier be constructed? Even though Yulu Blessed Land did not have an accumulation of resources, with so many battlefield killer moves, it had to have a good number of immortal goo. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed, breaking the silence. He was overjoyed. Even though the main gains had to be given to Zombie Alliance, he was the person who took down the Blessed Land. He would gain the biggest reward of at least 1 or 2 immortal goo. Other than that, by succeeding in taking down Yulu Blessed Land, he would also receive a huge sum of contribution points from Zombie Alliance. If Shark Demon could find an immortal goo that suited him, he would definitely take it for himself. This was the benefit of being the person in charge. If he found any mystical immortal goo that could help him and his wife revive and get rid of the zombie status, that would be best. Reviving from being a zombie and becoming human. Not only was Fang Yuan working towards it, Shark Demon and Su Beiman were doing the same. Seeing Shark Demon laugh, everyone started congratulating him. Su Beiman smiled more subtly. Shark Demon and Su Beiman had put in huge investment into the mission of invading Yulu Blessed Land. They had almost used up their savings. On the surface, it could not be noticed, but Shark Demon and Su Beiman were facing immense pressure. Right now, their investment was finally bearing fruit. As long as they obtained a rank 7 immortal goo, all of their investments would be essentially paid off. Shark Demon and Su Beiman were joyous. The weights on their minds had been removed. Once Yulu Blessed Land is captured, everyone here will be compensated according to the contributions you have made. You will not be shortchanged. Shark Demon smiled as he spoke seriously. Everyone nodded. They stepped back and asked Shark Demon and Su Beiman to go ahead. With immense benefits in front of them, some goo immortals might become rash. Shark Demon's words were both an assurance and threat. Everyone could understand his underlying meaning. Alright, everyone can wait and see. Shark Demon did not refuse. He struck, he willed and turned into a flash of light. With a swooshing sound, he tore through space and shot out. The direction was towards the golden willow branch like immortal goo earlier. Everyone saw Shark Demon rapidly approaching the immortal goo, but suddenly, there were ripples in space as Shark Demon vanished. At the next moment, he appeared beside everyone with a shocked expression. What happened? Su Beiman asked in suspicion. Shark Demon shook his head. He said in an uncertain tone, "It seems to be another battlefield killer move." Next, everyone tried but they could not move out. It attested to Shark Demon's guess. This is a space path battlefield killer move. Even though it has no offensive power, it is definitely more profound than the previous battlefield killer moves. Did all of you notice, every time we get transported back, we would be in our original spots. Our positions would not change at all. Such an ability. This has to be the legendary Unmoving Troops. The Goo Immortals discussed and eventually came to a consensus. Battlefield killer move, Unmoving Troops. This was the final battlefield killer move. It obstructed everyone. This battlefield killer move had a huge origin. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable personally. The work of an Immortal Venerable was truly profound. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had a mild and kind temperament. He was vast different from the other 9 Goo Immortal Venerables. He was merciful. He did not like killing since he was young. He often subdued people with kindness, taking down enemies without fighting. Battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops. Once someone entered this formation with any intent to battle, malicious thoughts, or lust, they would be unable to progress at all, unable to move. In the past, before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a rank 9 Goo Immortal, he used this move to subdue a famous rank 7 Sound Path Goo Immortal, Xiao Ming. In that battle, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not move. He only used the battlefield immortal killer move Unmoving Troops. No matter what methods Xiao Ming used, he exerted all of his strength and did not even manage to get one step closer to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This battle made the arrogant Xiao Ming lose his temper. He then followed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard henceforth. Since this has to do with wills and thoughts, why don't we shut our minds and temporarily stop thinking? Fang Yuan said. It was not hard to achieve this. Gu immortals mostly had some wisdom path techniques. Fang Yuan was currently disguised as Xing Xiangxi. He was also partly a wisdom path Gu immortal. But everyone's attempts ended in failure. Some Gu immortals did not have outstanding wisdom path techniques. During this process of moving forward, their desires and thoughts were stirred up, breaking their thoughtless state. Only certain Gu immortals, including Fang Yuan, could achieve a state of having no thoughts. But the problem came after that. Without any thoughts, how could one capture any Gu worms? The body's movement was decided by the thoughts that were generated in the mind. Without these thoughts, the body would stay still on the ground. In this situation, there was no need for the battlefield killer move. The Gu immortals themselves could not move. Sigh. No wonder back then, Gu immortal Jiao Ming became dejected and willingly submitted to the rank 7 Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, becoming his guard. To get through this round, it is hard. The worst part is, Yulu Blessed Land is right in front of us, undeniably. This is the final obstacle, but we can only watch here and look on, unable to gain anything. Maybe this arrangement was the intention of Fairy Yulu. She purposely let us see hope, luring out our thoughts and desires. It increases the difficulty of taking down this battlefield killer move. If we really cannot succeed, we will have to retreat and seek reinforcements. Su Beiman suggested as she frowned. Shark Demon looked ahead, becoming silent. Earlier, he had invited a wisdom path Gu immortal over, but he lost an immortal Gu to her, thus he did not at all like this idea. At the crucial moment, only a person on their own side could be trusted. Shark Demon looked at Fang Yuan. Now that Fang Yuan was part of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he was one of them. Shark Demon asked, Xing Xiangxi, do you have any means? If you do, use them. Don't worry, your compensation will not be small. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. To unravel this battlefield killer move, it can be said to be both easy and difficult. Oh, what do you mean? Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that he had attracted all of their attentions. He said slowly, everyone, do not be scared due to the reputation of unmoving troops. Back then, Jiao Ming lost because the battlefield killer move was controlled by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Right now, we are facing an unmanned battlefield killer move. It is far easier to deal with this one. That makes sense. Indeed, with a Gu immortal controlling the battlefield killer move, it could transform and replenish continuously. But a battlefield killer move without any Gu immortals controlling it is very inflexible. Everyone saw hope and felt joy after hearing Fang Yuan's words. But next, Fang Yuan's words threw them into dejection again. Attacking an unmanned battlefield killer move is relatively simpler, but to me, it is extremely difficult to unravel this current one. There is almost no hope of success. Everyone's expressions crumbled. They cast somewhat unkind gazes towards Fang Yuan. One of the Gu immortals said agitatedly, Xing Xiangxi, you talked a lot of crap, just tell us if you're useless. Speaking like this, are you trying to toy with us? Fang Yuan laughed as he looked at Shark Demon. Shark Demon showed no expression on his face, but it was obvious that his mood was currently terrible. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped his smiling expression. He bowed to Shark Demon as he said solemnly, why would I dare to toy with everyone? I am truly restricted by a lack of resources. If I can refine a wisdom path immortal Gu, I would have great confidence in unraveling the battlefield killer move unmoving troops for sure. Chapter 918, Blazing Heaven Demoness. Shark Sea, Underwater Palace. Delicious delicacies filled the table, the aroma of wine pervaded the air, and the lantern lights shine brightly. In the banquet, Shark Demon and Su Beiman sat on the main seats, treating two Gu immortals in the hall with utmost cordiality. These two Gu immortals were none other than Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng. After they ran into a barrier in Yulu Blessed Land, and knew that staying longer would be of no use, Shark Demon and the group sensibly retreated. Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng had originally intended to leave, but were invited over by Shark Demon and Sube Man. This was already the third time Fang Yuan had participated in Shark Demon's shark fishing banquet. Gulping down the fine wine, Shark Demon put down the wine cup and looked at Fang Yuan, suddenly asking, "Xing Xiangxi, how much assurance do you truly have in unraveling unmoving troops?" Fang Yuan thought inwardly. The time has come. Shark Demon and Sube Man had been talking about all sorts of irrelevant matters, but he just kept quiet and did not speak about the matter first. Shark Demon finally could not hold it in and spoke about the subject. Fang Yuan immediately replied, "Lord Shark Demon, you are also aware of how things stand for me. The wisdom path inheritance I inherited is complete. Moreover, recently, I have comprehended many mysteries. Thus I could unravel the battlefield killer move 8 doors a labyrinth. But up until now, I have been suffering from having no relevant wisdom path immortal goo, thus my methods are limited and my capabilities insufficient. If I could refine this wisdom path immortal goo, I can definitely unravel unmanned unmoving troops." Tai Bei Yunsheng, who was beside him, also backed him up. "I have known Brother Xing Xiang for many years. I know he is not someone who exaggerates or speaks empty words. Since he says he has confidence, then he definitely has confidence. I can guarantee this." Sube Man, however, was not satisfied with Tai Bei Yunsheng's guarantee, as she looked at the person in concern, Fang Yuan, and pursued, "If you have the wisdom path immortal goo, can you guarantee you can unravel that battlefield killer move?" Fang Yuan did not answer directly, instead taking a step back in order to advance further, intentionally giving a bitter smile. "How can I have complete certainty? This matter concerns Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 supreme experts in history. If something unexpected happens, it would be normal. But for now at least, based on the part that is shown, I am quite confident of unraveling it if I can have the help of the wisdom path immortal goo." Shark Demon and Sube Man glanced at each other. Although they were angry at Fang Yuan's slippery words, they were moved as well. There was no other way. They had suffered much hardship beforehand. Previously, they had spent a considerable price to invite other wisdom path goo immortals to help, but the outcome was emphatically not ideal. They even lost an immortal goo in the end. As for Xing Xiangxi, they had cooperated with him many times now, and knew many details about him. More importantly, Fang Yuan had joined the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, and could be considered a person on the same side. Thus, Shark Demon and Sube Man's first choice was Fang Yuan. However, financing Fang Yuan to refine immortal goo was difficult as well. The cost of refining immortal goo was rather high, while the success rate was too low, and depended on luck. If luck was good, one could refine successfully in the first attempt, then everything would be a joyous matter. But this situation was very rare. If luck was not good, there was a possibility of always failing. At that time, even if there was a huge pile of immortal essence stones, they would just be wasted with no gains. This was also the reason most goo immortals would rather capture wild immortal goo than to think of refining immortal goo themselves. Refining immortal goo was difficult. In the present cultivation world, many rank 6 goo immortals did not have even one immortal goo on them, and could only use mortal goo to hold their own. Fang Yuan was a special case. He had a lot of immortal goo, so many that were they to be exposed, perhaps people would not believe it. However, he had reborn, had fortuitous encounters, taken deadly risks, and faced all sorts of harsh conditions to obtain these immortal goo. Shark Demon and Sube Man did not know these details, but they were aware of Fang Yuan's intention. Fang Yuan wanted to rely on them to lend him a hand in refining wisdom path immortal goo. As far as they were concerned, Fang Yuan could not afford this expenditure and had no accumulations to refine immortal goo, thus he was making them help him. If it were any other time, Shark Demon would definitely have scoffed and not even given a thought. What a joke! How silly would he be to help others refine immortal goo? However, in the current situation, Shark Demon had to request Fang Yuan's help in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Right now, Shark Demon had one question on his mind. Was Xing Xiangzi fooling them? Was he using this chance to blackmail them, when even without immortal goo, he had the ability to unravel this battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan saw Shark Demon's hesitation, but did not speak and only drank the wine. This moment and time was just perfect. Fang Yuan had confidence. Previously, the timing was wrong. Now Yulu Blessed Land was laid out in front of them like a juicy piece of meat dangling in the air, tempting Shark Demon. This had indeed done a great favor to Fang Yuan. As long as they completely dismantled unmoving troops, Shark Demon and Su Beiman would gain lots of benefits, obtaining hundreds of times what they had invested. Naturally, with Fang Yuan's personality, he had already thought of devouring these alone, and backstabbing them. However, his strength was not enough to beat even just Shark Demon. Shark Demon was a veteran rank 7 immortal zombie. Although Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, it was not outstanding among rank 7 Gu immortals. But this was already quite good. After all, Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at the bottom tier of rank 6. Fang Yuan could not defeat even Shark Demon, let alone when there were Su Beiman and other Gu immortals as well. As for Zombie Alliance behind Shark Demon, there was even less need to mention them. For a colossal force like Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was just a rat running across the street. Fang Yuan was rational and calm, and knew his own limits. He had observed and evaluated the situation before he joined this expedition, in order to get a share of the profits and extract the greatest benefits for himself. When Fang Yuan drank the third cup of wine, Shark Demon and Su Beiman had already finished their secret discussion. They quickly reached a consensus. They decided to aid Fang Yuan financially and help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. Even if it was Fang Yuan blackmailing them, they had no choice but to settle for it. They did not even force Fang Yuan to make an oath or use Gu worms to probe out his true thoughts. Shark Demon and Su Beiman were, naturally, not foolish. Besides urgently needing Fang Yuan's help for this final important hurdle, they also had another intention, that was to improve their relationship with Fang Yuan. After all, the wisdom path potential Fang Yuan showed was already worth it for them to make an investment. Wisdom path Gu immortals were rare. Having a friendship with a wisdom path Gu immortal was very precious. However, just as Shark Demon was about to reply, there was suddenly a change. The immense sea shook intensely, thunder crackled, and countless chaotic sea currents pressed on towards the underwater palace. Immediately, a piercing fire pillar shot down from outside the sea, directly striking at Shark Demon's underwater palace with shocking might. Rumble. A loud sound reverberated through the area, and the magnificent underwater palace shined with the radiance of a defensive Gu formation. However, the light could not last for even a breath of time before it was torn apart by the fire pillar. In an instant, stones and bricks broke and flew in all directions. The palace turned into ruins. The fire kept on burning and was actually not extinguished by the sea. The extremely pleasant banquet had now thoroughly ended, as the endless sea waters surged in, sweeping away all the furnishings and the delicacies of the banquet, and soon submerged Fang Yuan and the group. However, the four were all Gu immortals, and had no problem staying in this depth of the sea. Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, and did not need to breathe in the sea. He was dazed for a moment before suddenly standing up and looked at the sky above the sea, shouting in fury, "Such audacity! Who dares to attack my sea area?" Su Beiman also stood beside Shark Demon, similarly gazing up, her expression pale. Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng glanced at each other, puzzled. Shark Demon had outstanding strength, and with Su Beiman accompanying him everywhere, they could advance or retreat easily. Such a duo was already extremely dangerous to provoke. More importantly, there was also Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance behind them. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was the main headquarters of the zombie alliances over the 5 regions. They were a colossal force, a level stronger than even super forces, and could even be called an overlord of the Eastern Sea cultivation world. Who is it that came to attack Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon? Ha ha ha. Shark Demon had just shouted, when a voice resounded in everyone's ears, "This is only a small appetizer. I am not only going to destroy your palace, I will also beat you low-life lovers till you can't even stand up. The voice was extremely arrogant and domineering. Moreover, from the voice, it was a female immortal. It's her? Subayman said. Her eyes widened, showing a clearly surprised and grave look. A bright red figure descended from the sky, pressing down into the sea and towards the four on the seabed. Fang Yuan gazed above at this female immortal and saw she was descending extremely fast. Her whole body was blazing with fire which swayed in the water. As for her true appearance, it was hidden in the flames and could not be seen clearly. This surging aura. A rank 8 Gu immortal. Tai Yuansheng blurted. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, adding a sentence inwardly, more precisely, this is a rank 8 female immortal zombie. Immediately, Shark Demon shouted out the female immortal's identity. Blazing Heaven Demoness, have you gone crazy? You dare to attack a person belonging to Zombie Alliance like you? You are challenging Zombie Alliance's authority, and will definitely be severely punished. Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, as he recalled that he had heard this name before. This name was a famous one. Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu immortal. She was from Northern Plains, the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. After Fang Yuan had infiltrated into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he had heard other members mention and talk of her many times, praising and revering Blazing Heaven Demoness' formidable strength and domineering style. Fang Yuan had not expected to see such a person in this way. Blazing Heaven Demoness, who was covered in fire, laughed loudly. Shark Demon, don't talk nonsense. The matter between us is an internal conflict between Zombie Alliance members. Speak. What are you trying to do by stealing my immortal material? Subayman was just about to question Blazing Heaven Demoness, but had not expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to blame them first. Shark Demon shouted, nonsense. When did I steal your immortal material? If you want to frame me, go find a better reason. These last days, I have only been paying attention to doing the assignment of Zombie Alliance, invading Yulu Blessed Land. When would I have the time to steal your immortal material? You are just trying to start a quarrel. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, was not flustered, instead confidently laughing. Ha ha ha, I came here with a witness. Shark Demon, you won't be able to deny it. Shark Demon was so furious that he laughed. Good, good, let me see what witness you have. Chapter 919, Angry Bird. In the sea and under the water, the two sides were in a stalemate. It was a tense atmosphere. A moment ago, Fang Yuan was still enjoying a banquet with Shark Demon and his wife, having a joyous time. But at the next moment, they were attacked. The entire underwater palace of Shark Demon was turned into rubble. As the saying goes, while a person stays in their house, calamity descends from the sky. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Yuansheng as the latter transmitted, Blazing Heaven Demoness is a rank 8 great expert, she is not someone we can fight. Fang Yuan nodded inconspicuously. He understood Tai Yuansheng's intention, that was to sit and watch. At Gu immortal level, the higher the rank, the greater the difference between them. Even if Fang Yuan, Tai Yuansheng, Shark Demon, and Subayman collaborated and worked together sincerely, they might not be able to hold off Blazing Heaven Demoness over multiple rounds even if they disregarded the cost. This was an absolutely powerful foe. Normally, only rank 8 Gu immortals could fight other rank 8s. Shark Demon also knew this, thus, even though his house was destroyed, he did not dare to fight Blazing Heaven Demoness head-on. With Shark Demon's temper, if his house was destroyed, he would burst into anger and attack. But because it was Blazing Heaven Demoness, a rank 8 Gu immortal, he had to control himself even if he was angry. He knew he was not a match for the rank 8 Gu immortal. The best way to solve this problem now was to use Zombie Alliance's rules and negotiate with her. Blazing Heaven Demoness had gone against the rules of Zombie Alliance. She was finding problems with an ally. How could that be allowed? Such blatant attacks are simply giving no regard to Zombie Alliance. But Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled confidently, like she had already won. Shark Demon, isn't it simple to justify my actions? Bodan, come out. Blazing Heaven Demoness called. Gu Immortal Bodan stood out from behind Blazing Heaven Demoness. He lowered his head, his expression was bitter as he bowed deeply. Lord Shark Demon, Lady Subei Man, I was forced against my will. Seeing Bodan, Shark Demon's expression turned dark. His wife Subei Man also snorted coldly. She had an idea of what Blazing Heaven Demoness' plan was. As expected, at the next moment, everyone heard Blazing Heaven Demoness scream, "Shark Demon, Subei Man, the two of you instructed Bodan to steal my rank 8 immortal material, medicine ice. I was in closed cultivation and was careless. The two of you actually succeeded. Today, I am here to seek justice." As it turned out, Bodan was quite pitiful. Even though he was alive, he had no choice but to join Zombie Alliance. Just earlier, his private sea area was taken over by Blazing Heaven Demoness using brute force. Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea using Xing Xiangxi's identity and joined Shark Demon in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Bodan was a half-baked wisdom path Gu Immortal. His skill was lacking. He was schemed against by Fang Yuan. To protect his status, he had to bribe Subei Man and give her the rank 8 immortal material medicine ice, so that Subei Man would defend him. But Bodan was still too incapable. He and Shark Demon slowly became estranged. Bodan was left with no choice. He attempted to use Zombie Alliance to exert pressure on Blazing Heaven Demoness, so that she would return him his private sea area. However, he was only rank 6, while Blazing Heaven Demoness was a rank 8 great expert. As the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, she was a higher-up. Even though Zombie Alliance received Bodan's plea and complaint, they dragged out his request and tried to stall for time. How could they offend the powerful Blazing Heaven Demoness for this mere Bodan? Thus, Bodan's situation became increasingly pathetic, until Fang Yuan unraveled the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth and obtained a huge breakthrough in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. Ever since Shark Demon invaded Yulu Blessed Land, he had been receiving heavy attention. Seeing that Yulu Blessed Land was about to be taken down, with such great benefits, Blazing Heaven Demoness' greed was stirred. Even though Blazing Heaven Demoness had incredible cultivation level, she was superior to them and had great strength, but she could not forcefully take over the fruits of the labor of Yulu Blessed Land. After all, this was Eastern Sea, not Northern Plains. This was the Zombie Alliance headquarters, not her Northern Plains branch. Since she was a member of Zombie Alliance, she could not break the rules. Thus, she sent Bodan a message, lying that she would return him his private sea area and would compensate him. Bodan had no long-term accommodation. As he was wandering about, he received this news and was overjoyed. In the end, when he returned, he was forced by Blazing Heaven Demoness to frame Shark Demon and Subei Man. Bodan did not dare to offend Blazing Heaven Demoness, but he also did not dare to offend Shark Demon and Subei Man. He realized that he had fallen into a trap and was in deep regret, but now that he was in Blazing Heaven Demoness' hands, he had no choice left. In the end, he was captured by Blazing Heaven Demoness and was brought to attack Shark Demon's underwater palace. Shark Demon's gaze moved from Bodan to Blazing Heaven Demoness. He knew that Bodan was just a minor character, he was not crucial. This accusation would not hold up against any investigations. Shark Demon held in the anger inside him as he sneered at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness, just say it if you want to pick the fruits. Why must you implicate an innocent person? Subei Man followed. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, you are a rank 8 great expert. Aren't your current actions too ugly? Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed loudly. She naturally knew that this excuse was weak, but that did not matter. She just needed a cover. Just an excuse would do. This excuse was only used to respond to Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It could not force Shark Demon and his wife to obey her. To force Shark Demon and his wife, what was needed was not an excuse, but strength. Thus, she came here personally with overflowing battle intent. She was here to find trouble with them. Ha ha ha. Blazing Heaven Demoness' laughter stopped. Her eyes shined with brilliance as she looked at the sea, suddenly saying, 3 moves. What? Man was shocked. I will finish you off in 3 moves. If you can block 3 moves of mine, I will pretend I was never here. Blazing Heaven Demoness said sternly. Shark Demon and Man looked at each other. The former let out a breath of turbid air and agreed. Alright, let the 4 of us experience your power. Blazing Heaven Demoness 3 moves agreement made Shark Demon see some hope. Of course, the most important reason was that they were helpless in this situation. He had to agree regardless of his wishes. Weaklings had no choices in the first place. Yuansheng frowned slightly. He did not want to take action, but Shark Demon was crafty. With a few words he directly included Fang Yuan and Yuansheng on his side, against Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan was calm, showing no change of expression. Man transmitted to them, if we can survive this ordeal, both of us will owe you a favor. As for compensation, we will pay you a sum that is sure to satisfy you. We hope that both of you can support us. Don't worry, we will do our best. Fang Yuan transmitted in return. In his mind, he had made his decision. He would just pretend to exert effort. Only an idiot would help in such a dangerous and pointless request. Man nodded at Fang Yuan and Yuansheng, showing a hint of gratitude in her gaze. I am a wisdom path immortal, while Yuansheng is skilled at healing. Even if we perform badly later, we have sufficient reasons to justify ourselves. Fang Yuan stood out, standing with Shark Demon and Man, facing Blazing Heaven Demoness who was at the surface of the sea. Yuansheng sighed internally, standing beside Fang Yuan. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed lightly, with a look of nonchalance. She stretched out her hand, opening her 5 fingers. Suddenly, with a soft sound, an orange-yellow flame appeared in her hand. Blazing Heaven Demoness moved her fingers, rubbing the orange-yellow flame. This lump of flame was extraordinary. It was very elastic. Blazing Heaven Demoness squeezed it as if she was squeezing a meatball. After a few breaths of time, the orange-yellow flame gradually formed into the appearance of a bird. Blazing Heaven Demoness opened her hand as the fire bird jumped up from her palm, flapping its wings and chirping, happily fluttering around Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness toyed around with the firebird, not attacking, as if she had forgotten the agreement of 3 moves. But be it Shark Demon, Man, Fang Yuan or Yuansheng, they showed extremely ugly expressions. This firebird had a cute appearance, but it was terrifyingly powerful in the eyes of the 4 immortals. Once released, it would unleash shocking might. Not just this underwater palace, the rest of this shark sea. Countless living beings in a huge surrounding area of water might be exterminated by a single blow. A rank 8 immortal cannot be blocked by rank 6 or rank 7 immortals. The agreement of 3 moves was just a joke. Just this one attack, Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against it. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, may I know what is the name of this move? Shark Demon asked after a while. He spoke in a dispirited tone with a hint of hoarseness in his voice. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled lightly. Hundreds of years ago, I was careless when cultivating and flames of anger were burning my heart. I almost lost my life. When I was recovering, I had an inspiration and created this rank 8 level killer move. I named it, Angry Bird. Angry Bird? This joke-like name made Shark Demon feel some shock and also bitterness. Undeniably, Blazing Heaven Demoness was doing this on purpose. She wanted to display overwhelming strength to force Shark Demon to surrender. This was a very crude method, but Blazing Heaven Demoness was too overbearing. She was straightforward and had incredible cultivation level. With her battle strength, it was an effective plan. With just one move, Fang Yuan and the others had given up. Only Shark Demon was still hanging on. He said to the rest of them, "You 3, retreat first. I will handle this move." Before Fang Yuan and the others replied, Shark Demon took one step forward and said, "Angry Bird, it is a good move. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please attack." Blazing Heaven Demoness was shocked. She squinted as she asked in suspicion, "Are you sure you want to face this move? Let's retreat." Man's eyes shined with brilliance, She spoke to Fang Yuan and Tai Yuansheng. Fang Yuan and Tai Yuansheng were surprised. Blazing Heaven Demoness move was incredibly powerful. There was no hope even if the four of them collaborated. Right now, Shark Demon was facing her alone. Not only did he not want other people's help, even his wife Su Beiman had such confidence in him. What was he relying on? Alright, I want to see what is giving you courage. Blazing Heaven Demoness no longer hesitated. At her will, the angry bird tore through the water, shooting towards Shark Demon. But when it got to the bottom of the sea, a strong aura burst out, contesting Blazing Heaven Demoness equally. Shark Demon showed a smiling expression, like his plan had succeeded. Far away, Su Beiman let out a sigh of relief. She explained to Fang Yuan and Tai Yuansheng, back then, we chose this location to build our underwater palace. We naturally had our reasons. Chapter 920, Immemorial Desolate Beast. One-finger flow shark, a surging, vast aura. Everyone's gazes were attracted to it. The sea became turbulent and tides started to rise. Countless undercurrents formed in the seabed and moved rapidly while intertwined together, like countless giant dragons or pythons. Undercurrent vortex started forming and continued to increase in numbers sharply. Soon, the dangerous vortexes numbered to thousands, filling this sea area. This is... Tai Yuansheng was startled. Immemorial Desolate Beast. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Ordinary wild beasts, 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, beast emperors, desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, immemorial desolate beasts. Among them, immemorial desolate beasts were powerful existences comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. Shark Demon and Su Beiman stared fixedly at the center of this aura. There, the form of the immemorial desolate beast was gradually revealed. The state of the enemy was unknown. Blazing Heaven Demoness also had no choice but to stop her attacks for the moment, recalling the small fire bird to her side. The sea tides rose and fell along with the rough waves. The surface of the sea became dangerous while the undercurrents flowed chaotically inside the sea. Several breaths later, the mysterious immemorial desolate beast's true appearance was completely revealed. This formidable immemorial desolate beast was unimaginably small and dainty-looking. It was so small that it was actually the size of an adult's finger. This was a shark, an extremely exquisite and cute shark, the size of an adult's index finger. Its whole body was shining with silver light. This light was not dazzling but mild, like a silk cloth that gently covered the small shark. Such a formidable aura, yet its body is like this. Tai Yuansheng sighed, having a strange expression at his sight. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, showed a trace of seriousness. The small shark ignored Fang Yuan, Shark Demon and the rest behind it. From the start, its two eyes had been gazing at Blazing Heaven Demoness, revealing intense enmity. Shark Demon let out a breath, and transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan and Tai Yuansheng. My plan has fortunately succeeded. Don't underestimate this small shark. It is a one-finger flow shark. This is a one-finger flow shark? Tai Yuansheng looked surprised and shocked. Ordinary Gu immortals would not know of the one-finger flow shark, but as a time path Gu immortal, Tai Yuansheng had long since heard of its name. In fact, almost all time path Gu immortals knew a mnemonic, one-finger flow shark, an instance of brilliance, flowing water and clear voice. Heaven is impartial. It was no exaggeration to say that the one-finger flow shark was known widely because of the mnemonic. It was a rank 8 time path desolate beast, bearing extremely large amounts of time path marks, thus it could swim in the river of time with its physical body. The one-finger flow shark normally hides in the river of time and does not reveal itself. The two of us also found its tracks by chance. Later, we intentionally requested for this sea area from Zombie Alliance, and built this shark sea. Shark Demon continued to explain to Fang Yuan and Tai Yuansheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness suddenly chuckled, so it was like that. No wonder you two stopped at no expense to exchange for an immortal killer move of the enslavement path Grandmaster, 180 slaves, from Zombie Alliance. lower controls higher. It was to use this enslavement path killer move to subdue this one-finger flow shark, right? Enslavement path had always been about enslaving higher beasts to control lower. For instance, back when Feng Yuan was in Northern Plains, using Wolf King Chang Shanyin's identity to participate in the contest of the imperial court, he had used myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings and so on to indirectly control the whole wolf army. After all, one had a limited soul foundation. Enslavement path Gu masters could not directly control all the wild beasts. The larger the scale of the beast group, the weaker the controlling power of the enslavement path Gu master would be, the more their soul would have to endure and the less capable they would be in displaying skillful control. But this was not absolute. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all living beings. The wisdom of humans was undoubtedly at the top of all living beings. In the long history of Gu cultivation, there once appeared an enslavement path grandmaster. He had a rough childhood, being born as a slave, and thus had very meager status. He used all the opportunities he obtained and took risks, continuously maturing and finally climbing to the pinnacle. He was 180 slaves, a generation's genius. Normal enslavement path methods were to use those of higher status to rule over lower status. But he did the opposite, using beasts of lower status to rule over those of a higher status. This was not without reason. For instance, an emperor was the ruler, wielding absolute power, sitting high above. But sometimes, when the people are united and of one mind, the emperor would also be trapped by the people's will, and would be forced to do things against their own will. Facing blazing heaven demoness speculation, Shark Demon nodded and frankly admitted, "You guessed right, that is the case. I have been constantly managing the shark groups in this sea area. It is to use these shark groups to subdue the one-finger flow shark. Unfortunately, my enslavement path attainment is insufficient and I also don't have the immortal Gu forming the killer move lower controls higher, thus, I haven't succeeded until now." Hearing this, Feng Yuan and Tai Yuansheng could not help but glance at each other. Shark Demon had a huge target. His ambition truly was not small. He was only a rank 7 immortal zombie, but wanted to subdue an immemorial desolate beast. Those able to advance to Gu immortals indeed were not simple. If he truly succeeded and had such an aid, Shark Demon could be considered half a rank 8 Gu immortal. His status would immediately rise, with fame and benefits flowing in rapidly. Currently, he might not have succeeded, but he had made some achievements. At the least, after this one-finger flow shark appeared, it had not cared about Shark Demon's side, and instead directed all its hatred and anger to blazing heaven demoness. Shark Demon continued, "Moreover, this one-finger flow shark is not only an immemorial desolate beast, it also contains several time path immortal Gu." The intention of his words was to make blazing heaven demoness aware of what she was dealing with and make her retreat. This was not revealing information. The one-finger flow shark's body was overflowing with the aura of immortal Gu without being concealed. Even Feng Yuan and Tai Yuansheng could clearly feel it, let alone the rank 8 immortal zombie blazing heaven demoness. It is rumored that the river of time is home to countless time path Gu worms. The one-finger flow shark can freely move around in the river of time, thus having immortal Gu is not strange. Tai Yuansheng whispered to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan thought of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. He had to move deep into the river of time to obtain Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance. Maybe he could rely on the one-finger flow shark's ability? The one-finger flow shark was extremely rare, and there were probably not many even in the river of time. To put it in other words, this was a major opportunity that could not be sought out and only found through chance. No wonder Shark Demon and Su Beiman stopped at no expense, spending endless time and energy to obtain the one-finger flow shark. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon's words made blazing heaven demoness laugh loudly. "Listening to what you say makes my urge to strike even stronger." "Shark Demon, you want to rely on an outside force to make me retreat? To win without fighting? Hee hee, wishful thinking." The moment she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness pointed with her finger. The small firebird perched on her shoulder suddenly moved, flying straight towards Shark Demon's direction. "It's coming." Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the rest felt their hearts chill, their whole body turned tense as they became extremely vigilant. The firebird seemed harmless, but in truth, its power was vast and extraordinary. However, at this moment, the one-finger flow shark suddenly moved, resembling a silver firefly as it pounced at the firebird. The two were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, had already collided in the sea. There was no sound and there was no explosion. The instant they collided, a strange thing occurred. Both sides, which were extremely fast, suddenly stilled, turning from extreme speed to extreme stillness. At that instant, the one-finger flow shark and the small firebird seemed to have transformed into a painting. Such a transformation gave the spectators a feeling of being too abrupt. Shortly, Fang Yuan and the rest saw the one-finger flow shark slowly move, using its exquisite nose to lightly poke the small firebird. Afterwards, the one-finger flow shark made an extremely elegant motion. Its whole body leaped over the small firebird and continued to swiftly move ahead. In the blink of an eye, the stillness ended. The speeds of the one-finger flow shark and the small firebird were restored. However, the former had already moved past the small firebird and was charging towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, while the small firebird was moving towards Shark Demon and the rest of the group. Shark Demon and Subayman were already extremely alert, and when they saw the small bird nearing them, they held their breaths, preparing to contend with it. Fang Yuan was almost about to pull away and retreat, but right at this moment, the small firebird suddenly flapped its wings and drew an arc as it turned around, chasing after the one-finger flow shark. Such nimbleness! Shark Demon was able to avoid this confrontation, but he was instead pale from shock. This small firebird can move smoothly according to the controller's thoughts. It seems it is not a simple fire path killer move, there are definitely wisdom path methods mixed in it. Fang Yuan analyzed rapidly. That scene just now should be because a certain time path immortal goo in the one-finger flow shark activated. This immortal goo can cause the flow of time in a certain range to become extremely slow. It seemed like the two turned from extreme speed to almost complete stillness, but their speed had actually not changed. Tai Bei Yunshan quickly said. Subayman nodded and added, "Not only that." When the one-finger flow shark poked the firebird's body, the immortal goo's aura had changed again. It should be the activation of the second time path immortal goo, it is just that its effect is unclear. The moment she finished speaking, the effect showed up. Blazing Heaven Demoness expression suddenly changed, because the small firebird chasing the one-finger flow shark had suddenly detonated. Boom! Like a crack of thunder resounded over the area. Flames accompanied the surging blast, as it ferociously spread everywhere. In an instant, an immense quantity of seawater evaporated and countless lives were lost. A hemispherical crater formed over the whole sea. When the firebird had detonated, it had already flown out of the sea, but the bottom of the crater had unexpectedly touched the soil of the seabed. Next, the surrounding seawater surged in to fill the gap. Swoosh! Tide surged, and huge waves stirred up in the sea. The soil on the seabed rolled and mixed in with the water, making visibility extremely poor. Fang Yuan and the rest were in a rather miserable state. They had no choice but to fly out of the sea and float in the sky as they continued to watch the battle. They saw the one-finger flow shark shoot directly towards Blazing Heaven Demoness' face like a silver arrow. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression became more focused. How would she dare to take it head-on? Man is the spirit of all living beings. This phrase was not false, but when strength, recovery, speed and so on were compared, humans were not outstanding among the endless living beings. Even after becoming goo immortals, they usually could not compare to desolate beasts. The one-finger flow shark was small, but it was an immemorial desolate beast. Its small body concealed incomparably frightening brute strength. Chapter 921, Big Fish Eats Small Fish. The one-finger flow shark shot forward. Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivated fire path, not strength path. She knew it would be hard to resist it head-on. However, She had extremely rich experience, and the sacrifice of the small firebird had huge value. Feng Yuan and the rest had been able to get some information from it. Blazing Heaven Demoness naturally was not an exception. Fire Path Killer Move, 5 Fingers Blazing Chains. At that instant, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already made the most sensible decision. She quickly retreated, while spreading open her right hand. Her 5 fingers turned into 5 thin flames. They were like whips or chains as they moved to tie up the one-finger flow shark. The 5 fire chains were just about to coil around the one-finger flow shark when the previous scene occurred. The time in the area around the one-finger flow shark suddenly slowed down to an extreme. However, as a time path desolate beast, this had lesser restriction on the one-finger flow shark with its adapted traits and huge numbers of time path downmarks. The 5 fire chains coiled around, but one-finger flow shark swayed nimbly, moving through the tiny gaps in an inconceivable way before successfully getting past them. It then charged towards Blazing Heaven Demoness, directly piercing through her forehead. The exquisite shark was like a silver arrow as it pierced out of the back of Blazing Heaven Demoness' head. Success? Su Beiman was shocked as well as happy. Shark Demon's eyes shined with a ferocious and restless light. An immortal zombie's body did not have fatal points like normal goo immortals, but the head was one of them. The thought processes of immortal zombies was slow, so they had to rely on wisdom path goo worms to create thoughts and help them in their thinking. Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced, although not fatal. It was a serious injury. If the 4 of us can take this chance to attack. The moment this thought appeared in Shark Demon's mind, the one-finger flow shark changed its direction, shooting backwards as it pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' chest. A dark fire burned, and in the blink of an eye, the holes in Blazing Heaven Demoness' head and chest had been restored to their former states. Even Feng Yuan was left speechless at this sight. Such a formidable killer move. It can actually make the recovery so fast. Blazing Heaven Demoness covered her chest as she stared fixedly at the one-finger flow shark. In spite of having been heavily injured, she was smiling. He. Interesting. This has 3 time path immortal goo. One can slow down time, one can speed up time, and the last can change the perception of time. Although she did not know what time path immortal goo they were and what were the limits of their power, Blazing Heaven Demoness was able to make some rough conjectures. When the one-finger flow shark collided with a small firebird and dodged the 5 fire chains, it had used the first time path immortal goo to slow down time. As for accelerating time, it used it when it poked the firebird. The firebird could not be maintained for long, and a part of it had reached its limits after the one-finger flow shark had hit it. The explosion of this part subsequently caused the explosions of the other parts, finally destroying the stable structure of the firebird, causing the firebird to explode, which almost dried up the surrounding parts of the sea area. Finally, when the one-finger flow shark pierced through Blazing Heaven Demoness' forehead and chest, it used the last time path immortal goo to influence Blazing Heaven Demoness' perception of time, causing her to not be able to dodge and take the attack directly. Shark Demon's frown not only became deeper, he also felt the situation had turned bad. The one-finger flow shark indeed clearly had the auras of 3 immortal goo. In just a few moves, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already probed the details of the one-finger flow shark. This was a clear display of this rank 8 goo immortal's extremely formidable proficiency in fighting. At the same time, it also showed the superiority of immortal killer moves to immortal goo. Goo worms had one ability. Others could often find the details of the immortal goo after it was used just once. However, immortal killer moves were different. They were a combination of countless goo worms. Not only did this conceal the core immortal goo, enemies would also find it harder to counter the effect. Just like Shark Demon expected, as the fight continued, Blazing Heaven Demoness changed her battle tactics. She split into 5 or 6 clones. Each was lifelike. The one-finger flow shark was tired out rushing this way and that. Its offensive was seemingly impressive, but it was actually being played by these clones to move around in circles. Wild beasts are wild beasts in the end. They don't have enough wisdom. If it had an investigative immortal goo, maybe it could see through these clones. A pity. It looks like the battle situation is set. Blazing Heaven Demoness has already obtained the advantage. Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng secretly conversed, analyzing the battle situation. It could be said that at this stage, the battle had already lost any suspense. Regarding the one-finger flow shark, its real chance had been during the initial stages. If it could have used this opportunity when Blazing Heaven Demoness was still unaware of its trump cards, it perhaps could have killed her. But now that Blazing Heaven Demoness had probed out its cards, she had changed her tactics and immediately took over the battle situation. Unless there was an outside interference, this battle would have only one possible outcome. The only outside forces at present are Shark Demon and Subei Man. But do they truly have the courage to go against a rank 8 expert? Fang Yuan glanced at the immortal zombie couple and inwardly shook his head as he saw their hesitant looks. The true chance had been the instant Blazing Heaven Demoness' head was pierced. But Shark Demon already lost this chance. Although his name included the word demon, he lacked the mentality of taking risk in spite of danger. It could be because he had been part of Zombie Alliance for too long and lost the enthusiasm to fight by himself. It could also be that he had misgivings about dragging down Subei Man. Even Shark Demon and Subei Man, as the people involved, were like this. Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng, who were just external aid, would be even more unlikely to take this risk. After secretly communicating for a while, Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng made the decision to act according to the circumstances and look to retreat when there was a chance. Sirs, please make your moves. We are unable to distinguish the clones of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Sirs, if you have a method, please break this deception for the one-finger flow shark and point out the location of the true body of Blazing Heaven Demoness. This will make the situation turn for the better. At this moment, Subei Man suddenly transmitted her voice, requesting earnestly. At the same time, Shark Demon also added, "If you can succeed, we will reward you heavily. You won't regret it." Without any consideration, Fang Yuan refused with a bitter smile. "Lady Subei Man overestimates us. You two have been rank 7 Gu immortals for many years with plenty of methods and deep foundation. We are unable to match you. Even you two don't have a way to solve this. How can the two of us be of any help?" Tai Bei Yunsheng, similarly, shook his head. "I only specialize in healing. This matter regarding investigation is beyond my ability." Subei Man did not say anything more while Shark Demon gave a gloomy look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng, his expression clearly not pleased. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, feeling disdain towards Shark Demon and Subei Man. Honestly speaking, it was not that Blazing Heaven Demoness method could not be resolved, but Shark Demon and Subei Man did not make a move. It was because the other party was a rank 8 great expert. Once they moved to help the one-finger flow shark, it definitely meant they would attract Blazing Heaven Demoness fury and her counterattack. Shark Demon and Subei Man feared Blazing Heaven Demoness and did not want to make a move, wanting to preserve some leeway. Thus they wanted to make Fang Yuan and Tai Bei Yunsheng cannon fodder. How could Fang Yuan be stupid enough to be used by others like this? Thus, his reply had deep intentions. Both sides were astute. Shark Demon and Subei Man realized Fang Yuan had seen through their plot, so they did not attempt to persuade any further. Now it seems the truly terrifying one is still Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan gazed at the distant battlefield, not concealing his fearful expression. It was rumored that Blazing Heaven Demoness had a great killer move called Blazing Heaven. In the past, she had fought with the rank 8 Heavenly Lord Beizu in Northern Plains over possession of a certain fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, but in the end she failed, despite being on the verge of success. Blazing Heaven Demoness was so furious, she used the killer move Blazing Heaven to directly burn down the whole fragment world, annihilating countless living beings. If I can't have it, you can also stop dreaming about it. Heavenly Lord Beizu's hard work and plans all turned to dust at the last moment. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance belonged to the righteous path. Blazing Heaven Demoness, however, blatantly had taken a demonic path action. Thus, After burning down the fragment world, she incited public outrage. Blazing Heaven Demoness withstood the pressure without any fear, even proclaiming that if anyone continued to make a fuss, she would burn down that person's blessed land. Since she could even burn down a fragment world of the immemorial nine heavens, burning down a blessed land was clearly a simple matter. The righteous path choked on their words, as they unexpectedly discovered they could do nothing to this brazen Blazing Heaven Demoness. At rank 8, one could be an overlord. If they truly shed off all pretenses and started sneak attacking and harassing, any force would feel an incomparable headache. Helpless. Even if the other party was an immortal zombie, she was a rank 8 great expert after all. Although her battle strength could not match a normal rank 8, it could not be looked down upon and was not someone they could force. If they went beyond the limit, and Blazing Heaven Demoness decided to attack, these righteous path forces with many assets to take care of would be the ones to suffer. Those with a bottom line are afraid of those with no bottom line. Those who follow the rules are afraid of those who don't. After this matter, Blazing Heaven Demoness name spread throughout Northern Plains. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was able to hold their heads high and no one could bully them. It was only after Blazing Heaven Demoness left Northern Plains to look for fortuitous encounters in Eastern Sea that Northern Plains Zombie Alliance fell back into a predicament. It could be said that Blazing Heaven Demoness had single-handedly brought Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to power and glory. Now, Blazing Heaven Demoness was fighting against the one-finger flow shark without even using her signature killer moves. She clearly had a lot of spare strength left. Fang Yuan even had a slight suspicion that Blazing Heaven Demoness had intentionally used the clone technique to try to lure Shark Daemon and the rest to attack, thus finding another excuse to make trouble. Although Shark Daemon was not duped, Blazing Heaven Demoness move had created a rift between Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. The one-finger flow shark, an immemorial desolate beast with 3-time path immortal goo, Blazing Heaven Demoness was not only dealing with it easily, but she had successfully plotted against Shark Demon, Fang Yuan and the rest who were observing the battle. It was clear that Blazing Heaven Demoness had outstanding battle strength along with skill in strategy. This type of enemy was extremely hard to deal with. To put it in other words, Goo immortals who could slowly climb up from rank 1 to rank 8 were certain to not be idiots. Each of them were true experts rich in both wisdom and battle strength. As the battle progressed, Shark Demon and Su Beiman's expressions became even more gloomy. They had already secretly sent requests for reinforcements to Zombie Alliance's headquarters at the start of the battle. The battle had lasted for so long that those who should have come would have already arrived, but no reinforcements had arrived. Blazing Heaven Demoness had not arrived rashly. She had already bribed those in charge and made sufficient preparations, which was why Shark Daemon and Su Beiman's requests for reinforcements were ineffective. Shark Demon even guessed that Blazing Heaven Demoness had already reached an agreement of sharing profits with the highest-ranking members of Zombie Alliance. In an instant, Shark Demon and Su Beiman's hearts sank to rock bottom. Their intent to battle kept lowering and the anger in them gradually dissipated, leaving behind extreme bleakness. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimps. This was the normal course of behavior in this world of goo. This couple, who had been big fish since the beginning, now became small fish in front of Blazing Heaven Demoness, rank 8. How could they match her? Let alone when Blazing Heaven Demoness not only had such strength, she also had matching intelligence. Shark Demon and Su Beiman simply did not have any hope no matter how hard they struggled. Sigh. Shark Demon heaved a long sigh before he suddenly lowered his head. Enough, Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness, please stop. We are not capable enough. In consideration of Zombie Alliance's situation, it would be better if you lead us to take down Yulu Blessed Land. He, Shark Demon. You know when to advance or retreat. Very good. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughter came from above the battlefield. Her laughter stopped, and the fake bodies in the battlefield burned until there was nothing remaining. Without a target to attack, the one-finger flow shark stayed dazedly in place, seemingly at a loss on what to do. Shark Daemon heaved another sigh, As he pursed his lips and let out hooting sounds, the one-finger flow shark was pacified. It lightly swung its tail as it dived into the sea again and soon disappeared. Clearly, it had gone back to the river of time. Shark Demon's method gave a shock to outsiders like Fang Yuan. Shark Demon's influence over the one-finger flow shark was already quite remarkable. Given some time, he might truly be able to control this immemorial desolate beast. At that time, the three-time path immortal goo on the one-finger flow shark would naturally fall into Shark Demon's hands. Blazing Heaven Demoness revealed her true body. She gave a deep look at Shark Demon before turning her gaze towards Fang Yuan. "You are Xing Xiangzi?" "I am," Blazing Heaven Demoness announced with a forceful tone that allowed no refusal. "From now onwards, I have enlisted you. In the following invasion of Yulu Blessed Land, you must use your full capabilities. I won't allow any slacking." Chapter 922, Conclusion of the 100 Days Battle. Hearing Blazing Heaven Demoness command him so overbearingly, Fang Yuan was not angry at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. Shark Demon and Su Bei Man. This couple had put in a lot of effort to attack Yulu Blessed Land. In the end, right before they obtained the fruits of their labor, Blazing Heaven Demoness forcefully took them for herself. They were really pitiful. Shark Demon and Su Bei Man had put in so much, almost all of their life savings had been invested into it. After getting robbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness, they were heavily crippled. They lost a great deal. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Shark Demon and Su Bei Man died while Shark Sea was invaded by others. Was this part of the cause? But Fang Yuan did not feel distaste for Blazing Heaven Demoness' actions. He also did not feel pity towards the predicament of Shark Demon and Su Bei Man. If he had Blazing Heaven Demoness cultivation level, he might have been more overbearing in his actions. Big fish eat small fish. This was the rule of the cultivation world. It was bloodthirsty and cruel. But any person who was older and had more experience would understand. This was the norm. It extended to all parts of nature. Even before Fang Yuan transmigrated, the human society on Earth was the same. When benefits were involved, friends would betray each other, brothers would become enemies. This was all too common. The only difference was, they used excuses to make their actions seem grand and righteous. The truth was, there were people who, on the surface, were virtuous, but in the dark, they were dirty and despicable. But this was not wrong. To survive and reproduce was the nature of all living beings. But Blazing Heaven Demoness interference created a huge impact that would influence Fang Yuan's plans. Blazing Heaven Demoness has high cultivation level. She is also astute and calculative. More difficult to deal with than Shark Demon and Su Bei Man by 100-fold. But she has quite a lot of wealth. Maybe she can subsidize me in refining Star Thought Immortal Goo. There is also another advantage. Getting close to her would give me a greater chance of returning to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and entering Earth Trench, in order to get that treasure. In a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already thought matters through. The moment Blazing Heaven Demoness finished her words, Fang Yuan cupped his fists, smiling bitterly. I would not dare to defy Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness orders. But I have my difficulties. I had just mentioned this to Lord Shark Demon earlier. In order to unravel the final battlefield killer move, I will need to refine a rank 6 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo first. Shark Demon snorted coldly. Fang Yuan had changed sides rather too quickly. Su Bei Man thought to herself, this Xing Xiangzi seemed to be a gentleman ordinarily. But to think that he was without a backbone, he could fawn and bend over to others to curry favor, he had no integrity at all. Fang Yuan did not care about their thoughts. They were already out of this game. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan, who joined partway, managed to stay. Seeing Fang Yuan's straightforward gaze, Blazing Heaven Demoness rubbed her chin. She smiled with deep meaning. You want to refine Immortal Goo? He. This is easy. I will fund you. Northern Plains, Luopo Valley. Another earth-shaking intense battle had just reached its end. As the battlefield, Luopo Valley was in bad shape. Crushed rocks were everywhere. It was as if this was the aftermath of both an earthquake and a hurricane. The Goo Immortals from Central Continent had various injuries. They were focusing their attentions on Feng Jiayuj right now. Admiration, trepidation, confusion, heaviness, fear, complexity. They had a number of different emotions. Feng Jiayuj won again. His opponent is Qin Beisheng, but even with his strength, he could not resist Feng Jiayuj's powerful attacks. He has already won 7 battles in a row. Qin Beisheng is completely at a disadvantage against Feng Jiayuj. The 100 Days battle, only after 100 days did we see its results. Honestly speaking, Qin Beisheng is immensely strong, but he actually faced off against an even stronger opponent, Feng Jiayuj. Looking at the time, Central Continent's gang had reached Luopo Valley and attacked it for over 3 months, met with the stubborn resistance of Shadow Sect's Qin Beisheng and others. 100 Days battle. This was a true 100 Days battle. Under normal circumstances, Gu Immortals would not fight for such a long time. In terms of scale, there were more than 10 Gu Immortals from Central Continent and Northern Plains involved. They were all shining experts. One could say, for the last 1,000 years in the 5 regions, there had not been a battle of such scale. If this was announced, the world would be shaken, commotions would arise, the attentions of innumerable observers would gather on them. But it was a pity, be it the Central Continent Gu Immortals who were investigating secretly, or the hidden Shadow Sect which sought to remain in the dark, they did not want this battle to be exposed. Thus, this battle that should have shaken the whole of the 5 regions remained a secret from start to finish. Regarding this, the two sides had a sort of tacit understanding. Ever since the 100 Days battle started, the crucial members had always been Feng Jiayuj and Qin Beisheng. Initially, they were equally matched. It was a stalemate. Qin Beisheng, who had the territorial advantage in the battlefield killer move 100 million Slaughterfield, showed a slight edge. But after that, Feng Jiayuj got stronger as he fought. He displayed his immense talent and ability. The two sides gradually became even, then Feng Jiayuj expanded his advantage little by little. Eventually, in the last few days, Feng Jiayuj's battle strength had risen after a long period of intense fighting, and finally defeated Qin Beisheng. 1 or 2 wins was nothing, but winning 7 fights consecutively, it proved that Feng Jiayuj firmly had obtained the advantage. The Shadow Sect members slowly retreated to the deepest part of Luopo Valley. A desperate foe should not be pursued. Feng Jiayuj stood proudly at the front, seeing that their enemies had hidden into the valley. He spoke calmly. His expression was pale. He had over a dozen injuries on him. Blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth and his eyebrows. His originally brimming Gu Immortal aura had weakened to an all-time low. But all these could not obscure the brilliance in his eyes. Every time he fought Qin Beisheng, it was a difficult and dangerous fight. But it was because of these tough fights that Feng Jiayuj could be polished, like a rock polishing a jade and turning it brighter. Ever since Feng Jiayuj joined Spirit Affinity House, he rarely had the chance to engage in such intense fights. Spirit Affinity House was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Feng Jiayuj had a high status and reputation. Nobody wanted to find trouble with him. This battle that went on for 100 days would make other Gu Immortals feel pain and anguish, but Feng Jiayuj felt a nostalgic euphoria. This made him think about the splendid times when he was still in the demonic path. But there was a slight regret in his heart. Demonic path. Using all of my strength to fight. It is a pity, I can no longer return to such an exciting time. Right now, Feng Jiayuj had a family, he could not take risks easily. Furthermore, these Gu Immortals behind him were from the other 9 sects. Their intentions were hard to decipher. If Feng Jiayuj really got heavily injured after fighting, who knew what actions they would take? Feng Jiayuj remembered what his wife, Bei Qing, had instructed him. After all, back then, Feng Jiayuj had challenged all 10 sects and made them lose their faces. After joining Spirit Affinity House, he had been suppressing the other 9 sects without giving them any chance to overturn the situation. Whenever Feng Jiayuj spoke, the other immortals had to listen. After the 100 Days battle, Feng Jiayuj's reputation was already deeply ingrained into everyone's hearts. Cough cough cough. After Qin Beisheng retreated into the valley, he started to cough uncontrollably. His expression was pale as paper. Each time he coughed, there was blood. "Your injuries are getting more severe." Fairy Zhongyu, who was holding him, said in worry. She was frowning tightly. "Feng Jiayuj is too despicable." He Langzi, who had lost an arm, growled angrily. "Even though he is fighting you alone on the surface, he is actually getting his people to act like they are charging ahead, threatening our defenses and forcing you to be distracted. If not for that, why would you lose consecutively?" Qian Beisheng said grimly. "Say no more. Winner takes all. A loss is a loss. There is no need for excuses." This Feng Jiayuj truly has immense talent. Using his own understanding, he created his personal sound path killer move and got to this stage. Even as an enemy, I am truly in admiration. Using his own advantages to scheme, plot, and gather superiority, that is the way of fighting. If he did not use these methods, I would have looked down on him. Saying this, Qian Beisheng coughed again, spitting out a huge pool of warm blood. He gasped weakly, looking around him. After the 100 days battle, only 5 were left: Hua Fengzi, Haiqing, Zhongyu, Heilangzi, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. Originally, they had Zhu Songzi, but when they attacked Langya Blessed Land, he was killed by Fang Yuan. After leaving Langya Blessed Land, 2 hairy man Gu immortals joined them, but both of them were killed by the Central Continent Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle. However, the Central Continent Gu immortals suffered greater losses. Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, as well as 2 Gu immortals from Spirit Butterfly Valley and Combat Immortal Sect had died. Trying to take advantage of Qian Beisheng, how could that be possible? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had suffered heavy losses. But at this point, the most crucial member, the pillar of support, Qian Beisheng, was heavily injured. Luopo Valley's territorial advantage had been overcome. The remaining 5 Gu immortals knew the 100 Days battle had ended. They were the losers. Qian Beisheng tried to improve their mindsets. "Even though we lost the battle, it is not over yet. Feng Jiayuji's group is not united. They cannot fight us wholeheartedly. I successfully stalled for enough time. We just need to wait for one more night. When that immortal Gu matures in the valley, we would have achieved our goal. Tomorrow, all 5 of you will charge out. I will stall these people from Central Continent." Lord Qian Beisheng. Everyone was shocked. Qian Beisheng's decision was simply courting death. This was hard to understand. From their perspectives, if it was Hua Fengzi, Haiqing or Heilangzi, they would definitely only care about their own lives when they were in this state. Why would they care about others? Or, was this a trap? Hua Fengzi, Haiqing, and Heilangzi kept their thoughts to themselves. They looked at the 3 people from Shadow Sect secretly. Qian Beisheng, Zhongyu, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. They were the core of Shadow Sect. The others were just outside reinforcements. Silence ensued. Everyone walked to their resting places. "This will be it. Use this time to rest. Tomorrow, your performances will decide whether you succeed in breaking out or not." Qian Beisheng waved his hand weakly, dismissing them. Haiqing, Hua Fengzi, and Heilangzi felt very heavy. Their gazes was uncertain. The 3 wordlessly decided to rest together. They were guarding against the possible betrayal of Shadow Sect. But late into the night, the 3 were summoned by Qian Beisheng. Chapter 923, Breaking Out. Late at night, in Luopo Valley, Qian Beisheng and the other 5 immortals gathered. Qian Beisheng handed an immortal Gu to the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal openly. "This immortal Gu is very important. I am entrusting it to you now." The black-robed Gu immortal nodded. He was wrapped in a shroud of obscurity. Even up until this point, none of the Gu immortals outside of Shadow Sect had seen his appearance. They only knew that he had outstanding battle strength, around the upper tier of rank 7. Qian Beisheng turned around, instructing Zhang Yu seriously. "I can die. You can also die. But he is needed for the plan. We cannot lose him." Fairy Zhang Yu nodded solemnly in return. "I can only guarantee that before I die, he will not perish." Haiqing and the others listened in astonishment. What sort of organization was Shadow Sect? It could make these Gu immortal disregard losses to themselves, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. They had to complete the mission. To make Gu immortals so loyal, it was difficult for even super forces to achieve. This was an unimaginable matter. A moment later, the silent Luopo Valley erupted into thunderous explosions. An intensely loud sound filled the whole valley. At the same time, there was a shrill warning, enemy attack. Fairy Ling Mai, who was warning them, retreated continuously. In front of her, Zhang Yu, Huafeng Zi, Yilang Zi, Hai Qing, and the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal attacked jointly. The enemy was attacking with such force. How could Fairy Ling Mai defend against them? She only had one thought, that was to escape. Fairy Ling Mai came from Heaven's Envy Manor. She and Fairy Aozu had control over the rank 7 Crescent Moon Gu. They could unleash the killer move Peerless Crescent Moon Slash if they cooperated. Peerless Crescent Moon Slash was extremely powerful. It was one of the signature famous killer moves of Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Aozu and Fairy Ling Mai had always been together constantly. They were hardly ever separated. But now, because there were limited people in Central Continent's group, they had to encircle the huge area of Luopo Valley. Thus, Ling Mai and Aozu had no choice but to split up. Once Shadow Sect's group burst out, Fairy Ling Mai was caught off guard. She fought alone and fell into an extremely dangerous situation. Kill her. Fairy Zhang Yu, who was at the lead of the 5 Gu immortals, was bursting with killing intent. Her eyes were red and her attacks were fierce. Even though Fairy Ling Mai was a peerless beauty with grand elegance, none of the 5 Gu immortals showed her any mercy because of it. Their killer moves were used in succession. They would only stop after Fairy Ling Mai was dead. At the moment between life and death, Fairy Ling Mai resolutely chose to destroy an immortal Gu, stalling 3 breaths of time for her. During this period, Fairy Ling Mai activated a Gu formation. Her body vanished amidst the wind and rain. At the next moment, she appeared far away. Huff, huff, huff. Fairy Ling Mai breathed roughly. Her face was pale. She had escaped with her life. Her face showed lingering fear. Her back was covered in cold sweat. So close. So close. I was at the moment between life and death. It is all thanks to this Gu formation. Fairy Ling Mai felt gratitude inside. This Gu formation was set up by Gu immortal Hong Kaiming after putting in a lot of effort. Hong Kaiming came from Wind Cloud Manor, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He was skilled in Gu formations and was famous in Central Continent. Gu formations had a point of inferiority to killer moves in that they could not be activated instantly. They took a long time to activate, and were not flexible enough to be used for a wide range of applications in intense battles. However, once they were activated, they would provide a huge advantage. They were often faster than immortal killer moves and expended less resources. Precisely because of this, Fairy Ling Mai survived. Seeing that Fairy Ling Mai had escaped, Fairy Zhang Yu sighed internally. The other 4 Gu immortals also showed regretful looks. Earlier, during the 100 Days battle, Ling Mai and Aozu had collaborated to unleash Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. They were a huge threat to Shadow Sect. Almost all the Gu immortals were injured by this move to varying degrees. Unfortunately, Shadow Sect initially had the territorial advantage. However, Central Continent took down their Gu formations one by one, and now, the Central Continent Gu immortals created their own Gu formations. The outer area of Luopo Valley was now their territory. Since we can't kill her, we will continue charging out. Fairy Zhang Yu shouted. She moved with determination and resolution. Ling Mai retreated. Central Continent's side immediately had a gap in their defenses. They needed to break out of this encirclement quickly. The chance was slipping. Ling Mai, are you alright? Fairy Aozu wore a white blouse. She came over quickly, showing shock and anger on her face. We won't let you go. Die here. Qin Zhenkai shouted. Isn't it too late now to want to leave? Bu Fian sneered. Even though Fairy Aozu and Fairy Ling Mai were separated, they were situated quite closely. Thus, she could arrive first. As for Qin Zhenkai and Bu Fian, they could reach at the same time as Fairy Aozu because they had incredible speed. Zhenkai of the 9 heavens, followed by Fian. Damn it. Hai Cheng gritted his teeth. feeling great pressure. Qin Zhenkai and Bu Fian were two famous flying grandmasters in the current Central Continent Gu immortal world. Zhenkai of the Nine Heavens referred to myriad dragon ducks Qin Zhenkai, while followed by Fian was speaking about heavenly lotus X Bu Fian. Zhang Yu and the other immortals wanted to break out of this place. Their biggest concern were the pursuers excelling in speed like these two. Seeing the three of them get close, the five immortals on Shadow Sect's side did not even say a thing, they only focused on breaking out. At this moment, a wall of light appeared, blocking the five immortals. It was the activation of a Gu formation. This was the work of Wind Cloud Manor's Hong Kai-ming. Although Hong Kai-ming was not inside, his voice was heard from within the Gu formation. Lord Feng Jiayuge had already predicted that you would break out. Surrender now and we might spare your lives. Once he said this, an immensely powerful aura got closer to them like a rushing dragon. This aura was so grand and magnificent, Shadow Sect's members were familiar with it. It was Feng Jiayuge. They felt cold sweat breaking out as they showed panic on their faces. After the 100 days battle, the five immortals knew clearly, even if they worked together, they were not Feng Jiayuge's match. Was their attempt at escaping going to fail? When the five immortals were close to despair, a golden arrow shot over, piercing the wall of light that obstructed them. Far away, Hong Kai-ming's body shook and jolted, as if he was shocked by electricity. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering a heavy injury. The one who shot the golden arrow was Qin Beisheng. How could he watch as the five immortals failed? Thus, he forcefully moved his wounded body, blocking Ling Mai, Ao Zhu, Qin Zhenkai, and Bu Fian. The four Central Continent Gu immortals arrived quickly but also lost quickly. They did not just lose, they failed completely. Like Feng Jiayuge, Qin Beisheng was not someone the other Central Continent Gu immortals could stop. Qin Beisheng did not kill the four immortals from Central Continent. He allowed them to retreat. His attention was primarily focused on Feng Jiayuge. Feng Jiayuge's gaze was shining. He had already understood Qin Beisheng's injury. He smiled with much elegance, saying, "You are all rushing about. It is inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. If you want to leave, you should at least listen to my parting song, right?" Immortal Killer Move, Green Jade Song. The five immortals on Shadow Sect's side retreated. Someone cried out in pain while another grunted. Green Jade Song's mysterious power affected the five immortals to an extent. After being hit, their bodies slowly turned into jade, and the area was spreading continuously. The five immortals were resolute figures. They knew this was a problem and immediately shattered or dug out their contaminated flesh. At once, blood flowed like a river. Immortal Killer Move, Soul Suppression. At the next moment, Qin Beisheng struck. His powerful soul path technique was aimed at Feng Jiayuge's face, pressuring him. Feng Jiayuge's expression changed. He quickly defended himself. Qin Beisheng had two major trump cards. One was the Soul Path Killer Move Soul Suppression. The other was the Sword Path Killer Move Five Finger Fist Heart Sword. Once used, ordinary Gu immortals could not even endure one hit from him. Feng Jiayuge had three trump cards. The first was Heaven and Earth Song, second was Green Jade Song, and third was Submission Song. Not only were they powerful and grand, they were also profound and mystical. Feng Jiayuge's attention was drawn. Green Jade Song halted as the five immortals felt their pressure decreasing. They quickly rushed away for a distance. Qin Beisheng used a Metal Path Killer Move again. Golden chains coiled around Feng Jiayuge's limbs, tying him up tightly. Feng Jiayuge was not frightened. During the 100 Days battle, the two had learned a lot about each other. Qin Beisheng's Metal Path Killer Move had little effect on Feng Jiayuge. The golden chains were much more effective against Qin Zhenkai and others. Against Feng Jiayuge, he only needed a breath of time before shattering them. But at this moment, Qin Beisheng showed a wry smile on his face. "I'll let you see the true secret within Luopo Valley now." Saying this, he used his method and activated something. Countless mystical lights shot out from the valley. One of them hit Feng Jiayuge. "This is..." Feng Jiayuge shattered the golden chains, but because this used up his time, he could not dodge the mystical light and was immobilized. The power of space path. How can this be so strong? Not far away, the two fairies, Ling Mai and Dao Zhu, were also hit by the mystical light. Their expressions changed as they gasped. As for Chen Xinkai and Bu Fian, they were extremely fast. They dodged the mystical light. Ken Beisheng did not care about them. His main goal was to restrict Feng Jiayuj. Right now, half of his goal had been achieved. Don't struggle. This light is harmless. Feng Jiayuj understood at once. He shouted as he reminded them. Aozu and Ling Mai were uncertain, but at the next moment, they saw that Feng Jiayuj stopped resisting and was dragged into a deep part of Luopo Valley by the mystical light. Ken Beisheng's smile became wider. He approached a mystical light and was dragged into the valley as well. Aozu and Ling Mai looked at each other. They gritted their teeth, deciding to believe Feng Jiayuj. They stopped resisting as they entered the valley as well. This change of events was out of everyone's expectations. They were only stunned for a moment before Chen Zhenkai reacted and shouted at the Shadow Sect immortals, "Take them down first." This was a wise decision. Seeing that they were about to break out, the 5 Shadow Sect immortals were held back by Chen Zhenkai and Bu Fian. Next, Hong Kaiming, Old Lord Ken Yang, and Old Man Tianlong arrived, engaging in fierce combat. One side fought desperately to leave, while the other side desperately prevented their escape. "Ah, someone save me!" Hai Cheng shouted. He was the weakest here. He was hit by a move and had been detached from the main party. "Ignore him, protect our main target, continue to break out." Fairy Zhongyu shouted. She heartlessly abandoned Hai Cheng, protecting the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal with all her effort. At the same time, deep within Luopo Valley, in a mysterious place. "Where is this?" Aozu and Ling Mai looked around in shock and suspicion. So this was it. Feng Jiayuj, who had entered before them, had already retracted his gaze. "This is actually a hidden thieving heaven daemon, venerable true inheritance." Chapter 924, discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze. In the mystical area, light shined warmly. There were no mountains or rivers, neither wind nor land. It was completely blank. "That is true." Once Feng Jiayuj spoke, Ken Beisheng appeared in front of him. Looking at the 3 immortals from Central Continent, he smiled deeply. "If not for thieving heaven demon venerable's arrangement, how could I lure brother Feng here?" Indeed, even though Ken Beisheng was very powerful, he was still at a loss against a 1-in-1,000 years monster like Feng Jiayuj, especially when Ken Beisheng's 2 trump cards were not for trapping enemies, they were for killing. To temporarily trap Feng Jiayuj, he had to activate the arrangements that thieving heaven demon venerable had personally set up in the past. "This really is thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance?" Fairy Ling Mai asked in a heated tone. Since ancient times, in the long history of Gu cultivators, there were countless geniuses and heroes. But if these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were each like the sun. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Every generation's venerable, be it an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, was at the peak of that era. They dominated the world and were invincible, unparalleled in their time. Among them, thieving heaven demon venerable was also a legend. He excelled in space path and had unparalleled stealing abilities. He even cultivated transformation path simultaneously and was skilled at disguises. Before he was rank 9, he could transform into all sorts of people and use their identities to achieve his unspeakable motives. He even caused huge commotions over the world, sending it into chaos. Thieving heaven demon venerable also had a close relationship with long-hair ancestor. The failure to refine space escape Gu became long-hair ancestor's obsession after death. It had become a legend. Such a person, his inheritance, was actually before them. Be it Ling Mai or Aozu, these 2 fairies who had icy hearts felt excited. Their hearts were burning with ambition. But Feng Jiayuj quickly discouraged them. "Don't even think about it. Thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance is not something you can obtain." Ling Mai and Daozu's expressions changed. That's right, there was still Feng Jiayuj and Ken Beisheng here. With these 2 experts around, How could thieving heaven demon venerables' inheritance become theirs? At once, Ling Mai and Ao Zhu felt great disappointment. Feng Jiayuji's back was facing them, he stood in front of them but understood their emotions. He continued, "You misunderstand my words. Thieving heaven demon venerables' inheritance has a strict requirement. Both of you do not fulfill it, I do not fulfill it, and even Brother Qin also has no chance of inheriting it." Ling Mai and Ao Zhu were shocked. One of them asked, "There is such a thing?" Qian Beisheng laughed loudly. "Brother Feng really knows a lot about thieving heaven's true inheritance. It seems the rumors are true. Spirit Affinity House indeed possesses one of the true inheritances of thieving heaven demon venerable. They have been researching it for a long time. A pity there have been no gains." Feng Jiayuji's eyes shined with brilliance. He stared at Qian Beisheng, admitting, "To think that Brother Qin knows so much about Central Continent's details despite living in Northern Plains. That is true. My sect controls a true inheritance of thieving heaven and have been researching it for many years. We have learned some things after these years." Ling Mai and Ao Zhu looked at each other. They were unwilling to give up. Fairy Ling Mai asked, "May I ask Lord Feng Jiayuji, what is the criteria to inherit it? Maybe we can achieve it, who knows?" Feng Jiayuji's gaze had been fixed on Qian Beisheng. He did not dare to be careless. He said, "Do you know thieving heaven demon venerable's origin? He is not a person of the 5 regions, he is from the outside world, another worldly demon. Thus, the inheritances that he left behind only have one requirement towards the inheritor. They have to be another worldly demon. I am obviously not one. Brother Qin cannot be one. Otherwise he would have inherited it long ago. Why would he wait until now?" "Are you 2 otherworldly demons?" Before Ling Mai and Ao Zhu replied, Qian Beisheng flicked his sleeves and laughed. He denied the possibility. "Impossible. All the Gu immortals in the 100 Days battle are not otherworldly demons. If not, why would I let any of you in here?" "Otherworldly demons? They really exist. Since the start of my life, I have never seen one." Thieving heaven demon venerable was actually an otherworldly demon. Ling Mai and Ao Zhu were taken aback. Feng Jiayuji nodded. "Even though otherworldly demons are rare, they exist. Since they come from beyond our world, then outside of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, there are bound to be other worlds. Unfortunately, no one has ever ventured out of the Gu world." Ling Mai and Ao Zhu looked at each other. They asked again, "Other than the 5 regions, there are really other worlds outside?" "Even if we cannot achieve this condition, the inheritance is fixed in place, while we humans are alive. Don't tell me that even with Lord Feng Jiayuji's power, you cannot take it forcefully." They were unwilling to give up. This was a thieving heaven true inheritance. The experts could take the meat while they could have some soup. The 2 female immortals were not greedy for more, they just wanted to have a share of the loot. Qian Beisheng sneered, "Wishful thinking." Back then, even after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable became rank 9, he still returned empty-handed after encountering a thieving heaven true inheritance. Not only did he get nothing, he even suffered a loss and ended up in a pathetic state. He. If not for that, why would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable hate otherworldly demons to this extent? "The 2 of you think you can obtain this true inheritance? There was such a thing? This is too absurd." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is also a rank 9 Gu immortal. He could not even take one of thieving heaven demon venerable's true inheritances even after he died. Ling Mai and Ao Zhu stared with their beautiful eyes wide open. They half believed and half doubted this. Feng Jiayuji did not refute it. He said solemnly, "Thieving heaven demon venerable's space path attainment was unfathomably deep. It surpasses the imagination of people. There is a theory, because he was an otherworldly demon, when he became a space path Gu immortal, a special type of space path Dao mark was produced. These Dao marks originate from another world. They are foreign to the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The space we are in now, it seems ordinary, but it had already transcended the Gu world. It is not within the 5 regions and 9 heavens." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to obtain the true inheritance, but he was afraid of the implications, thus he failed and suffered a loss, unable to do anything about it. Ling Mai and Dao Zhu gasped in shock. The two of them were too inexperienced compared to Feng Jiayuj and Qian Beisheng. This was the first time they had heard about such secrets regarding the Venerables. At once, Ling Mai and Dao Zhu felt their horizons expanding, but soon, they became worried and anxious. Not even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could do anything to this mystical space. How can we get out? Don't worry, as long as we do not move, in 15 minutes, we will be teleported out. Feng Jiayuj replied confidently. If it were other Gu immortals who landed here, they would use their methods to investigate. In that case, they would be in trouble. The time that they were trapped would be extended. But Spirit Affinity House possessed one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, and Feng Jiayuj was a higher up in Spirit Affinity House. He knew the proper way to leave this true inheritance. But at this moment, Qian Beisheng raised his head and laughed. Feng Jiayuj, since I took great pains to lure you in here, how can I let you leave? Stay here for good. Saying this, Qian Beisheng struck. His powerful aura burst into the air. Ling Mai and Dao Zhu acted like they were facing a strong foe. Feng Jiayuj quickly said, "Don't move." In this place, it might seem like we are close to each other, but we are actually very far away from each other. He is trying to lure you to attack. Once you do, this place will change and target whoever attacks. The stronger the attack, the greater the backlash from this place, and the longer you will be trapped. Do not fall into his trap. Feng Jiayuj was very aware regarding this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. He was clear about the terrifying power of this mystical space. Even though he was proud and powerful, he did not dare to act rashly. Ling Mai and Dao Zhu chose to believe Feng Jiayuj. They held in their impulse and did not attack. But Qian Beisheng showed a weird smile. Brother Feng is very confident. But it is a pity that your sect has not researched deeply enough into Thieving Heaven's true inheritances. I wonder what you will do against my next action? He spoke calmly as he activated the goo worms in his body. His aura burst out and reached its peak. What is he trying to do? Feng Jiayuj felt something amiss. He focused himself. His gaze was like lightning, looking at Qian Beisheng fixedly. But at the next moment, Qian Beisheng's action was something out of the Central Continent Immortals' expectations. They only heard Qian Beisheng recite. Even after experiencing 54 tribulations, the sky is still filled with tribulation clouds. The soul light in my chest pressures everyone. The sword chi in my fist dominates northern plains. 400 years passed rapidly. How can there be life without death? Discarding this ruined body to exchange for a clear breeze, I will sweep the heavens for countless light years. His voice was clear and loud. He spoke with a calm expression. His gaze showed a sign of expectation towards the future. After finishing this poem, he smiled lightly at Feng Jiayuj. Next, he shut his eyes, all signs of life leaving his body. Feng Jiayuj frowned tightly. Even during the 100 Days battle, he did not show such an expression. At this moment, Qian Beisheng had actually ended his own life. At the next moment, a clear breeze started from within Qian Beisheng's body. Behind Feng Jiayuj, Ling Mai and Dao Zhu's expressions changed. Their voices were trembling from fear. They screamed, "Winds of assimilation!" As it turned out, in order to stop Feng Jiayuj, Qian Beisheng had given up his own life, making the ultimate sacrifice. His method was ruthless. He directly destroyed his own immortal aperture. Once the immortal aperture was destroyed, without other immortal apertures to hold it, winds of assimilation started blowing. Winds of assimilation were extraordinary. They assimilated everything. Even rank 8 Gu immortals had to avoid them at all costs. And in this mystical true inheritance space, if 5-finger fist heart sword or heaven and earth song were used, it would only be like a pebble tossed into a lake. At this moment, winds of assimilation blew. Even though it was a clear breeze, the entire mystical space started shaking. It was as if water on a lake was boiled. There were ripples forming in the space unceasingly. Feng Jiayuj had a solemn expression. Against Qian Beisheng's resolute attack, he had to face it with all of his ability. If he was careless, he would die. Behind him, Ling Mai and Dao Zhu had activated their goo worms. protecting their bodies. Even Feng Jiayuj had to activate his immortal goo. Of course they had to do the same. Leaving the mystical space was another issue now. They had to survive this crisis first, otherwise, it would be a pointless thing to worry about. Chapter 925, Blazing Glory. Lightning Brilliance. 2 flowers blossomed, each branching in different directions. Ignoring the situation of Qian Beisheng sacrificing himself to create the winds of assimilation and trap Feng Jiayuj, Ling Mai, and Daozu in a dangerous situation for now. Looking instead at Zhang Yu and the other immortals breaking out. They were about to escape, but Hai Cheng was hit by a killer move and fell. His face was pale as he shouted for help. However, they were all escaping for their lives. Every second was important. At the crucial moment, any hesitation would mean the difference between life and death. The immortals ignored him. They only raised their own speeds to the limits. Fairy Zhangyu was even more heartless. She directly told them to abandon him, disregarding Hai Cheng's life or death. They were so close to escaping. Freedom was right in front of them. Hai Cheng was lagging behind. Couldn't he be useful installing the Central Continent Goo Immortals? However, he controlled the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison. After Hai Cheng died, it might end up in the Central Continent Goo Immortals' hands. That was a slight pity to Zhang Yu and the others, but it was only slightly regretful. Compared to the Immortal Goo House, their own lives were more important. He, you can all continue playing around. I'm out of here. While they were breaking out, Hua Fengzi laughed loudly. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His speed rose sharply. In a few breaths of time, he was way ahead of Zhang Yu and the others. Seeing Zhang Yu and the others' fiery gazes, Hua Fengzi flew even faster. Cooperate with me. Hong Kai-ming shouted. Goo formations at the outer area activated, giving off bright light. After the 100 Days battle, the Central Continent Goo Immortals had gained some coordination. Where are you going? Qin Zhenkai and Bu Fian moved out, using a Goo formation at the periphery to chase and block Hua Fengzi. Hua Fengzi was known as the fastest in northern plains. He came and went like the wind. Central Continent Goo Immortals had to admit that. Just Qin Zhenkai or Bu Fian alone could not stop Hua Fengzi. But now, they were cooperating with much coordination. At once, no matter how Hua Fengzi maneuvered, he could not shake off Chen and Bu. His speed gradually fell as he failed his escape. He deserves it. Zhang Yu and the others felt gratified. They turned towards another direction and tried to escape from the side. Go down. Old Lord Kenyang snorted in anger, using his signature life-chasing fire. Hong Kai-ming followed up with another attack, beating the dog while it was down. Hai Cheng's body was burning in flames. He screamed in pain as he fell from the sky. With a loud crash, he landed on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood as countless vines grew from the ground, tying him up firmly. At once, Hai Cheng was trapped, while Hua Fengzi was obstructed. Hong Kai-ming left Hai Cheng as he chased He Langzi. He activated his killer move, mercilessly attacking He Langzi. He Langzi had to use his transformation path killer move, turning into the lightning flash giant wolf to resist it. Fairy Zhang Yu and the mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal were not far away. They were obstructed by Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang. They did not waste time in trash-talking. The 4 immortals engaged in fierce combat. At once, winds surged and thunderous explosions occurred. The 4 immortals displayed their might. They shook the surroundings as intense air currents were created. Mountains, rocks crumbled and broke. Old Lord Kenyang was a famous rank 7 Goo Immortal. When Dongfang Changfan had been pretending to be dead, he had fought Unfettered Scholar, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han alone. He had excellent battle strength. Old Man Tianlong's strength was similar to Old Lord Kenyang. The former was a supreme elder of Black Heaven Temple. He was sent here by Black Heaven Temple for the secret purpose of countering the Sound Path Goo Immortal Feng Jiayuj. Looking at Shadow Sect, the mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal was indeed powerful, but Fairy Zhangyu was weaker. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, Old Man Tianlong and Old Lord Kenyang had the upper hand. They obtained a good chance to strike. Immortal killer move, life-chasing fire. Oh no! Fairy Zhongyu was shocked. She wanted to dodge but it was too late. Stand back, let me deal with it. At the crucial moment, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal used his method, replacing Fairy Zhongyu and using his body to block the life-chasing fire. Oh, strange. Old Lord Kenyang was slightly shocked. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was hit by the life-chasing fire, but he was completely intact. It was as if nothing had happened. Sneaky fellow, show us your true appearance. Old man Tianlong shouted, his hands clapped together as blades flew out from the sky. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal blocked them as his robe was torn. His appearance was exposed to everyone. Old Lord Kenyang was stunned. You have the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Why are you afraid? He is merely an immortal zombie. Old man Tianlong howled repeatedly, his attacks becoming fiercer. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal's true identity was a rank 7 immortal zombie. Different from other immortal zombies, he had a special identity. He had one of the 10 extreme physiques, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, and had turned into an immortal zombie. HMPH, since you found out, there is no point in hiding this anymore. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal tore off his black robe, pouncing at Old Lord Kenyang. Old Lord Kenyang was a Firepath Gu immortal. He was countered by the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance physique. He had the disadvantage. Old man Tianlong wanted to help, but Fairy Zhongyu risked her life to block him. Quickly go. Fairy Zhongyu screamed. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance immortal zombie angrily snorted, forcing back Old Lord Kenyang. He did not look back. He flew out of Awopo Valley, successfully escaping. Where are you going? Old Lord Kenyang roared, wanting to chase him, but Fairy Zhongyu, who was bathed in blood, managed to block him miraculously. It seems that you have given up on living. Is this immortal zombie your lover? Is he worth your sacrifice? Old man Tianlong's expression was cold. He descended from the sky and his hand hit Fairy Zhongyu's back firmly. Boom! Fairy Zhongyu was at her wit's end. She could not defend herself. Her chest was shattered as a huge hole appeared. One could see through it. Her beautiful eyes turned hollow. Her purple dress fluttered in the sky, like a butterfly slowly landing on the ground. 10 breaths of time later, Fairy Zhongyu's corpse landed on the ground. Her bones and tendons were broken. Her flesh turned into pulp. Fairy Zhongyu died. At this point, Shadow Sect no longer had a chance. Old Lord Kenyang and Old Man Tianlong were free now. They could deal with He Langzi and Hua Fengzi. Hong Kai-ming's focus was on restricting Hai Ching. A moment later, He Langzi screamed in a deafening tone. The giant wolf that he had turned into was cut into 2. His corpse turned into a human body. Blood flowed as his internal organs were torn. He died a terrible death. Hai Cheng was left without a choice. He reluctantly activated the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Even though the Immortal Gu House was powerful, it needed to expend a huge amount of immortal essence. After the 100 Days battle, Hai Cheng was already bankrupt. He did not have much immortal essence left. There was insufficient immortal essence to activate the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It had less than 1% of its full power. Hong Kai-ming used his Gu formation to trap it. 15 minutes later, Hua Fengzi lost as well. He was extremely fast and slippery, but after the 100 Days battle, everyone knew each other's abilities. He did not have any special techniques left, and the Central Continent Gu Immortals had an extremely tight defensive ring, like an impenetrable net. Hua Fengzi was like a fish that was caught in a net. Even though he struggled intensely, he was bound to lose. Don't kill me, I surrender. At the moment before death, Hua Fengzi surrendered with a pale expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals looked at each other, expressing their joy. Death was truly a terrifying thing. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Central Continent Gu Immortals understood why Hua Fengzi surrendered. Don't play tricks. Hand over your immortal Gu. The Central Continent Gu Immortals did not relax. They surrounded Hua Fengzi tightly. Hua Fengzi did not have any chances left. He sighed deeply as he handed over his immortal goo. Without his immortal goo, he was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. His threat level dropped only until he was completely under control and his life and death was at their whim. Did the Central Continent Goo Immortals breathe out deeply in relief? Focusing their minds, they started to deal with the immortal Goo House Dark Prison. Hua Fengzi's surrender gave the Central Continent Goo Immortals hope. The 100 Days battle expended a huge amount of their immortal essence. The Central Continent Goo Immortals suffered great losses. Their pressure was immense. After capturing Hua Fengzi, the immortal goo they obtained were enough to recoup their losses. If they could obtain the immortal Goo House Dark Prison as well, they would earn a huge profit from this. 7 minutes later, Dark Prison was taken down by the Central Continent Immortals. But unexpectedly, where is Hai Qing? So decisive, he abandoned this immortal Goo House immediately and escaped. While we were capturing Hua Fengzi, he secretly dug underground and escaped. He really managed to deceive us. HMPH, a coward who is afraid of death, a person who is barely surviving, he is not worth considering. At this point, the escape attempt of Shadow Sect's side had ended, the battle was over and the dust had settled. Qian Beisheng, Fairy Zhongyu were sacrificed, He Lengzi died, Hua Fengzi surrendered. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie had escaped with the crucial immortal goo. Hai Qing, who had the lowest battle strength, abandoned the immortal Goo House Dark Prison and escaped. A few months ago, these people attacked Lanya Blessed Land with overwhelming might. Over 100 days later, they were either dead, injured, had surrendered, or escaped. Even the powerful Qian Beisheng was sacrificed inside Luopo Valley. This showed the cruelty of the Goo cultivation world. Even at Goo Immortal level, they were not free from danger. One could still die easily. More than 10 days later, a figure emerged in Earth Trench. Earth Trench was under the control of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. It was guarded by Dark Flow Giant City. But this mysterious figure could enter and leave easily. He did not attract any suspicion. After entering Earth Trench, the mysterious figure was familiar with Earth Trench's terrain as he moved rapidly, taking a shortcut and entering deep into it. A few days later, a giant graveyard appeared before the mysterious figure's vision. I am finally here. The mysterious figure finally showed his appearance. It was the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie who had escaped from Luopo Valley. As it turned out, Shadow Sect's backup plan was hidden here. Back then when Central Continent's group attacked Luopo Valley, Qian Beisheng and Zhang Yu had thought of breaking out and coming here to use their trump card and resolve the crisis in Luopo Valley. But this trump card was extremely important. If it was used abruptly, it could disrupt Shadow Sect's plan. Qian Beisheng and the others were hesitant. When they had resolved to use it, the battle had already become very intense. They had no chance to do it anymore. They tried it forcefully, but only sacrificed the hairy man Goo Immortals in vain. Now, Luopo Valley was taken over by Central Continent's group. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not come here thinking of revenge, and activating Shadow Sect's backup plan. He wanted to hide himself, and place the crucial immortal goo here for safekeeping. This immortal goo was related to Shadow Sect's crucial plan. It could not be lost. For this, Qian Beisheng and Zhang Yu had sacrificed their lives. Just a bit more time, we just need a bit more time. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie felt anger and melancholy. He carried the immortal goo and entered deep into the graveyard. This was the graveyard of immortal zombies. He was an immortal zombie. It was too easy to disguise as a member. However, just when the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie thought that his ordeal was over, and that he was safe, a figure appeared. Interesting. To think that I would meet a 10 extreme physique immortal zombie here. The person looked at the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, evaluating with an interested tone. His rank 8 aura was emanating. At this moment, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss. His heart was filled with despair. Old ancestor Zuhu, why is he here?